Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to live coverage of the fourth round of the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championship here from Pigeon Raceway in Dorset here on this Sunday, the 4th of July 2021. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Great to be back with you once again here on Alpha Live for a new season of SuperOne streams. There's your circuit for today, Pigeon Raceway, as we say, 815 metres in length, 8 turns. Not much elevation change, but a very, very tricky circuit indeed, and a historic circuit on the British karting scene. Forecast, mixed. Rain in the air here at Pigeon. The circuit is damp at the moment. There's a wind growing across the circuit as well. Very typical Pigeon conditions at the moment, if you ask me. So it's going to be changeable throughout the course of proceedings here today. Very, very challenging for the drivers. So as we say, 11 classes here today at Pigeon. Each will have 2 heats and a final. Here's your schedule. If you want to keep up to date with it, results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne is where you need to go. C50 Bambinos will kick us off. The new eras followed by the pros. Ayami Bambino up after that. Junior and Senior Rock running together out on circuit, effectively 2 races at once. Honda Cadet taking us into the afternoon. And then running through the rest of the schedule here at Pigeon today. Great to have the Rock classes back. Mini Rock will have their first heat around 12:30. Mini Max and Junior Max also running together, and followed by the seniors later on. 177, Rotax 177 also here today. And then we go through that cycle again with all of our classes for their second heats. Qualifying has already taken place for those heats. Best results through the heats then set the grid for the finals, which will be later on in the afternoon. And those finals will kick off around 3:20 in the afternoon. That schedule is subject to change, so do keep an eye, as I say, on results.alphatiming.co.uk for all the latest news. And we'll finish at around 5:30 today once we've gone through all of those finals. It's the same schedule as we had for round 3 yesterday. And I watched some of those finals from the side of the track. They were very, very exciting races indeed. I think that's all the housekeeping done, so let's get things underway here at Pigeon. We're going to kick things off with the first heat from our Bambino C50 New Era class. So C50 Bambino New Eras kick us off here today at Pigeon. Let's have a look at the grid. This was from timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Great qualifying from number 84, Mason Brooks. Mason has pole position. Mateo Garcia Portillo starts alongside on the front row. Drew Davidson and Sophie Morris are on row number 2. Dylan Glasgow and Otis Cleary are on row number 3. Connor Butler and Amelia Dial are on the 4th row of the grid. Bertie Cooper and Ellis Wildchild on the 5th row of the grid. Arthur Farrow and Cole Teal line up 11th and 12th on the grid. Maximus Lewis and Alfie Mayer will be looking to move forward from the 7th row of the grid. And then Anthony Montesinos and Ella Dixon wrap out the 16 kart field. So very good qualifying indeed for Mason Brooks. Best results so far this season. A couple of second places in heats at rounds 1 and 2. Best results yesterday in round 3 was a 10th place in the final. So Mason should be very, very happy with his pole position. Mateo Garcia Patino alongside on that front row, current championship leader, still at the very early stages of this season here in SuperOne. Has a 2-point lead after yesterday's action over Connor Butler in 2nd place. Cole Teal is in 3rd, Alice Wildchild 4th, and Sophie Morris, who was your winner yesterday in the final, performed very strongly in the number 62 karts, took a heat win as well along the way, and she starts on the 2nd row of the grid for this first race of the day. You can get in touch with us in the commentary box. Best way of doing so are in the comments on YouTube. Good morning to our viewers there, and hello to our sponsors as well, Will You Financial Group, Arai Helmets and CWG. Thank you for all of their support here today. We have kicked off then here in the Bambinos. So we're just here at the end of lap number 1, coming over the line, a long run over the start-finish line here at Clay Pigeon. And I can tell you that at the moment it is Mateo Garcia Patino in the lead of the race. Drew Davidson in second place. Great start for Ellis Wildchild in third place in the number 88 cart. You can see them all filing through. Who's not had the best of starts? Mason Brooks from pole position is in 6th place now, but still a good amount of time for these Bambino racers to work their way back through each of these heats. 8 minutes on the clock. You see the number 13 there, Dylan Glasgow, up the inside of number 70, which is Drew Davidson. I think Drew Davidson's been overtaken by Ellis Wildchild out there as well. So yes, so Child up to 2nd place. Glasgow has made the move stick. It is up to 3rd place. Davidson shuffled down to 4th. Looking a little bit further down the order, Cole Teal has made a move past Amelia Dial. So that's 9th place now for Teal. But in fact, Dial has fought straight back and retaken that position. So good fighting going on there on the outskirts of the top 10. There is the number 27 just going through the hairpin now. But a good start this to the day for Garcia Patino. 0.6 of a second is the lead at the moment and growing. You can see the flags fluttering behind there. It is quite blustery here at Clay Pigeon this weekend. You see a slight moment there for Otis Cleary in the number 22, currently running in 7th place. And side by side between the 46 and the 71 there, that's Maximus Lewis and Anthony Montesinos. Montesinos has made up some positions from the start of the grid, so good racing there from the driver in the number 71. So your leader heading into the hairpin, looking pretty comfortable at this stage of the race. 1.2 seconds clear now of Child in 2nd place. Glasgow still 3rd. Mason Brooks starting to pick up more positions. So has recovered to 5th place. Otis Cleary in 6th. Means Sophie Morris is now in 7th position. So around the crown of the circuit here at Clay Pigeon. Garcia Patino continuing to grow this lead. It's now 2.2 seconds. And the progress of Mason Brooks continues. Working pretty well at the moment with Otis Cleary. So the 84 and the 22 for those watching around the circuit. Now up to 4th and 5th places respectively. The number 70 in there as well. Glasgow to the outside of Child into the hairpin, trying to go for 2nd place here. This is going to, I think, be the top position that these drivers will be able to race for, because the leader is well and truly gone. 88 back down the inside. There is Ellis Wildchild fighting well there, holding on to this position. I do enjoy watching these Bambinos race. Very young drivers taking their first steps in the world of motorsport. That's a good move actually by Dylan Glasgow. Got underneath into the final corner, has got 2nd place. So Glasgow to 2nd place. Davidson's fought back as well. So Drew Davidson is now in 3rd position. And Brooks and Cleary falling down my timing screen, which may be a transponder issue. We'll just try and catch the sight of the 22 and the 84. There's the 88 that we can see going down into the back straight. Mason Brooks has now come over the line. So, yeah, I think actually, no, it's not a transponder issue. There is a problem out there for Mason Brooks, unfortunately. That's a real shame because Mason had qualified on pole position, gone very, very well in that qualifying session earlier. It's not quite turned out into good points in this race. There's the number 12, Connor Butler, currently in 2nd place in this championship, running in 6th place at the back of this pack coming over start-finish now. 2 minutes and 43 seconds on the clock to go. Sophie Morris back up to 4th position, ahead of Ellis Wildchild. So yesterday's winner in the final, round number 3. having a good second half of this first heat for the Bambino C50 New Eras. Down the back straight they go again. There's been another change for second place. Drew Davidson has got past Dylan Glasgow in the first part of the circuit. Glasgow looking to the outside now into the horseshoe. Very tricky corner this to get right. Want to carry as much speed as possible. Good switch back there by Dylan Glasgow, and Dylan's got through. So Dylan Glasgow back up to second place. They are closing in as well a little bit on Matteo Garcia Patino as the 88 of Ellis Wildchild side by side now with Connor Butler. This group is starting to break apart. Oh, there's a spin there and off goes the number 88. It is Ellis Wildchild into the grass there. Can Ellis get the kart going again? Oh, I think he can, but he's going to lose a lot of positions. That's a real shame for Ellis Wildchild. I think there was a bit of contact out there as well that initiated that spin. So we're down to 3 in this group for second place now. As going through the S's, I can see there's a good amount of action as well. The number 24 of Arthur Farrow is involved in the middle of it all. Arthur's worked his way up to 7th place, has got past Cole Teal on that last lap. As, oh, there's a spin for, I think, is that the 84 of Mason Brooks? Yes, it is. So Mason Brooks, unfortunately, has had a problem down at Billy's blind there. The fast right-hander where you've got to get on the brakes very carefully. Try and carry as much speed through the corner as possible. Number 71 of Anthony Montesinos there on the Charles Leclerc kart. It's continuing to have a good race here. 45 seconds of the race to go. Clouds hanging over the circuit here. It does look like, in fact, I'm just looking out of my commentary box window. It is raining out there, so this will be very tricky conditions now for these young drivers. The rain's starting to really fall here at Clay Pigeon. Down the inside is the number 22. That's Otis Cleary. You can see his name displayed on the front bumper there of the kart, and that's a nice overtake on the number 66 of Cole Teal. So that's Cleary back up to 7th position. Montesinos is now into the top 10, running there in 9th position. Just coming out of the horseshoe now and through Buttons, the corner, of course, named after Clay Pigeon's arguably most famous son, 2009 Formula One world champion Jenson Button. He started his career down here at Clay Pigeon many, many years ago. Time has expired, but the rain has not. It really is starting to come down here in Dorset. For those who've not visited this circuit before, it is on the very top of a hill, so it has very much has its own microclimate in this part of the world. Good move up the inside there, and that's a recovery from the number 88. Ellis Wildchild gains a position into the S's. A tricky chicane, the S's. You've got to get moves done early. It's very tight through the middle of it. But Matteo Garcia Patino continues to be in control of this race. 3.5 seconds clear is our championship leader. Winner of round number 2 of the championship. Leader sees the last lap board shown on the digiflag over start finish. Nicely through Billy's blind there, the number 36. 3.9 seconds is the lead for Garcia Patino across the line last time around. Drew Davidson and Dylan Glasgow still having a good battle over second place. A second between them at the moment. Sophie Morris looking like there's going to be good points again for the number 62, starting with the 4th place, which is exactly what Sophie did yesterday as well, before going on to win heat number 2 and then the final. But Matteo Garcia Patino approaching the final corner now. Is going to take a 3rd win of this season here in the Bambino C50 New Era class in very tricky conditions. Matteo Garcia Patino takes the first race of the day and the first heat in Bambino C50 New Era. Drew Davidson finishes in 2nd place. 3rd place for Dylan Glasgow. 4th for Sophie Morris. 5th for Connor Butler. And then coming over the line, the second group of karts, it looks like Otis Cleary may hold on for 6th place here, ahead of Amelia Dial, Cole Teal, Ellis Wildchild, and Anthony Montesinos. So a couple of changes just at the end there. Child getting past Dial. So that's your run down into the top 10. Arthur Farrow in 11th, Bertie Cooper 12th, Alfie Mayer 13th, Ella Dixon in 14th, Mason Brooks 15th. and Maximus Lewis in 16th. Well, a very good race to kick things off here today at Clay Pigeon there. The Bambino C50 New Eras will be back out later on in the afternoon for their second heat of the day. And we will move on then swiftly to our second group heading out of the circuit, which will be our Bambino C50 Pro class. Bambino C50 Pros out next for their first heat. Let's have a look at the grid. Harper Das has pole position from the qualifying session earlier on this morning. Morgan Weston alongside on the front row. Jack Baker and Austin Newstead on row number two. Cole Patterson and Maximilian Aberhart on row 3. Austin Oman and Harvey Bacon start on row number 4. Grayson Wortley and Marley Fisher row 5. Jensen Sale and Z Pashal Asagi on row number 6. It's a 12 kart field in this one. Well, it's a good job these Bambino C50 Pros are on wet tyres because the rain continues to fall here at Clay Pigeon. And just to remind you of the championship standings in Bambino C50 Pro. 3 rounds completed so far this season. Austin Newstead is your leader of the championship at the moment on 372 points. Maximilian Aberhart is second on 355. Jack Baker third on 343. Actually tied on 343 at the moment with Cole Patterson. Jensen Sale is in 5th place, a further point behind Grayson Wortley, who ran very strongly in the New Eras previously. Is there in 6th place, 331 on the scorecard at the moment. Harvey Bacon, 327. Austin Oman, who took a fantastic runners-up spot in the final yesterday, is in 7th place on 326. And then it's Fisher, Pashal Asagi, Weston, Das and Gilman wrapping out those who have scored so far this year. So that pole position for Harper Das, very much an improvement on previous results. The best result for Harper Das so far this season is a 5th place, which was yesterday in the round 3 final. Apart from that, it's been positions around the outskirts of the top 10. You can see the weather conditions really deteriorating here at Clay Pigeon this morning. Back end of this morning, it's just coming up to noon here in Dorset. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Hello to Dakota Whitehouse, one of our regular viewers from the United States. Hello to RM as well, who's cheering on Ella Dixon in that last race. So we'll see the New Eras out again later on today. And the rain really is coming down now, folks. It's got very, very heavy indeed here at Clay Pigeon, but out here come the drivers for the gridded start of this Bambino C50 Pro entry. So Harper Das, the number 95, closest to our camera there on pole position. Morgan Weston in the gold helmet on the outside in 2nd place. Championship leader Austin Newstead in the bright yellow and blue helmet there on the 2nd row of the grid. Has work to do from 4th place, but we are just about ready then here at Clay Pigeon for the start of this first heat of the day for the Bambino C50s. Ready, waiting on the lights. And away we go. Good start from those on the front row of the grid. Very good start for row 2, in fact. Both Baker and Newstead trying to fight through, and we're almost 4 wide going down into Billy's blind for the first time here in the Bambino C50s. Clean start though for all 12 drivers, and it is the number 27 of Morgan Weston who's got the best start, leads out of the S's here on lap number 1. Look at the spray, the rooster tails being kicked up now by these little Bambino karts. The rain is very, very heavy, a wet track out there, and that will have forced some of the later heats
later classes into some tyre changes. I'm absolutely sure of that, and it doesn't look like the rain is going to let up very soon. So we could be in for a long haul here in terms of conditions, but
good start for Morgan Weston. The number 95 of Harper still there in second place. The 74, the championship leader, Austin Newstead, has fallen down the order a little bit. Had a tricky time in the heats yesterday in round number 3. Got results of 5th and 8th places across the 2 heats, but did come back to win the final. Was running very strongly in rounds 1 and 2 of the weekend at Glannygores a few weeks ago. Took a clean sweep in round number 2 and nearly did the same thing in round number 1 as well, if not for 1 second place in the first race of the day. Good move there. Jack Baker down the inside takes second place away from Harper Das through the hairpin. All the drivers trying to find some grip out there. Cole Patterson still in 4th place. Austin Oman, who had a great final yesterday, came through to finish in 2nd position. He's there in 5th place. But end of lap number 2, Morgan Weston leads this race ahead of Jack Baker. Jack Baker a little bit quicker though at this stage, by half a second on that last lap, quicker than the number 27. Couple of rookies in this field as well, denoted by the letter R on the live timing page, live.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne for all that information. And so your top rookie at the moment is the number 16 of Austin Oman. Baker looking to the outside into the horseshoe against Morgan Weston. Morgan Weston gets good speed through the horseshoe. The drivers feeling their way into this race. Five minutes of this heat to go. I think we've got a couple of non-runners in this particular race. Maximilian Abrahart and Jensen Sale aren't recording on our timing at the moment, so they may have taken the option to not go out in these tricky conditions. Save the kart, save the drivers for later in the day. You see Austin Newstead there is still in 7th position. A bit of a bubble on his own at the moment between Harvey Bacon just ahead and Grayson Wortley behind. Through buttons go the leaders. Still Morgan Weston ahead of Jack Baker here. There's a really good piece of action going on for 3rd place though. Harper Das, here it is, around the final corner. Cole Patterson in 4th, Austin Oman there in 5th place, and Harvey Bacon looking to try and get by, but the leaders very close together as they go down over the start-finish point into Billy's Blind. Is Jack Baker going to be down the inside into the corner? Yes, very nice overtake indeed. Jack Baker leads then with 4 minutes of this race to go. Decisive move. It looks like an easy place to overtake Billy's Blind from our cameras here, but I can say from experience it is very, very tricky. It tightens very much at the apex. You're taking a lot of speed into that corner as well. And throw in these conditions into consideration, that was a very nice overtake by Jack Baker. So having a look here at Cole Patterson in the white helmet and the number 24. Just behind the number 95 of Harper Das, is still holding there in 3rd place. Harper Das looking for a best result of the year so far. Harvey Bacon still in there as well. Jack Baker pulling out a lead now over Morgan Weston. Patterson looking to the outside of Das through Billy's Blind, but that's going to open the door into the S's. Very good indeed from Harvey Bacon. Harvey Bacon gains a position there into 4th place past Cole Patterson. This continues to be a very impressive drive from Jack Baker, who raced in the new era category in 2020. Finished, I think, around 7th place in that championship last year. And so far the results
well, so far, no victories in races for Jack Baker. So this is a very good opportunity to break that, that streak. Meanwhile, Harvey Bacon, starting to really like these conditions, has already gained 4th position, is now going for 3rd down the inside into Billy's blind. And another very good overtake into the first braking zone of this clay pigeon circuit. Harvey Bacon through past Harper Das and is into the top 3. 2 minutes to go. .4 seconds now the lead for Jack Baker. Best results so far this season was yesterday during round number 3. Finished 2nd in both of the heats, but didn't quite get the best of luck in the final. Finished 6th in the final yesterday. That's where the big points in this championship are on offer. 34 points available for a race victory in the heats, 60 points in the finals. Finals slightly longer in duration as well. 1 minute 20 of this race to go. Confirmed on timing. Harvey Bacon ahead of Harper Das now. And there's a couple of moves further down the order, I think, as well. I think Grayson Wortley is now up to 7th place. In fact, there's been a problem for Austin Oman, unfortunately. Austin Oman has fallen to 10th position. Means Z Pashal Osagi is now the top running rookie in this race. Quite a few drivers have made the step up, or step into this Pro Class for 2021. Wortley and Newstead being 2 of those drivers. There is Austin Newstead. Having a strong season so far. Didn't take any race victories, if my notes are correct, last season in the New Era category. Has already taken quite a number of top results so far this season. Can Austin Newstead find a way past Cole Patterson and Harper Das here for 5th and 4th places respectively? There's not a lot of time to go as the timer clicks over to 0 minutes and 0 seconds. The next time Jack Baker, as our race leader, crosses start finish, the last lap board will come out. 3.4 seconds now the lead for Baker. Harvey Bacon in 3rd place. In fact, all of the top 3 looking fairly comfortable at the moment. Not having to think about defending for any positions, but Harper Das is, as they come onto the last lap then. Can Harper Das hold on to 4th place here in the first heat of the day for the C50 Pro Class? Best result, remember, so far this season was 5th yesterday, so Harper Das is looking for a personal best in terms of race finish so far this season. Oh, he's gone a little bit deep through Billy's blind, out onto the curb, the cattle grid curb, and that's going to offer the opportunity for Cole Patterson to come through and take that 4th position. Good effort there from Harper Das to hold on to 4th place, but got out onto the rough stuff. It's run a little bit wide through the hairpin as well. So Austin Newstead is going to look down the inside now. That's well blocked off by Harper Das, even taking to the puddle there. Committed to the line. Jack Baker is going to come round there to take a first victory of the season. The number 17 has been brilliant in these wet conditions, and Jack Baker takes the first heat of the day in Bambino C50 Pro, winning by 4.8 seconds ahead of Morgan Weston. Harvey Bacon in 3rd place. 4th place is going to go to Cole Patterson, and a personal best equaling 5th place of the year for Harper Das there. Austin Newstead, I think, crossed that line in 6th position. Grayson Wortley in the number 70 finished in 7th. Marley Fisher, Z Pashal Osagi, who's his top rookie in that race. Austin Oman was the top 10. And then no laps completed for Maximilian Aberhart and Jensen Sale. That brings an end to that race, and we'll move on to race number 3 on our agenda, which will be the first heat of the day for the Bambino I-Army class.
Time for the Iami Bambinos to go out on circuit. Do not be deceived, that is not how the track looks at the moment. It's decidedly wetter. Let's have a look at the grid ahead of this first heat for the Iami Bambinos. Edward Haynes on pole position alongside George House on the front row of the grid. Ethan Owen and Jarlath Sayer, yesterday's winner, are on row number 2. Jensen Short and Archie Rutter are on row number 3. Dax Farah and Manav Diu are on the 4th row of the grid. Charlie Clough and Aaron Southwood Jr. on the 5th row of the grid. Dean Singh Pal wraps out the 11 kart field. Championship situation after 3 rounds of this season. George House is currently your championship leader on 364 points. Edward Haynes is second on 356. And Manav Diu is third on 350. Jarlath Sayer fourth. And it's way at this early stage of the season. Sometimes the scores are a little bit deceiving. Jarlath Sayer did have a DQ in round 1, so hence why Jarlath Sayer, even though he's taken a lot of victories so far this season, is running there in 4th place. I do believe we're underway though here in the first heat of the day for the Bambino Iamis. It's rolling up lap, just going round, so front row once again of Edward Haynes and George House. The final victory, the final results yesterday, I should say. Jarlath Sayer took the win. George House was second. Jensen Short was in 3rd place. Rain report, I am glad to report that it looks like it has reduced in strength, the rain falling out of the sky, but it's still very, very wet here at Clay Pigeon. Hopefully that will be the end of the rain for today, and it will start to dry out on circuit. We are ready though to go racing once again, this time in the Iami Bambinos. Oh, and was that a jump start? Have we had a problem there for the number 27, which is Ethan Owen? I think our pole sitter slightly jumped the start there as well, Edward Haynes, but all reset now to go ahead once again. There's one of the carts back of the field just being restarted, but away we go then. Good start for George House there from second on the grid. He's going to have a chance of leading this race down into the first corner, and indeed does. So George House on the marks there, reacted best to the lights going out, and will lead as they go down to the hairpin for the first time. Through the mist and the gloom then, it is House from Haynes. Bit of a moment there, I think, for Aaron Southwood Jr. going through the hairpin. As a bit of contact between the 18 and the 23. Dean Singh Patel, but a very good start here for George House. Took a heat victory yesterday in the second heat of the day, was consistently in the top 3 throughout yesterday's running. Leads at the end of lap number 1. Edward Haynes still there in 2nd place, Ethan Owen 3rd. Jarlath Sayer 4th, Jensen Short up 1 position for 5th, ahead of Archie Rutter. Field going through the hairpin then on lap 2. All just getting used to the conditions. The 51 of Charlie Clough there, bringing up the rear of the field, taking that wide outside line, which can work in these conditions. Fairly even though at the front of the field. House followed by Haynes, Owen and Sayer. 1, 2, 3, 4 breaking away from the rest of the field now. Ignore the timing graphic top left at the moment. There's been a little bit of a glitch there, because Charlie Clough is currently running a little bit low down the order. So it's still this top 4 rolling away from us. The number 44 of Jensen Short trying to cross the gap as well, running in 5th place at the moment. So George House continuing to lead then as they come round to complete lap number 3. Edward Haynes still there in second place. Owen and Sayer hasn't made a move yet. Taking a slightly different line though into the first corner. First signs of a drying line there. The intensity of the spray off the kart seems to be reducing. It has just about stopped raining here at Clay Pigeon. 5 minutes of this race to go. George House still leading ahead of Edward Haynes. Hello to Matt Drake, who's watching the stream, cheering on a good number of drivers in these Bambino categories, including our leader. And at the moment, this is a very good lap so far, actually, from George House. Just looks to be pulling slightly away from the rest of this field. It's 0.49 of a second, yeah, and it's up to 0.84 now for George House, the lead over the rest of the field. You've got to think that Charles Sayer will be looking for a move here. He's had a very good season so far. Took a clean sweep of victories at round number 2. Yesterday was pretty good as well. Results of a win and second in the heats, and then took the win in the final. So he's a little bit out of position in terms of championship scores at the moment due to a DQ earlier in round number 1. One of the races there. Has won every single final so far this season. 2 minutes 48 to go. Can Charlotte try and make the move here to get past Ethan Owen and Edward Haynes, who themselves are holding very, very nicely at the moment. Edward Haynes, we saw race a lot last season, was your winner of the Bambino C50 Pro category. Raced very, very well in that last season. 3 minutes 20 of this heat to go. Ooh, a little bit of a nudge there on the rear of, I think that was the 82 of Marnav Diu from Dax Farah. Aaron Southwood Jr. in there as well, the number 18. So this second group of Short, Rutter, Diu, Farah, Southwood Jr. This is all over 5th place at the moment, as looks like Farah may be going for an overtake. No, just slots back in behind you. Into the chicane they go. Oh, Farah runs a little bit wide there. Does well to recover. Aaron Southwood Jr. was wise to that as well. That'll be the problem now with a damp line where the karts have been, but still very, very wet and a bit of standing water off of it. Even with treaded tyres on at the moment, grip can be lost very, very quickly, and Farah has a little moment again there. Counter steers into that beautifully to hold onto the kart. Change for 3rd position. Jarlath Sayer has got past Ethan Owen. We've just seen that on the timing screen, so Jarlath Sayer has made that move somewhere around lap number 7. 1.5 seconds the gap for our leader at the front of the field. Jensen Short's continuing to do a really, really good piece of driving at the moment, holding on to this 5th place ahead of Rutter, Dew, Farah and Southwood Jr. Pahal and Clough still running out there as well. As all down the inside goes Southwood Jr. looking for the move on Farah and trying to get past Dew as well, I think. Into the horseshoe they go. It's a brave, brave attempt there from the driver of the number 18 as they went into the hairpin. It's given a bit of an opportunity to Short and Rutter to break away now from the rest of the field. In the end, I think Farah has got back ahead of Southwood Jr. In fact, Dax Farah has done that indeed. Marnav Diu still in there as well. Jensen Short running with the number 44 plate in this category. That's a new personal best last time around, 51.063. Looks very good through Billy's blind as, 3 wide off the
hairpin there. This is the battle between Dew Farah and Southwood Junior. And fighting as well for 5th place, side by side between Short and Rutter. And Short defends really, really well, holds on to the position. Not long in this race to go on the clock, 20 seconds. There'll be 2 more laps for our drivers out here in the Bambino I Army class. It's a great battle still going on for 5th place between these 5 karts. Jensen Short still leading it ahead of Archie Rutter there in the number 20, the orange helmet in the blue and orange suit. Manav Dio still holding in the middle of it as well. It's a very tricky position to be for a young driver, to know when to attack, when to defend. Oh, and I think this time Southwood Junior, no, has not got past Dax Farah, but now goes for a bit of a switchback through the horseshoe. Very nicely done indeed. So Aaron Southwood Junior up to 8th place ahead of Dax Farah there. Last lap board is out for our leader. 2.6 seconds is the gap. Jarlath Sayer hasn't actually got past Edward Haynes whilst we've been watching that battle for 5th place. So Jarlath Sayer on form once again. I think the win is going to be a little bit out of his reach here in this race. But George House, so far this season, a finals victory has eluded him, but this is going to be his 3rd win in the heats. And it was all about the start. Reacted fantastically to the lights going out. George House is going to take the first heat of the day in the Bambino I Army class. A very good response after yesterday's final. We'll be very pleased with that. Jarlath Sayer takes 2nd place. Edward Haynes is 3rd. Ethan Owen in 4th place. And then this squabble for 5th place, which has been raging on for pretty much the whole race. Who's going to take it? Is it going to be Short, Rutter, or somebody else over the line? It is going to be Jensen Short. That's a really good piece of defensive racecraft ahead of Archie Rutter. Aaron Southwood Jr. got 7th place. Good number of positions gained there across the course of that race. 8th to Manav Dio, 9th for Dax Farah, 10th for Charlie Clough. And our single rookie in that race will be Dean Singh Hal across the line in 11th. Well, that completes the first round of heats for our Bambino classes. The rain just starting to come down a little bit more again here at Clay Pigeon. We're going to move on to race number 4 on our schedule. The first appearance of the day for our junior and senior rock categories. They're up next. Some of our fastest categories out next. Let's have a look at the grid for both the senior and junior categories for our rock classes here today. Senior rock should look a little bit like this. Rob Ellis is on some great form at the moment. Been seeing him race a lot recently. He will have pole position for senior rock. Max Davies alongside him on the front row. Daniel Pepper and Esteban Rodriguez Blancas on the 2nd row of the grid. Mateo Palmer did not run in qualifying. Ollie Stevens has pole position in the junior rock category. Oliver Stilp and Alfie Briggs were next up. Joe Lawrence and Darren Marshall next up, wrapping out the top 10 in terms of overall. Alfie Richards and Harry Ewell qualified well as well. And then Isaac Lord and Kieran Pepper wrap out the in total 14 runners due to run in this one. And we should mention, of course, this being a rock category, and one of the big prizes at the end of this season is a golden ticket to the Rock Cup Super Finals, due to be held later in the year back at Lonato in Italy. That was an event that I was at last year. Absolutely fantastic when the 2020 edition was run at Franciacorta. A very, very high level of driving indeed at those super finals, where drivers from all across the world come to face off in the one-off event there in Italy. So that is what's at stake for both of these classes and the mini rock class, which we will be watching later today. Let's run through some championship situations before the start of the day. I'm going to start with the juniors. Ollie's still Pigeon Championship leader, 366 points. Alfie Briggs, 363. Kieran Pepper is third on 346. Alfie Richards and Isaac Lord rounding out the top five. Should mention that Ollie Stevens was not present at Glanny Gores, so here at Clay Pigeon is his first appearance of the year. Took second, third and third yesterday.
Seniors look a little bit like this. Rob Ellis, currently your championship leader. This is their first appearance of the season, in fact. They went to GYG. So Rob Ellis took a clean sweep yesterday in the 88. Daniel Pepper in second place in terms of points from yesterday. Max Davies, Rodriguez, Blancas and Palmer wrapping out the 5 entries in this class. Keep your comments coming in over on the YouTube stream. MTG Player asked, do they have tiny rain tyres? Yeah, I'm assuming that's regards to the Bambinos. Yes, they do. And these drivers have decidedly... Oh, bit of a moment there. It was carts cut straight across the crown there. Ellis had to take avoiding action. Rob Ellis mentioned to me yesterday, I was talking to him on the podium, that I don't think he's driven on wet tyres around this circuit before. The juniors, I think, are about ready to go. No, they're going to go round again. So it'll be interesting to see how Rob Ellis takes to these conditions. So he hasn't driven on this wet tyre before at this circuit. So 4 seniors out in this race. In fact, no, I'll stand corrected. 5 runners in this one. The number 88, Rob Ellis, alongside Max Davies in the number 5. Praga Machine on the left, Kart Republic on the right. Away we go then for the seniors. Very good start for Rob Ellis. Max Davies bogged down a little bit there. Daniel Pepper's going to be down the inside going for second place then, and has got the move completed through Billy's blind. Bit of contact between Pepper and Davies through the chicane, and it's relegated Pepper down the order a fair bit. Rob Ellis is away, so Max Davies and Daniel Pepper, as I say, with the contact there, and both of them have fallen to the back of the order. Away go the juniors. Looks like the number 47 of Alfie Briggs has got the best start there. From the second row of the second position on the grid, I should say. Running with Total Karting by Rob Smedley, the team there running the 47. Recently, off there goes the number 36. That's David Marshall, having an incident that I'm quite familiar with myself, having a spin down at the hairpin. Contact warning for the number 5, which is Max Davies. I'm assuming that will be for the contact with Daniel Pepper through the S's for the first time. So the juniors come over, start finish, so it's Briggs ahead of Stevens. Briggs on this new Charles Leclerc machine. I think he's very much liking how it's performing at the moment. Easy on the brakes in these conditions into the hairpin. Briggs and Stevens have broken away from the rest of the field. Just to remind you of the finals results yesterday, Rob Ellis, as we say, took the clean sweep. Ollie Stevens took the win in juniors. Alfie Briggs didn't have the happiest of times yesterday in that final, finished in 6th place in the junior category. This would be a great comeback if he could get a good result in this first race of the day. 6 minutes to go. Just looking here at the battle for 3rd place in seniors, going into Billy's blind now. Rodriguez Blanquez ahead of Max Davies. Mateo Palmer's having a strong run so far, 2.7 seconds off the lead, but crucially 1.4 ahead of this group fighting over 3rd. Max Davies looking down the inside. Has he found the grip? Yes, just about. So that's a good move from Max Davies. Elected to go to the inside line. Knew he was going to be a little bit weak off of the hairpin, but positioned the kart very, very nicely. Blocked any opportunity for Rodriguez Blanquez to get back through.
So it'll be Ellis, Palmer, Davies now up to 3rd place. Rodriguez Blanquez there in 4th place. Daniel Pepper still holding on in 5th as well. What's happening in juniors at the moment? Very close at the front of the junior pack at the moment. The number 47 of Alfie Briggs, 0.4 of a second ahead of Ollie Stevens in the number 2. Ollie still up a little bit further behind in 3rd place, looking to score some solid points once again. Top rookie at the moment in this category is Joe Lorenz, the driver in the number 14. Rodriguez Blanquez was getting very sideways through the last corner there. We're going to cut to our juniors now. Here is the battle for the junior lead, going through the horseshoe now. Still Alfie Briggs ahead of Ollie Stevens, 1 and 2 out there on the circuit at the moment. Ollie Stevens taking a nice tight line there through the horseshoe. Can Stevens work together with Briggs to pull out this gap even further with Stillport? Does Stevens want to try and get through with 4 minutes on the clock? Change for 10th position overall in this race, which will be 5th in the juniors. Kieran Pepper in the number 3 has got past Joe Lorenz. Darren Marshall unfortunately has fallen off the lead lap. We saw him have to spin down at the hairpin on lap number 1. I wonder if that car is actually still running, or whether it's been pulled off the circuit due to any damage sustained during that incident. 3.5 minutes to go. Conditions still very tricky here at Clay Pigeon. I'm just looking out the window. The rain has just about stopped, but it's still very windy. Just caught a sight of Isaac Lord there in the number 5, running in a strong position, 4th place in the juniors. Praga entry there, the number 14 of Joe Lorenz, still your top rookie in this race, but he's having a fight for those rookie honours with Harry Ewell in the number 65. And Rob Ellis actually starting to work his way through these juniors now, so see the other Praga kart there, that is not in a race with these juniors. That is your top senior looking to come through the field. Good driver there from Harry Ewell, just pulls to one side, lets Rob Ellis through. We'll see Rob out again later on today in the other senior category. Oh, that's a problem for Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez. And the number 18 has unfortunately come to a halt. I think that's on the pit straight. He's pulled off 2 drivers left and will be covered under yellow flag. That's a real shame for Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez, who is running strongly, was running well, but something has befallen his kart and it's a mechanical issue that's taken him out of this race. Alfie Briggs still leading though in the junior category. He's just holding Ollie Stevens at the moment at that gap of, what's that, about 5/10, 6/10 of a second. Enjoying these races in this Vortex Rock category. Yellow flag out there, you see that's going to be for the recovery of Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez. We've seen has retired from this race. Looks like they've got the kart off the circuit there. That's great work by the team and by the marshals here at Clay Pigeon to clear that incident as quickly as possible and get us back to racing speed. A new fastest lap of the race from Alfie Briggs, 40.541. That's faster than any of the seniors as well, so Alfie Briggs running very strongly at the moment. This is a great effort from the total karting effort. Ollie Stevens racing with DHR this season as well. 50 seconds to go. 2 very well prepared machines battling out at the front of this junior category field. They'll have maybe 2 more laps, I think. More depends on where Rob Ellis is in terms of, in fact, there he is, the number 88, just coming around the final corner now. And now there will be 2 more laps. So I think our junior leaders may sneak in another one relative to where they are at the moment. But Rob Ellis, 2.4 seconds clear of Matteo Palmer. This is good to see Matteo Palmer having a strong run. Didn't have all the bad luck yesterday. So seeing Matteo Palmer and 75 pounds back here, hopefully we can close out this result. Time has now expired. Just looking a little bit further back, somewhere in there are going to be our other runners in the senior category. But Rob Ellis comes round to start the final lap of the race. Continues to look very, very comfortable out there. A new fastest lap of the race to boot as well, 40.294. Is Kieran Pepper, the number 3, just ahead of Matteo Palmer. So these are categories racing amongst each other. Isaac Lord's still in there as well. But Rob Ellis looked very calm yesterday when I spoke to him. He's having a very, very good weekend. Took the clean sweep yesterday and carries on that form in the senior rock category. Rob Ellis in the number 88 takes the first heat of the day in senior rock. Matteo Palmer is going to finish in 2nd place. Gets a result on the board. Really, really good to see. Max Davies will be 3rd. 4th for Daniel Pepper. Kieran Pepper, Isaac Claude, Joe Lorenz, Harry Ewell, Alfie Richards and Darren Marshall have all finished already in the junior category. Here come the other juniors. This is for the junior win. Alfie Briggs is going to take the first heat of the day. A very good result ahead of Ollie Stevens, and Ollie Stilp out there as well will be our last kart. Across the line, 3rd place, more good points for the championship leader. Well, a fine race there from Rob Ellis in the seniors. Alfie Briggs wrapping up a lot of pressure there from Ollie Stevens in the juniors. We'll see them out once again later on in the day for their 2nd heat. We'll move on now to race number 5 on your schedules. It'll be the first heat for Honda Cadets. Let's look at the grid then for this first heat of the day in Honda Cadet. Christian Stefanov has pole position alongside on the front row is Jaden Sherwood. Martin Wright and Cameron Nelson start on the 2nd row of the grid. Oliver Majewski and Logan McAllister are on row number 3. Andrew Dixon and Riley Till start on the 4th row of the grid. Charlie Warren and Archie Dyson wrap out the top 10. Ethan Griffiths and Mayim Patel are on row number 6. Brennan James and Emily Cooper on row 7. Amy Peacock and Eva Morris on row 8. Katie Donaldson and Jensen Walker on row 9. And then John Richardson was the last of those to set a lap time in 19th. Victor Hansen did not take part in qualifying. He did have a disqualification as well from qualifying, which was Jensen Hookey. So 21 karts due out there on circuit. Still wet conditions here at Clay Pigeon. The rain looks to have stopped again in the skies. In fact, if I peer through the window, there's almost, yes there is, a patch of blue sky above us here at Clay Pigeon. But never mind that, Honda Cadets will have to deal with the wet conditions here. We are not quite ready, as there's something going on there with number 2, Martin Wright, but I think now we are ready to go. No, there's more issues for Martin Wright, just getting him correctly positioned. Now on the starters' orders, away we go. Not the greatest of starts from those on the front row of the grid. Number 44 of Cameron Nelson had nowhere to go there, but Christian Stefanov, despite that slightly tardy start, will still lead through Billy's blind at the start of this one. A little bit of bumping through the first corner as well in the midfield. Oh, there's a moment in the middle of the pack there for, it may have been the number 99 of Andrew Dixon. I think it's a little bit of survival mode out there at the moment for the start of this one. Honda Cadet all about momentum and trying to break away. Good move down the inside there by the number 11 of Archie Dyson. Takes a position. Some very good drivers in this field. Oliver Majewski was your winner in the final yesterday. End of lap number 1 then. Christian Stefanov leads. That slightly strange start where row 2 reacted far better than the front row to the lights going out. Cameron Nelson in second, Oliver Majewski up to third, your championship leader. Where is Jaden Sherwood at the moment? Currently second in points. Number 3 is currently in 7th place. So he's gone down a little bit there from the grid. 4 places lost on that first lap. Number 11 of Dyson looking for a move once again. The 33 of Jason Hookey is on the move, as I think we expected, given the pace that we saw from number 33 in qualifying before being disqualified from that qualifying session. Side by side, Martin Wright and Archie Dyson. The number 99 of Andrew Dixon is involved as well in the middle of all of that. 6 minutes and 17 seconds to go. So if you've not watched Honda Cadet racing before, it quite often goes like this. A group will form at the front of the field and try and work together to break away from the rest of the pack, almost bank the positions in terms of how many karts are in their groups. Say if it's a top 3, they'll work together and then fight it out for the win on the last lap, knowing that they're guaranteed at least the 3rd position. So at the moment it looks like Stefanov and Nelson are doing that as a duo at the moment, trying to drop Oliver Majewski there in 3rd place, the blue and white liveried kart, who's won every single race in this category so far this season, apart from the round 2 final where Oliver finished in 6th place. Riley Till's still trying to hold in there as well, is currently in 4th place. Very hard to make progress on your own in this category. You have to rely on other drivers around you to work with you to progress up through the order, or hold on to positions, as we say. Jaden Sherwood, by the way, has just gained the position on Charlie Warren, so that's Sherwood now to 6th place. Cross start finish they go then. Stefanov 0.6 of a second ahead of Cameron Nelson. Oliver Majewski still in 3rd, and there's a few position changes further down the order just to notify you about. Ethan Griffiths has got past Andrew Dixon for 11th place. Mayan Patel as well, up to 13th place now, ahead of Eva Morris. As we approach the halfway stage of this race, first 2 heats today for our Honda Cadets. The number 33 is trying to fight her way through as well. Jensen Hookey up to 10th place as it stands. It's got Martin Wright in the number 2 just ahead for company. Martin Wright's runner-up in this category last year, of course, won the last round of the season at Shenington in 2020. Kasper Tomilewski has moved up to the minis. We'll see Kasper running out later. He was the winner of this Honda Cadet category last season. Good driving at the moment here from Archie Dyson to comment on that, soaking up a lot of pressure at the moment from 2 very, very quick drivers behind. This time Martin Wright does look down the inside. Nice block pass into the horseshoe there. Gains another position, and that's last year's runner-up up into 8th place. Charlie Warren, the next kart ahead on the road. Saying that, looks like Dyson is trying to fight back here, and Hookey's in there as well. Hookey, well, that is a brilliant piece of driving from Jensen Hookey. Gains 2 positions in 1 move. It looked to me as if Wright and Dyson were so focused on each other they missed the run that Jensen Hookey has, who darted to the left and slipped through. That's a great piece of driving. It's got Hookey up to 8th place. As we say, can Hookey now start to break away? The number 91 of Ethan Griffiths is in there as well, just trying to find a way onto the back bumper of Dyson at the moment. 2.5 minutes to go. This one going very, very quickly. Firm there. 8th place on the board for Hookey. Ethan Griffiths now up to 10th place. Archie Dyson in 11th. Eva Morris has also gained a position on that last lap, to 13th place Top rookie at the moment, I should say as well, is our number 44, Cameron Nelson. A lot of rookies to be expected in this category. 2 minutes to go. Still Christian Stefanov leading out front at the moment by a second ahead of Cameron Nelson. It's all going on here in the middle of the pack. The number 77 of Katie Donaldson looking down the inside, trying to get past the number 20 of Mayan Patel. The 48 of John Richardson in there is trying to go around the outside. Jensen Walker wearing a helmet, of course inspired by his namesake, Jensen Button. The JW on the side instead of the JB, very much racing in that same style that Button raced with in his McLaren days. Through the S's go the majority of the field then. This is a really tight race, as we come to expect in Honda Cadet categories. That's why it's one of my favourite classes. The number 17 looks down the inside there. Amy Peacock trying to get past Emily Cooper. Emily Cooper holding a nice line around the outside. Doesn't panic, keeps hold of that position. It's all over. I think this is over 13th place. It's Morris, Cooper, Peacock, Brendan James battle. Brendan James there in the number 87. .35 seconds to go. Oh, it was over the curb there. Who was that? That might have been, I think that might have been Brendan James, the number 87. Loses out there. Yes, it was the number 87 of Brendan James. So Katie Donaldson slips through in the number 77. John Richardson as well. So I don't know what happened. Well, I can suspect that Brendan James was on the outside there going into the... you can't really go more than single file through the S's, even in karts this size. Great scrap going on here. Charlie Warren, Jensen Hookie and Martin Wright all involved. Battles everywhere you look at the moment out there on the circuit. It's over 7th place. Cutting back now to the number 20 of Manav Patel and Brendan James fighting over 16th place at the moment. Still Christian Stefanov, by the way, leading out front by 1 second. Looking very, very comfortable. Cameron Nelson in second. Those two have worked together very, very nicely. They've pulled out ahead of Oliver Majewski. There is Stefanov then. Should be onto the final lap now. Yep, the last lap board is out. 1.2 seconds now the gap, taking the curbs very nicely. Through the S's goes Christian Stefanov. And this would be a big step forward in terms of results so far this season for Stefanov. Best result was the very first heat of the very first round of the year. Finished in 3rd. Got another 3rd later that day, but hasn't returned to the top 3 since. But he has now. Christian Stefanov is going to take the first heat of the day in Honda Cadet. A very, very good victory indeed. Ahead of Cameron Nelson, a fastest lap to boot at the end of the race there, 45.926. Oliver Majewski finishes in 3rd. Riley Till 4th. Logan McAllister wraps out the top 5. Jaden Sherwood 4th. Ahead of Martin Wright, Jensen Hookie, Charlie Warren and Andrew Dixon. That was your top 10. Well, Christian Stefanov will be very pleased with that. Huge improvement on the results from yesterday. A lot of confidence will be gained from that victory. We'll see the Hondas back out again later on today for their 2nd heat of proceedings here at Clay Pigeon. We'll move on now to race number 6 on your order, the first heat for Mini Rock. It's rock time. Mini Rock out on circuit next. Let's have a look at their grid. Max Hollor and Joshua Turnbull will take us from the front row of the grid. Harry Bartle and Jake Woods are on row number 2. Zach McDonald and Sam Woolley are on row number 3. Milo Manderson and Charlie Benson will be hoping for good results from row number 4. Cooper Sneddon and Jasmine Taylor are inside the top 10 for the start of this race. Marcel Poppercull and Jack Paul Gifford are on row number 6. David Vischer and Joshua Mills start 13th and 14th places respectively. Jensen Powers and Kasper Tomaszewski are on row number 8. Cameron Edmonds and Archie Pitts-Drake on row number 9. Isaac Parker and JJ Lowe are inside the top 20. Jensen Jones and Ethan Weldon either didn't set a time or were DQ'd from qualifying. It's a 22 kart field. Championship positions at this stage of the season after 3 rounds. Josh Turnbull is your championship leader, 360 points, 40 points clear of Jack Paul Gifford. Kasper Tomaszewski, last year's Honda Cadet champion here in SuperOne, is 3rd. Harry Bartle 4th. Max Hollor in 5th. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Big thanks to our sponsors, Will You Financial Group, who are not only sponsoring SuperOne this season, but also offering the prize for Driver of the Day. So do get your suggestions for Driver of the Day in across the course of the action. Keep an eye on the Facebook page later on in the week when the Drivers of the Day will be announced. We are ready to go though in Mini Rock for the start of proceedings for round number 4. 8 minutes on the clock. Into turn 1 they go. Still very slippery conditions. In fact, very slippery conditions for the number 89 of Zach McDonald. Zach McDonald off at turn number 1 then. Through the rest of them go. Warning for the number 8 of Jake Woods, who was around the same position of Zach McDonald there. So I wonder if those two came together and triggered the spin for Zach McDonald. Max Hollor got a good start there from the front row of the grid. This, of course, another class with a golden ticket to the super final in Italy in October up for grabs here. There's a category that I think is going to be the most fiercely competed over this season, because it's a good-sized field racing for that spot to represent Great Britain at the end of the season. As whoa, big moment there and a spin and off into the tyres. I think that's Cooper Sneddon. Yes, it is. Cooper Sneddon, and there may be damage to the kart there. He's deep in the tyres. I know that feeling, and unfortunately that is the end of Cooper's race. I think he got on the dirt on driver's left a little bit there, under braking. It is so easy to do that into the hairpin in these conditions. Leaders come over start finish then. Hollor and Turnbull covered by a 1/10 of a second. Harry Bartle having another very strong run here in 3rd place. Sam Woolley in 4th. Charlie Benson 5th. Marcel Poppercull has had a very good opening to this race. He's up to 6th place. Kasper Tomaszewski as well is into the top 10 after that difficult qualifying this morning. So the Honda Cadet champion, reigning Honda Cadet champion, taking to this next step on the karting ladder very well. Oh, 3 wide almost as they go through the horseshoe, and the number 34 is out wide. That's Sam Woolley trying to get back in line. May have lost a couple of positions there. Up the inside goes the number 99 of Marcel Poppercull. Poppercull is on an absolute flyer here. Really good stuff. Across the line. Max Hollor still leading. Josh Turnbull 2nd. Oh, as through goes Poppercull there. A little bit forceful on Charlie Benson. Don't think Charlie will be too happy about that. He's lost more positions as well. Jake Woods has got through. I think Sam Woolley got past as well. Down the inside goes Woolley on Woods there. Really good race this. Keenly fought. The number 8 Jake Woods trying to fight back on the 99 of Poppercull. So Poppercull's been forced back down a little bit. 3 minutes gone, 5 to go here in the first heat for Mini Rock at Clay Pigeon. You're watching live coverage of round 4 of the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championships. Max Hollor, I just wonder if he's starting to hold drivers up a little bit. There's another move down the inside from Poppercull into turn number 1. He really does like that overtaking spot into Billy's blind, and is now going for the lead, possibly having a look down into the hairpin. They're 2 by 2 behind as well. Number 25 of Charlie Benson trying to fight through. Side by side off the corner with, I think that was Sam Woolley and Jasmine Taylor in there as well. Overtaker going on everywhere, and through to the lead goes Popical. So Marcel Popical has fought through, and I think he, just remind myself, started on the 5th row of the grid. Yeah, well, no, 6th row of the grid. Was in 11th place. It's taken 4 minutes to fight to the front. This is a great drive from the number 99. Through the chicane they go. The number 8 of Jake Woods has got through as well. Jake Woods won yesterday. He's very, very strong. As off into the wall there is the number 10 of Cameron Edmonds. That's a real blow for Cameron Edmonds. Was running in the top 10, and he's going to fall a long, long way down the order now. Yeah, it's still the top 20, top 19 covered by 10 seconds at the last count. Max Holloway just starting to unfortunately lose a couple of positions now. Charlie Benson trying to fight through. And look at Jake Woods here. Jake Woods has really closed on to the back of Marcel Popical. Down the inside goes Benson there. Benson gets past Holloway for 4th position. A heat win, a final win, and a 2nd place in the other heat to boot yesterday for Jake Woods. And gave a very good interview on the podium afterwards as well. It was very well spoken. Here's your 7th and 8th place carts. Number 7 of Joshua Turnbull, the number 20 Kasper Tomilewski. Running a little bit wide there out of the final corner. That is Tomilewski. Needs to be careful of that. Doesn't want to get pinged for track limit infringements. Harry Bartle's having another strong run here in the number 27 as, off the circuit there is another one of the drivers. Just can't quite make out from our angle here who that is. We'll see who it is on time. I think it might be Ethan Weldon in the number 98. Side by side, the 2 leaders. Woods trying to get past Popical there, has got the move done. Overtakes, takes the lead. So Jake Woods started the day yesterday with a 2nd place, went on to win the 2nd heat and the final. He's going to go 1 step better today in the 1st heat of the day. Conditions starting to dry out a little bit, I'd say. The rain has definitely stopped. It's getting brighter, and that dry line is definitely forming. Marlo Manderson, I think, has had a problem as well, has tumbled down the order. It's now being shown in 18th place. The sun's starting to come out a tiny, tiny bit here at Clay Pigeon. Sam Woolley, we've not mentioned Sam too much, is in 3rd place. Harry Bartle, by the way, has got past Max Holloway. Who else has made positions on that last lap? Jensen Powers is up to 12th place. Cameron Edmonds recovering. Very good to see. Up 3 positions that last lap after having had that spin and contact with the barriers. I should say Cooper Snedden is back in the race as well, and is currently the fastest driver out there on the circuit. That was before Jake Woods then put in a 43.253. So lap time started to come down, and this is where the track conditions are going to get very intriguing for upcoming races. What do you go with? Do you continue with a wet tyre, or do you go to a slick? Because for now, the rain doesn't look like it's going to be hitting the circuit again. You don't want to be on a wet tyre on a drying track, or a track that's just simply too dry to keep those tyres working. 30 seconds on the clock. Jasmine Taylor, we just had a shot off there. With David Vischer as well, 2 of our rookies in this category. And I really do like the 84. If you're in the paddock, do go check it out. So down the inside goes David Vischer there, takes a position. Had a little look at it in the paddock earlier on this morning, and it's a lot of messages of support across the carts for Jasmine, and including one note that said no money for graphics. Clearly enjoying their racing. Really good to see Jasmine racing here in SuperOne. Last lap board is out for the leader. Marcel Popical has just popped in the fastest lap of the race so far, 42.622. That's not quite on the same pace that we were running at in qualifying, but it's definitely getting quicker. Kasper Tomilewski there. Has been overtaken by Cameron Edmonds.
This is a really good response from Cameron Edmonds. Having spun out earlier on, he's fighting back through. He's back into the top 10. Ooh, gives a little bit of a nudge there to Joshua Turnbull. But Jake Woods was on brilliant form yesterday and takes another victory here in Mini Rock. Third victory in a row, if you include the final in the heat yesterday. Marcel Poppercull stars to second place, Sam Woolley third, Charlie Benson is fourth, Harry Bartle the top rookie in fifth. No, apologies, Poppercull was the top novice in second place. It's still a very good result there for Harry Bartle. Max Hollor in sixth place, David Fisher seventh, Cameron Edmonds, Joshua Taylor and Joshua Turnbull rather, apologies. And then Jasmine Taylor wraps out the top 10. Kasper Tomilewski, Jake Paul Gifford, Jensen Powers, Joshua Mills, Isaac Barker takes it to 15th. Zach McDonald, Cooper Snedden, Archie Pitts-Drake, Milo Manderson, JJ Lowe were all runners at the end of those 12 laps, and Ethan Weldon was our one retirement out there. Well, a good race that from the Mini Rocks. We'll see them out again for heat number 2 later on in the afternoon. That's 6 races down on your schedule. Next out on circuit will be the first appearance of the day of two classes at once in one heat. It'll be the Mini Maxes and the Junior Max classes. Let's have a look at the grid then for Junior Max and Mini Max, starting with our Junior Max runners, Ollie Stevens and Finn Smith on the front row of the grid, Cameron Crockett and Billy Edgecombe on row 2, Ben Cordingley and Charlie Pritchard on row 3. Jack Davies and Jack Cooper start on row number 4, Donovan Dyer and Aidan Hassan are on row number 5, James Jackson and Jake Howarth on row 6. Zaki Hussain and Ronnie Smith have work to do from row number 7. Jacob Rhodes and Millie Hart on row 8. Holly Woolley and Sam Wyatt on row 9. And then a few drivers with no times and disqualifications. Daniel Sabula and Archie Lyons on row number 10. Ethan Bentley was a DQ from qualifying. And then our 3 runners in Minimax as well. George Barker, Harry Cottrell and Rowan Cartwright. It looks like we may have some slick tyre runners out there on circuit in this race. Conditions still fairly windy here at Clay Pigeon. Cloudy above us. Basically typical British summer conditions here at Clay Pigeon from previous visits that I've made to this circuit. But we're under starters orders then for Ollie Stevens and Finn Smith, who had a great fight yesterday in this category. Eight minutes on the clock then for these drivers. Away we go for the first heat of the day in Junior Max. Very even start, but it's going to be Finn Smith who leads out of Billy's blind for the first time. Into the S as they go. Everyone trying to fight for positions just behind them. There's already a break around 5th place, I think it is. So that'll be good news for those at the front of the field. As there's a big incident down at the hairpin. I think the O-plate of James Jackson was involved there. Big crunch. Hope everybody's okay. Everyone is running again. That was a big moment. For, I think, who else was involved? Archie Lyons may have been involved because he's not come through sector number 1 yet. End of lap 1 then. Finn Smith leads from Ollie Stevens. Cameron Crockett holding there in 3rd place. Good start for top rookie at the moment. Top rookie in the final yesterday as well. Billy Edgecombe in the number 23. Jack Davies and Charlie Pritchard there as well. Had a brief chat with Charlie this morning. We're looking for a little bit more pace, the team, across the course of the day. Last year's champion in this Junior Rotax Max category. We're keeping an eye on our Mini Maxes as well, denoted by the yellow number boards on the left-hand side of your screen. George Barker currently leading in that category. Whoa, big moment for the number 17 of Jack Cooper there, getting really out of shape, just ahead of Aiden Hassan there in the green helmet. It's all over 8th place, and there's a contact warning for Aiden Hassan as a result of that. No, George Barker, as we say, running in 16th place overall. I did ask him yesterday, was the number 63 in reference to his namesake, Mr. Russell? And he said quite straightforwardly, no, it's just a number that they were given as a team in a previous category, and it was pretty good to them, so they kept it. It's not in reference to George Russell at all, but from one George to another, both in 63s, running pretty well this weekend. There's the number 1, Charlie Pritchard, down the inside of Donovan Dyer, defending at the moment actually for that 6th position. Jack Cooper looking to gain positions as well. Bright yellow helmet there, the number 17. This group definitely breaking away from the rest of the field if you include Jake Howarth in that as well, and Ronnie Smith. So it's Smith from Stevens, Crockett in 3rd, Edgecombe in 4th. Pritchard now up to 5th place, he's got past Jack Davies on that last lap. As oh, what's happening there between? That was the number 79 of Jack Davies getting involved. Was that trying to get back past Charlie Pritchard there? There's a little bit of loose bodywork, I think, on the 96 as well, running around out there. That's Ronnie Smith currently in 12th position. He's just lost a position to Ben Cordingley. A lot of rookies in this category as well at this level. We've had experience across various kart clubs in the country. Racing here in SuperOne for the first time. Ollie Stevens feeling the need to defend slightly from Cameron Crockett there. And in fact, Finn Smith is having a fantastic run here. He's 1.3 seconds clear of the rest of the field. This is the first appearance of the season for the junior max category. They weren't at GYG for rounds 1 and 2. Finn Smith took the final yesterday, and it's just bolted in at 37.934. Great lap times coming in from Finn Smith, continuing that form that he had yesterday when he edged out Ollie Stevens in the final. There goes the number 96 of Ronnie Smith again past Jake Howarth. It's all around 11th place. And Ben Cordingley just behind as well. George Barker continuing to run well. He's 17th overall. Just trying to work out the gap to the next of the mini-maxes. I think it's about 6 seconds at the moment between George Barker and Harry Cottrell. Billy Edgecombe fighting through. He's got a new fastest lap of the race, but he's lost that straight away to Donovan Dyer. Changes for position just around the top 10. Bentley and Smith have got through to 9th and 10th. Jack Davies down now to 11th, unfortunately. So look there at Millie Hart and Jacob Rhodes. Rhodes down the inside of Hart, takes that position very nicely. Textbook into the hairpin there. Jacob Rhodes up to 15th place. So with the track continuing to morph from damp to dry, Zaki Hussain is currently the fastest driver out on circuit, 37.743. He's got past Ben Cordingley as well on that lap, so that's a very good lap to say. It's got purple on the timing screen and there was an overtake involved. Can Hussain get any more positions with 2 minutes and a bit left on the clock? Here is a fight going on involving Ollie Stevens. In fact, there's been a change there for second place as they come across the line. So Cameron Crockett has got ahead of Ollie Stevens, and Billy Edgecombe has gone through as well. They're starting to pull away from Ollie Stevens. I have to say, this is a bit of a surprise to me. Ollie Stevens was out in one of the earlier categories in Junior Rock, so will have experienced the track this morning in racing conditions, but it doesn't look to be serving him at the moment. He's being dropped by Crockett and Edgecombe round the final corner. best results yesterday for Cameron Crockett was 3rd place in the first heat. It was very much the high point of his day. All was downhill after that. 10th in the second heat, 22nd in the final. Ethan Bentley has gone faster than anybody else in this race so far, 37.639 for Billy Edgecombe. Finished 3rd in the final, had a very strong final as someone is pulling off to the side of the circuit there. It's unfortunately broken down. We'll try and work out who that was in a moment's time. Just over a minute to go. It's the number 19, unfortunately, pulling off the circuit there. And that's your leader. Oh my goodness, that is the leader. That's Finn Smith. That is your leader in Junior Max. So Finn Smith was dominating this race, but has been let down by a mechanical issue. And well, that now hands this battle that we've been looking at between Crockett and Edgecombe. And Edgecombe's through. Billy Edgecombe has got through and takes the lead of the race with 2 laps to go. Well, rotten luck for Finn Smith. He was in complete control, out of our sight, but has broken down. Leader of the race now moving through some of the Minimax traffic. That's Rowan Cartwright. Good piece of driving there from Rowan, just keeping out of harm's way of these leaders coming through. 2 laps to go, as there's a problem for Pritchard as well. Charlie Pritchard's had a spin and has fallen down to 12th, 13th, no further down the order. So that's very unlike Charlie Pritchard there. Conditions still obviously very, very challenging out there. The grass does hold a lot of water here at Clay Pigeon, so I imagine that that's been a factor in that moment for the reigning champion. Time has expired. Last lap board is out for Billy Edgecombe, who has hit it hard these last few laps. Has got a 1.8 second lead out ahead of Cameron Crockett and Ollie Stevens. Ollie Stevens starting to come back strong now in the latter stages of this race. He's now challenging Crockett again for second place. Zaki Hussain takes a new fastest lap, 37.209. It's all going on here. George Barker's still leading well in Minimax, by the way. But definitely the most dramatic race of the day so far. Finn Smith was leading, suffered a technical issue, and Billy Edgecombe was going to take the victory. A brilliant victory here at Clay Pigeon in the first heat of the day. Cameron Crockett in second, Ollie Stevens in third. The team absolutely delighted about that victory for Billy Edgecombe here in SuperOne. Donovan Dyer in 4th, Jack Cooper in 5th, Ethan Bentley in 6th, Ronnie Smith 7th, Zaki Hussain in 8th, Aidan Hassan and Jake Howarth in the top 10, Jack Davies, Jacob Rhodes, Ben Cordingley, Millie Hart and Charlie Pritchard is your top 15. James Jackson 16th, Holly Woolley in 17th, a win in Minimax for George Barker. Sam Wyatt, Archie Lyons, Harry Cottrell, Rowan Cartwright, wrapping out those who finished on 1 retirement and a key retirement. Yesterday's final winner, Finn Smith, does not make the end of that race. Wow, well, real drama there in the Junior Max category. We'll see them again later on for their second race of the day. Next out on circuit is the penultimate first heat of the day of all of our categories, and it's the turn of Senior Rotax. They're out next. Here we go then for Senior Rotax. Let's have a look at their grid for the first heat of the day. Joshua Valance has pole position from time qualifying earlier on in the morning. Rob Ellis alongside on the front row of the grid. Harry Barlow and Jack Maidment on row 2. Ben Page and Jordan Morris start this one from row number 3. Joe Weaver and Alex Holgate start on row number 4. Sean Berry and Carl Dunford wrap out the top 10. For the start of this race, Louis Ball and Ollie Chadwick are on row number 6. Lucas Ivaskevicius and Tom Taylor are on row 7, and then it's Aidan Hammond and Alex Quinn wrapping up 16 entries in this category. Well, Senior Rotax on its first appearance here of the season for SuperOne at Clay Pigeon. They missed the round at
Glanigors. Rounds, I should say. So championship standings look like this from yesterday's action. It was a clean sweep. I think one of our only clean sweeps of the day for the number 17 of Jordan Morris. 2 heat victories and the final as well. Rob Ellis is in second place, so 128 points for Morris, 121 for Ellis. Sean Berry had a good, consistent day, 2 fourths in the heats and a third in the final, 118 for him. Joe Weaver was 4th in the final yesterday, came on strong after a really difficult first heat, finished in 4th place in the final. Jack Maidment was 5th, or is 5th. A big tie on 107 for 6th, including Ben Page, Tom Taylor and Alex Holgate. And your pole sitter yesterday is 9th in points at the moment going into this race. Finished 3rd in the first heat, but then had a 12th in the second heat and 11th in the final. It's going to be very interesting to see if Joshua Valance can turn around and use this form from qualifying and get some good points on the board. A driver I've watched a lot of over the years, but Wilton Mill, where we will be going later this season for SuperOne. All of the Sunday rounds remaining for the rest of the season will be streamed here by Alpha Live. If you're enjoying the coverage and you haven't pressed that subscribe button already, please do so. It really does mean a lot to us. It allows us to stream more action, give more support to the karting community. There's a problem for Alex Holgate, who's lost a wheel. Oh, now, my goodness me, that has not gone well for Alex Holgate. Straight out of the pits. It's the front right, and that was not attached properly. And, well, I don't think he's going to get that on in a hurry. And that is Alex Holgate already out of this race. An absolute disaster for Holgate there, who was due to start in 8th position. Well, we've lost one already then. We've got 15 runners out there on circuits, ready to go here in Senior Rotax. Under starters orders, 8 minutes plus 1 lap here. Joshua Valance will take us from pole position, gets a good start. Rob Ellis will challenge him for the lead into Billy's Blind for the first time, but that's perfectly done from our pole sitter. Through the S's, a couple of drivers running out wide, including the number 40 of Joe Weaver. Has to take to the grass, and that's going to lose him a lot of time. All momentum gone across that boggy part of land. And I'm actually quite impressed that he was able to keep that running, because that won't have been a good area of the track to be on. Well, completely off it, frankly. 30 seconds of the race gone. Here we go across the line. Let's count them through. Joshua Valance leads. Rob Ellis second. Good start for Jack Maidment, up 2 positions to 3rd at the end of lap 1. Jordan Morris, yesterday's clean sweep winner, in 4th. Carl Dunford had a good start as well. He's up to 5th place in the number 66 kart. Harry Barlow, the O-plate holder from 2020, unfortunately has fallen down to 6th. The leaders coming around the crown of the circuit. Around the final corner. Joshua Valance continuing to lead this one. Very, very even at the front of this pack. Everyone finding the time, I feel, at this stage. So it's Valance from Ellis, Maidment, Morris, Dunford, Barlow, Page, Sean Berry in 8th, Ollie Chadwick and Louis Ball inside the top 10. Valance also counting as a rookie in this category as well. So if you're looking for that rookie trophy towards the end of the day. Jordan Morris starting to look racy there in 4th place. Will back himself. He's got plenty of time to make these manoeuvres to try and fight back through. Everybody running out there on slick tyres, by the way. Joe Weaver's got past Aidan Hammond on that last lap, so that's Weaver now back up to the 13th place. We saw it as there's a problem, that is Hammond. And I think there's damage as well to that kart. The front wing looks a little bit out of position to me. Still as you were at the front of the field then. Joshua Valance leads from Rob Ellis. Fastest driver out there at the moment is Ben Page, the number 90 in 7th place. 34.723 is the fastest lap that we've seen from any category so far today. See the drivers making a little adjustment there to the radiators. It's quite a common sight in Rotax Max Racing. So the drivers making the adjustments to the little flaps over the radiators. Sometimes they want a little bit more cooling, a little bit more air into the radiators. That's down the inside. Oh, big move being done there by Jordan Morris. I wondered when it was coming, and there it is. Gets past his teammate, Jack Maidment, so through goes Morris. Now, can he get onto the rear bumper of Rob Ellis? Got to focus now over the next couple of corners. Break away from Maidment. That is always the challenge when overtaking down into Billy's. It can very much break the pack open here at Clay Pigeon. And the slipstream is so powerful. The plate of Harry Barlow recovering well through this race is in 6th place. There's your leader, Joshua Valens, looking very comfortable at the moment. He's hitting his marks, hitting his apexes. He's driving really well. 0.8 of a second is the lead for Valens at this stage, with 4 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock, plus the 1 lap. He'll be aware that Jordan Morris is starting to push now. Jordan Morris just starting to try and get away there. See Carl Dunford in the number 66, new fastest lap of the race, Jordan Morris, but it's very tight. All of the front runners are either in the 34.7s or the 34.8s. Serves well for giving us an exciting set of races in this category across the course of the day. Still another heat and the final to come up later in the day. Over start finish they go once more. Valens still leads, but he is gradually being pulled back in. His lead is being chipped away, and Jordan Morris continues to set purple lap times, a 34.622 last time round, and now exactly a second covers the top 3 here in this race. 3 minutes on the clock. Just looking a little further down the order, who else is running strongly at this stage? Harry Barlow, Ben Page and Sean Berry all setting personal bests last time around. Joe Weaver has gained another position, has got past Tom Taylor for 12th place now in the number 40. Morris really hassling the back of Rob Ellis now. Takes another 10th out of the leader. And if Rob Ellis and Jordan Morris can work together for a lap or two, they should reel in Joshua Valens, and we'll have a 3-way scrap at the front of the field for the lead of this race. At the moment, Valens is just holding that gap very well. 34.870 for Valens last time around, 34.778, 35.494 for Morris. As off in the wall is the number 90 of Ben Page. That was down at Billy's, I think it was. Was fighting with Harry Barlow and Carl Dunford over 5th place. And was there a move there by Morris? Yes, Jordan Morris has got past Rob Ellis. So Jordan Morris put in a blinder of a lap last time around, 34.594, and has got past Rob Ellis. I think he got it done down at Billy's into the first corner. Now sets off to try and deal with Joshua Valens, confirmed into 2nd place now. Ben Page will unfortunately tumble down the order after his spin. It's all going on here in senior Rotax, and it's just the first heat of the day. Hard on the brakes is Morris. He's taking a tighter line through the hairpin as well. This is looking very good. He's nicely tuned into the kart this weekend here at Clay Pigeon. Round the final corner. Is he close enough to have a go into Billy's blind? 60 seconds on the clock. Joshua Valens continues to lead, but here comes Jordan Morris. No, not this time. Just holds in 2nd place. Difficult to get the move done into the S's, but a little bit loose on the rear there was Joshua Valens. Is this going to be the opportunity for Morris to sling it down the inside? No, he's just going to bide his time. It's just the heat, though. He won't want to go completely all out for this and result in give him a problem. There is a back marker ahead of them as well. It's Aidan Hammond who's driven well there, just keeps himself
to one side of the circuit. We like to see that. Oh, Valance is a little bit wide out of the final corner, and surely Jordan Morris is going to have a run here. He's right on the rear axle of the number 28. But no, Valance covers it off very, very nicely. 2 laps to go, but now at the inside is Morris. Oh, just pulls out of it. And wisely as well, Rob Ellis and Jack Maidment are still there, and now Morris has to think about that. Oh, big off. Jack Maidment's into the wall. On breaking down into the hairpin. I think Rob Ellis slightly caught him out there. Well, he's okay. That's the main thing. But Jack Maidment puts his head in his hands. Was running in a brilliant position, fighting for the win, but is out of this race. Last lap board goes out for the leaders. Can Joshua Valance hold on here and break this run of victories that Jordan Morris has had so far at Clay Pigeon this weekend? He's a little bit wide again. Surely there's going to be yellow flags down into the hairpin, so no opportunity to overtake here. Valance still goes defensive, goes a little bit deep, and they're going to be side by side into the horseshoe. Great fight back by Valance, and here comes Rob Ellis. Rob Ellis fights through into second place. Great opportunistic driving from Rob Ellis. Joshua Valance is going to take a first victory of the week and a first victory of the year here at Clay Pigeon. A brilliant victory ahead of Rob Ellis. Jordan Morris is on the podium again in third. What a race. Point 3 covers the top 3 at the end there. Carl Dunford in fourth, Harry Barlow fifth, Sean Berry in sixth, Ollie Chadwick, Louis Ball, Joe Weaver and Tom Taylor in the top 10. Lucas Ivaskavicius in 11th. Ben Page had a spin and is in 12th. Aidan Hammond 13th. Jack Maidment retires after that crash down at the hairpin in 14th. What a race. Well, we'll see Senior Rotax back out again later in the day. And if it's like that again, we will very much look forward to that one. Next up on the schedule is race number 9, the last of the first heats for our categories today. They've waited very patiently. It'll be the Rotax 177 category. Rotax 177 time here at Clay Pigeon. Here's your grid. Scott Clee and Sam Winter will take us from the front row of the grid. Oliver Appleby and Chris Thomas, who was your winner yesterday in the final, are on row 2. Adam Sadler and Thomas Hinton start on row number 3. Robert Strachan and Sammy Marlam are on row number 4. Ian Brown and Ben Johnson are on row 5. Dan Miller and Ben Cowley, the last of those to set times in the qualifying session, starts on row 6. And hopefully we'll see Callum Smith and Joe Hunt out in this one. They didn't set a time though in qualifying. They are starting, they'll be on row 7. Hello to Stella. I'm going to pronounce this wrong, apologies. Zarkowski. Well done to Ben Page, great lap times, good try on the pass. We hope we'll see Ben back out again later on. Keep your comments coming in. We're here with you throughout the day. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media and commentary duties for your Alpha live stream and on the PA around the circuit. So great category this one. Drivers looking forward to their racing here today. All smiles yesterday on the podium. We're under starters orders for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go. Good start for Sam Winter. Will lead into the first corner. And through they go. Looks like a clean start from everybody, which is what we want to see. 12 runners out there, so I don't think we've got those karts which didn't set lap times earlier on. Chris Thomas has made his way through, so Thomas gets a couple of overtakes done through the S's, I imagine, and leads once again at the front of the field. Saw this in the final yesterday. Didn't take a heat victory yesterday, did Chris Thomas. That honour went to Oliver Appleby, who took both of them. A lot of experience on this grid as well. Oh, big slide through there for Thomas Hinton. Did well to catch that one. Hopefully he can hold on to the positions as well. He will have been a little bit down on pace out of the
S's there, and he has actually defended that very, very nicely from Robert Strachan there behind. There's a bit of a tap on the head there from Sammy Marlin. He's not happy about something. He's got Ben Johnson just behind him in the Tony Kart suit at number 61. So it is still Thomas from Winter, Appleby, Sadler, Klee, Hinton, Strachan, Marlin, Johnson, Cowley. And Cowley gaining 10th position on that last lap ahead of Dan Miller and Ian Brown.
So fastest driver out on circuit at the moment looks to be Oliver Appleby. As number... Just trying to... Oh, there's a contact there and an off involving, I think that is the number 36 or the 30. No, it's the 30... It is the 30 of Dan Miller, and he's got damage to the kart as well. I think it's on the rear right, so he'll have to pull off circuit. Didn't quite catch... He might have been with the number 10 of Ben Cowley. Apologies, didn't quite catch the number there. Or was it Robert Strachan? No, Robert Strachan's fallen down the order, so I think it was with Robert Strachan, the number 36. It's an incident you can sometimes see off of the horseshoe. As, oh, a bit of contact between the 10 and the 61. That's the two Bens, Johnson and Cowley. And Ben Johnson not too happy about that. Back at the front of the field, though, Chris Thomas still leads ahead of Sam Winter, Oliver Appleby and Adam Sadler. And Sadler just done the fastest lap of the race so far. As Appleby down the inside of Sam Winter. We like that. We like that a lot. Really good move into the horseshoe. Late on the brakes, darted out. Might have taken Sam Winter a little bit by surprise there. There's a warning for driving standards to the number 10 of Ben Cowley. That'll have been for the contact with Ben Johnson a few moments ago. 5 minutes on the clock. Can Oliver Appleby break through and take another victory here this weekend? Took both of the heats yesterday. As oh, so there is a spinner down there into... Yes, there was a spinner. It was the number 18 that's gone round. Oh, unfortunately, that was Thomas Hinton, who was running in 6th place. Won't be any more. I think he's got overtaken by every other driver apart from Dan Miller, who we know is in the pits and out of this race. Leaders go over, start, finish. Oliver Appleby just holds now. I imagine he will be trying to set him up for another move into the hairpin. We saw him do that to Sam Winter a few laps ago. Nice line out of the final corner, and here he comes down the inside. Can he get the braking right? Yes, he can. Very nice move from Oliver Appleby. But Thomas fights back on the corner exit. Oh, down the inside looks Sam Winter. He was always going to get the door shut in his face there. But Oliver Appleby takes the lead then with 7 laps completed. So we're probably looking at another 5 or 6 to go. He's been the hunter, now he is the hunted. Can he hold on? The weather is starting to close in a little bit, a lot of mist. The typical clay pigeon fog has started to descend across the circuit. I don't think it's raining at this moment, but we will want to keep an eye on this. Clay pigeon is notorious for foggy conditions. I remember the first time I ever raced here was a race meeting that got called off because of fog. Hopefully we won't get to that stage today. Oliver Appleby leads. A new fastest lap of the race so far, 35.200. His lead is just over 0.3 of a second now over Chris Thomas, yesterday's winner in the final. Sam Winter still there in 3rd. Scott Cleese come back into this very nicely as well. You can just see him at the back of your shot in the black suit in 5th place. Dan Miller, unfortunately, we saw him with the damage earlier. Unsurprisingly, he has retired from the race. He's not been able to get back out there. Have a quick look at Robert Strachan, just coming around the final corner, trying to close down Ian Brown at the moment. 2.5 minutes to go. So Appleby's pace continues to be very, very good here. 35.327 last time around. Only beaten by Winter and Sadler. And when we say beaten, we're talking hundreds, maybe even thousands of a second.
seems to like leading from the front of the pack here at Clay Pigeon today. Saying that, Chris Thomas has just stuck in a 35.162, is responding. Wants to take that lead back. It's been a change for 7th place as well. Ben Johnson has got past Sammy Milam, so Ben Johnson responding well. Saw him have a bit of contact early with Ben Cowley, which Ben Cowley got a warning for. Johnson lost a bit of time, but he's pulling that back in now. Big lap's just gone in from Appleby. Responds to Thomas's pace and sticks in a 35.121. Keeping that gap at 0.3 of a second. That's okay. If you can keep a driver at that sort of distance round here, it discourages them from sending a big dive into either Billy's blind or into the hairpin. It looks like these two drivers are dropping Sam Winter and Adam Sadler now as well. Across the line, I reckon we'll have 3 more laps, 2 on time plus the 1 lap once time has expired. And Thomas goes again, 35.005. This is a great race at the front of this field. Appleby and Thomas trading blows. Thomas has a quick check over the shoulder, sees that Winter is very much out of range now and he can focus on trying to get back past Oliver Appleby here for the lead of this race. 30 seconds to go. Still as you were behind as well. Winter, Sadler, Clee, your top 5. Ben Cowley and Ben Johnson 6th and 7th. Ian Brown's just put in a new personal best of this race so far, 35.525. Is holding 9th position at the moment ahead of Robert Strachan. Here come your leaders out of the S's. It's so tight between these two. He's going to serve up some fantastic racing, especially once we get to the finals later in the day. Drivers will see the last lap board next time around, or just in a few moments' time actually, once they've gone round the final corner. And Thomas is really close to the rear bumper now of Appleby. He's not going to be close enough, I think, down into the first corner, the first braking zone, but can he get one set up into the hairpin? This is where Appleby gained his positions earlier on in the race. Can Thomas now return the favour? Appleby has a look, but got good drive off of the S's, and Thomas simply isn't going to have the door opened for him to have a look down the inside. It's just not close enough. And this being a heat, I think these two drivers are going to take the points here. Oliver Appleby took 2 heat wins yesterday. He makes it 3 for the weekend here at Clay Pigeon. Takes the first win of the day in Rotax 177. Chris Thomas, another good result, 2nd for the winner of the final yesterday. Sam Winter is 3rd again, as he was in Heat 1 yesterday. Adam Sadler in 4th. That's a really good improvement on yesterday, where his best result was 10th. Scott Clee, Ben Cowley, Ben Johnson, Sammy Marlon, Ian Brown, Rob Strachan, Thomas Hinton, your finishers, 15 laps completed in that race. Dan Miller, the single retirement after 2 laps. That is the end of the first rotation then of heats. We're going to go back round again and start all over for heat number 2. And first out will be our C50 Bambino New Eras. So it's all changed. We go from our most experienced field on the grid to our least experienced field on the grid. Here's your Heat 2 grid for Bambino C50 New Era. Mason Brooks has pole position again, same grid as Heat number 1 from timed qualifying earlier in the day. Alongside him on the front row of the grid will be Matteo Garcia Patino. Row 2 is Drew Davidson and Sophie Morris, Dylan Glasgow and Otis Cleary on row number 3. Connor Butler and Amelia Dial are on row number 4. Bertie Cooper and Ellis Wildchild wrap out the top 10. Arthur Farrow and Cole Teal are on row number 6. Maximus Lewis and Alfie Mayer on row 7. Anthony Montesinos and Ella Dixon wrap out the 16 entries in this field.
So results.alphatimer.co.uk/SuperOne
is where you need to go for all of your results here today. Big thanks to our sponsors at the circuit once again today, CWG, Arai Helmets and Will You Financial Group. Remember, they'll be giving out the prizes later in the week for the driver of the day, so make sure that you're following the SuperOne Facebook pages and various social media pages to learn who wins that one later in the week.
Parents, guardians and mechanics out on circuit then to help set this grid up for the second heat of the day in C50 new era. Let's just go over the provisional results on the timing system. So it was Garcia Patino taking the win ahead of Drew Davidson. Dylan Glasgow third, Sophie Morris yesterday's winner in the final fourth, Connor Butler and Otis Cleary fifth and sixth. Hopefully we'll be seeing our pole sitter Mason Brooks. Had a tough first race, but another good opportunity here from pole position to get some points and improve the grid position for the final later on in the afternoon. Away we go then for the start of this one. Good start for the number 36 of Mateo Garcia Patino. And into the first corner to go. Really good start from the number 62 of Sophie Morris. Now, we saw a little bit of this yesterday. Sophie Morris took the second heats the day before taking the final. That is a very good start from Sophie Morris. Leads out of the S's for the first time in this race. 8 minutes plus 1 lap once again, which is a long time in the karts for these young drivers. They're all playing very well as they come off of the hairpin for the first time in this second heat of the day, which is what we want to see. So can Sophie Morris do the same as yesterday and drive off the front of this field now? Fog continuing to blow across the circuit at the moment. The visibility still good, it's not a problem as side by side go Drew Davidson there and Mateo Garcia Patino. Connor Butler looking for a way through as well. Down the inside, Dylan Glasgow brave on the brakes there from the youngster. Initially gains a position, but then Davidson fought back and retook that spot. Through the hairpin go the front runners. And great fun out there. Ooh, down the inside goes Mason Brooks. This is good for Mason Brooks. Didn't quite get the shot off the line there, but it's got some good pace. This will be back into conditions similar to what we had at the start of the day during qualifying when the 84 took pole position. And probably favour those with a bit less experience as well of driving in the wet conditions. A nice move down the inside there by Mason Brooks. Good run through, and that's Brooks back up to third place now. Best result so far this season for Mason Brooks. A couple of second places in heats at Glannygores. Was 10th in the final yesterday. And obviously had problems in the first heat. There's Brooks looking down the inside, well, having a half look to try and take second place away from Mateo Garcia Patino. He's got good drive out the final corner. Here comes Brooks again. Saw an overtake into Billy's blind last time around, and surely it's going to be another one here over start finish. She's got to get the braking point route. Oh, there's a bit of contact between Ellis Wildchild there and Dylan Glasgow, as side by side once again go Brooks and Garcia Patino. Brooks just held there in third place. Contact warning for the number 13 of Dylan Glasgow, who's sitting now, I think, in fifth position. Sophie Morris, by the way, again, doing what she did in the final at the end of yesterday. Just focusing on her driving and pulling away at the front of the field. Not worrying about any of this going on behind her. That's Connor Butler just up the inside of Otis Cleary. Otis Cleary currently the fastest driver out there on circuit. Side by side again go Garcia Patino and Brooks. Can Brooks get the braking
correct into Billy's blind. That is a very nicely done overtake from Mason Brooks. Into second place goes kart number 84.
Ella Dixon there in the number 76. Will probably be shown the blue flag as the leaders come through. 3 wide involving the back marker, but good driving there from Ella Dixon. Just holding a nice steady line. Leaders working their way past safely and carefully, which again is what we want to see. Butler and Cleary going at it again, still in 7th and 8th positions. Alfie Mayer has just gone and done a personal best last time around, 52.509, so Alfie running in 11th place.
2.8 seconds is the lead then for Sophie Morris at the front of the field. There is kart number 62. Mason Brooks and Mateo Garcia Patino have done a good couple of laps, have now driven away from Drew Davidson in 4th place, Dylan Glasgow in 5th. Otis Cleary confirmed past Connor Butler last time around. Anthony Montesinos and Amelia Dial have also got past Maximus Lewis on that last lap. So Montesinos and Dial up to 12th and 13th places out there on circuit. 3 minutes to go. Still plenty of chances for these drivers, and side by side again, almost, Mason Brooks and Mateo Garcia Patino. Good pace down the straights for the number 84 kart. And look at this, into Billy's blind. 5 karts all trying to share the same piece of tarmac. Very good driving from everybody involved, all giving each other good amounts of space. Cole Teal has gained out of that, and the driver in the number 66 has got past Butler and Cleary. He's now trying to find a way past Davidson there in the number 17, the bright yellow helmet, and Ellis Wildchild in the white helmet in the 88. Davidson looking down the inside of Child. Teal Teal to the outside. And here they go, over start finish once again. Still plenty of time to go, as fighting over second once more are Brooks and Garcia Patino. This will be good news for Dylan Glasgow, who's broken away from this pack. He's sat there in 4th place and is currently a little bit quicker, whilst these top 3 are fighting. Well, I said 2nd and 3rd place in this top 3 are fighting. Sophie Morris is still comfortably clear of the rest of the field, 3 seconds out front. Child defensive into the horseshoe once again. Is there going to be an opportunity to undercut? Maybe so. No. This is really good driving from Ellis Wildchild, just positioning the kart very nicely and holding 5th place. Cole Teal, though, will have a go perhaps into Billy's. They're going to be side by side, and he's through. He's got the run out of the final corner. And look at this, here comes Otis Cleary as well in the number 22. Is Otis going to be down the inside into the braking zone? Yes, so Otis Cleary picking the positions, is through and into 5th place. 40 seconds to go. Sophie Morris still leads. 3 seconds is the gap to Brooks and Garcia Patino, who are working together now, it would seem, because they're pulling away from Dylan Glasgow. Dylan, though, in a comfortable 4th place. Not a problem at this stage of the day. Will surely mean that it's a decent grid position for the final. 2 laps to go. Cole Teal fighting once again with Ellis Wildchild as they go over start finish. And you've got Davidson and Butler just behind them, looking for any opportunities to pick up more positions. There is your race leader coming into the hairpin, sorry, now. Sophie Morris. Bertie Cooper's gained 2 positions on that last lap. He's up to 12th place ahead of Amelia Dial and Anthony Montesinos. Dial also getting past Montesinos, so holding a net position on that last lap. Not long to go then here in the Bambino C50 New Eras, their 2nd heat of the day. Last chance to gain more points and more positions on the grid for the final. There is Otis Cleary in 5th place, looking fairly safe in that 5th place now as well. Cole Teal trying to get into 6th place ahead of Ellis Wildchild. There is the last lap board out for the leaders. In fact, yes, Teal has done. That is through into 6th, and Drew Davidson is passed as well into 7th. But how about this? Sophie Morris, so far, is running exactly the same set of results that she had yesterday in round 3. 4th in the first heat, a good solid result. A win in the second heat, as long as the 62 can keep running round the final corner. It was followed up by a finals victory. Is that going to happen again? We'll see later on. But Sophie Morris is going to take heat number 2 here at Clay Pigeon in the Bambino C50 New Era class. A really good win by some 3.5 seconds ahead of Mason Brooks, who converts that front row start into a best result of the year so far. Mateo Garcia Patino in 3rd. Dylan Glasgow is going to be in 4th place. Otis Cleary in 5th. Cole Teal in 6th. Drew Davidson in 7th. Ellis Wildchild in 8th. Connor Butler in 9th. Arthur Farrow 10th. Alfie Mayer in 11th. And then we've got a couple more karts to come over the line. There's Bertie Cooper across in 12th place. Amelia Dial in 13th. Maximus Lewis in 14th. Ella Dixon a lap off the lead in 16th, and that will mean that Anthony Montesinos is 15th. So that completes the heats for the Bambino C50 New Era category. Their next race will be their big final later on in the afternoon. We're going to take a short break on the commentary here, provided to you by Double Dash Motorsport Media. Next out on circuit will be the second heat for the Bambino C50 Pro category. Let's have a look at the grid then for this second heat in Bambino C50 Pro. Harper Das has pole position alongside Morgan Weston on the front row. Jack Baker and Austin Newstead go from row 2. And Cole Patterson and Maximilian Abrahart are on row 3. Austin Oman and Harvey Bacon start this race on row 4. Grayson Wortley and Marley Fisher on row 5. Jensen Sale and Z Pashal Asagi completes the 12 kart field. Keep comments coming in, and if you haven't subscribed already to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and you've got a subscribe button to press, please do so. Just help us out. And if you've got a like to give as well, just give us that thumbs up, and lets YouTube know that you're all enjoying the stream. I can see the karts off to my right, just heading out on circuit. Grid at the start for them once more. So the grid forming up for 8 minutes plus 1 lap once again. Just to look back at the results from earlier on today. For heat number 1, it was a win for Jack Baker, a first win of the year. Morgan Weston was 2nd. Harvey Bacon 3rd, Cole Patterson in 4th, Harper Das your top 5. But we're ready to go, and away we do go for the second heat of the day. Very good start from P3 on the grid there. Once again, the second row of the grid having good getaways, but they're all into the first couple of corners. Morgan Weston is going to come out in the lead of this one. Straight away, Jack Baker fighting for the lead, and round goes Weston. Oh, and a big hit. A few more karts involved, and a roll as well at the back of the field. I think that was Marley Fisher and Grayson Wortley involved. There's a red flag, our first red flag of the day. Oh, you hate to see that. And the marshals rushing to the aid of the drivers. That was all triggered from the front end of the field. And the poor drivers towards the back of the field had nowhere to go there. Drivers just come to a stop in the horseshoe. There's a
good start for Morgan Weston. Jack Baker tried the move into the S's. There was a little bit of contact. That's always the worry when a kart spins at the front of the field, that everybody on the first lap jostling for position, that further incidents can happen. So the field will come round the final corner now and reform the grid. Obviously the priority is the safety and medical needs of the driver that flipped over. Didn't quite catch the number on our screens here, so I don't want to speculate who that driver was, so I hope you just bear with us here in the commentary box whilst we get that piece of information confirmed. Of course, as soon as we know any news regards drivers and their safety and their condition, we will let you know. But great response once again from the marshals and safety teams here at Clay Pigeon. They do a very good job. They train for these situations. It can happen in any of these races. But obviously we are under red flag conditions for that incident on lap 1. Hello to Ian Fraser, who's wishing Jack Baker some good luck. So once we do get this race back underway, Jack will be looking to get another good result. Took the win earlier on in the day. Just to remind you of the championship positions at the start of this race, Austin Newstead was your championship leader, having won how many races so far this year? 6 out of 9 races so far this year have been taken by, well, I should say 6 out of 10 now have been taken by Austin Newstead. Maximilian Aberhart in 2nd place in points after yesterday's racing. Jack Baker in 3rd, and quite possibly has improved that now after the win earlier in the day. Cole Patterson in a strong 4th place at the moment as well. Is looking for that first win. Has had a 2nd, has had a 3rd, a smattering of 4ths. Jensen Sale has had a win so far this season. Took the very first race of the year in Heat 1 of round 1. Was in 5th place. So events coming up that we can let you know about on the Alpha Live network, with involvement from Double Dash Motorsport Media as well. Very busy weekend next weekend. We'll have 2 events going on the Sunday. First one to cover will be Club 100 Sprints. Howard Mitchell and John Ratcliffe will be your commentary team for that one down at Rye House Kart Raceway, and we'll also have coverage of the Wilton Mill Kart Club round, myself and commentary alongside Chris Dora for that one. And Luke's just reminded me that we'll also have NATSCA Nationals on the Alpha Live YouTube channel next weekend as well, so plenty to get your teeth into, and all the more reason to make sure that you've got that subscribe button pressed and the notification bell ticked as well, in what's going to be a very, very, very busy July. And well, to be honest, the rest of the summer really, as events get up and running. And we do hope to see more of you at the circuits as well, as we start to be able to get spectators back into facilities. Big thanks to all of you continuing to support motorsport through this strange period. Still waiting on some news in the comms box here regards drivers involved in that incident, so do hope you understand that we don't want to speculate on what's occurring out there for obvious reasons, and obviously we won't be showing any replays until we do know, but I'm sure the medical crews are doing their best job out there on circuits. If you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions due to an incident on the first lap of the second heat of the day for our Bambino C50 Pro category.
Coming up after this, you've got the second heat for the iArmy Bambinos. And then we'll get into our cadets, juniors and seniors as well. No lunch break today as well, so we will roll straight into our finals once we get to that point of the schedule. So the grid being formed back up there, I can see the number 95 of Harper Das on pole position once more. Morgan Weston, who got a great start off the second row of the grid. That's a very good sight. That is Austin Newstead standing, helmet off. He is seemingly okay. The kart, don't know about the kart, but the most important thing is that Austin is okay. And I think that's Grayson Wortley being carried back to the paddock as well. So that's very good to see that both drivers who we were concerned about in that incident are fighting fit, and hopefully we'll see them maybe not out in this next race, but out later on in the day for the final. Yeah, indeed, I can see. Yeah, the 74 is going to be taken back to the paddock. That's a real shame for Austin because he's been racing so well, and he's going to miss this restart. A couple more karts being sorted. So yeah, so you see the two missing karts on the grid there. So Newstead's kart was meant to be on grid 4 on the far side of your screen. Obviously that will not occur, and Grayson Wortley also I think won't take the start of this race. We'll also wait for confirmation from race control as to whether we're still running to 8 minutes plus 1 lap, or whether there'll be a bit of a time reduction. Big shout out to our sponsors, by the way, who continue to do some great work supporting the SuperOne series. CWG, Arai Helmets, and Will You Financial Group. Will You Financial Group also awarding the prize for Driver of the Day, which will be formally announced later on in the week, so make sure that you're keeping your eyes out for that one. But it looks like we are just about ready to go then here for the second attempt, the second start for the Bambino C50 Pro class and their second heat of the day. Harper Das on pole position in the number 95, and away they go. Good start again from the number 27. A lightning start from Jack Baker in the number 17 from grid 3. May have an opportunity to lead down into the first corner and does so. Great start by Baker. Got the grip off the line, and a much cleaner start this time from the Bambino C50s. They're on their way down to the hairpin in race conditions for the first time in this one. Harper Das still there in second place. Maximilian Abrahart's had a good start as well, in third place now. Austin Oman is up to 5th. One of 2 rookies in this race. But what a start that was from Jack Baker. Stayed calm, reacted best to the lights. He's got Harper Das with him just on the rear bumper. Is Das going to go for a move here down into the first corner? No, she's going to sit behind now, and if these two drivers can work together, they can pull away from the rest of the field. So it's Baker from Das. Abrahart still there in third place. Morgan Weston 4th. Austin Oman up to 5th place. Cole Patterson in 6th place. Good start as well for Z Pashal Asagi. He's up to 9th place at the end of that first lap. Just looking at the timing, we have got a full allocation of minutes, so 6.5 minutes of this race to go as we're midway through lap number 2. Baker and Das look to be continuing to pull out ahead of the rest of the field. Side by side for 5th place. Cole Patterson looking down the inside of Austin Oman there. Can the move be done? Yes, it can. Really good stuff from Cole Patterson, but Oman looked to be having another go back and fights back brilliantly, retakes the position into the S's.
So fifth changes twice in the space of 3 corners. Patterson still trying to fight through. I see the number 40 of Jensen Sale, who we've not seen too much of on camera so far today. He's involved in this race, currently trying to get 7th place off of Harvey Bacon. They're still side by side in this fight for 5th place. And there goes Morgan Weston down the inside, takes 3rd place away from Maximilian Abrahart. Confident overtake performed there by Morgan Weston. And they're 2x2 once more as they go down into Billy's blind. Sale looking for a way through. Sale currently the fastest driver out on circuit, 50.257 last time around for the driver in the number 40. 5 minutes of this heat to go. Morgan Weston takes a slightly wider exit line than Abrahart. Has to go defensive into the horseshoe. Cole Patterson looks like he's got the number 24 past Austin Oman. Harvey Bacon and Jensen Sale not too far behind as well. Maybe they can pick up some positions in this as well. Jack Baker and Harper Das still doing some great times at the front of the field. Harper Das in particular, best result so far this season is 5th. It'd be great to see Harper Das in at least the top 3, maybe even more. He's got another few minutes to navigate though before that is the case. Morgan Weston, slightly defensive line down into the hairpin, but Maximilian Abrahart seems quite happy at the moment to sit behind Morgan Weston, try and break away from Cole Patterson and the rest of them behind him. Cole Patterson is crossing over the divide now. Maybe this trio can pull away from the rest of the field. Maybe they can pull back in the top 2 if their pace is strong enough. Weston defensive to the inside. Cole Patterson, what is the speed like down the main straight? Just tucks back in behind Abrahart there for 5th place. Time ticks on by. Jack Baker continues to edge out the lead. Fastest driver out on circuit at the moment is Z Paschal Sagi, which is very good to see. 50.188 for driver in the number 44. I wonder if that's a new personal best for Z in 9th place, and is nicely on the back of this group as well. The top 9 covered by 4 seconds from front to back at the moment. Weston going down the middle of the road once again, trying to focus on getting the turn in right. That's the key point of that last corner. Get your turn in right, you can carry a good amount of speed. Too early, you risk clipping the curb on the inside. Too late, and we've missed the apex altogether. Here's the number 40 of Jensen Sale. He's got past Harvey Bacon, now trying to get past Austin Owen. Oh, as round goes the number 18 there of Harvey Bacon. That's a real shame. We'll lose a position to Z Paschal Asagi, but is still running in the race and should be able to get back going ahead of Marley Fisher. Marley Fisher having a tough race at the moment. There may be a problem with the cards because a 53.249 is the best lap time that the number 22 has produced so far in this race, and that's not where Marley is normally in terms of pace. Change for, oh, now not a change for 2nd place, but Harper Das has been caught. So was there a little error from Harper Das on that last lap? 2 minutes to go. Through goes Morgan Weston, in fact pushed through by Maximilian Abrahart. That was very good driving from Maximilian Abrahart. Kept it calm, just pushed Morgan Weston's number 27 through, and out of it has gained a position. Cole Patterson there as well. So Harper Das out of 2nd place. Maybe looking at another 5th position. Yes, Patterson down the inside takes 4th place away from Harper Das. 90 seconds to go. Jack Baker looking at a 2nd win of the day, and we'll have pole position there for the final later on this afternoon. But who's going to finish in 2nd place here? Morgan Weston has that 2nd position at the moment. Maximilian Abrahart in 3rd, continues to just push down into Billy's blind. He's happy to hold on to this 3rd position. Cole Patterson there in 4th. Harper Das
holding on in 5th place. It should be good for another top 5 here. The driver in number 95. Harvey Bacon, by the way, has got going again, and as expected is ahead of Marley Fisher, but unfortunately for Harvey is some 7 seconds or so behind Jensen Sale, who's lost a position to Z Pashalasagi. This is good to see from Pashalasagi, a strong run so far here today, but battling still going on for 2nd place. There's going to be 2 more laps for the drivers in this one. Jack Baker leads by 2.7 seconds now. The question is, who is he going to be in front of in the next few moments? At the moment, it is still Morgan Weston, soaking up the pressure from Maximilian Abrahart, Cole Patterson and Harper Das. That could change any moment. Through the hairpin for the penultimate time. Ooh, Weston a little bit wide again, out of the hairpin. Abrahart's going to be on the outside, though, for the next corner, which is a left-hander of the horseshoe. Maybe that's just the line that Morgan's preferring at the stage, opening the steering a little bit more, making sure that there's no run underneath for any of these drivers to get through. Last lap board is out then for Jack Baker. There is Jack, and we're going to be 3 wide down into, and look at the, oh, big contact, and the round goes the number 24 of Cole Patterson. 3 into 1, simply didn't go. Hopefully all the other drivers can spot that that's going on, but that's a real shame for Cole Patterson. He's going to be relegated to the bottom of the order. Good news for Harper Das, though, because it means Harper Das is back up to 3rd. And that simply was a little bit of inexperience, I think, from these drivers. Didn't quite give each other enough room. And Cole Patterson was the poor individual who went round. He was having a great run out of the final corner. It's a shame, actually, because it was the great run that put him in that position to be the one to get tipped round. But here comes Jack Baker. What a day Jack Baker is having. 2 races, 2 wins in the heats, and we'll have pole position for the final. Jack Baker takes heat number 2 in Bambino C50. Morgan Weston should come home in 2nd place, and Harper Das takes the best race results for the number 95 this season so far in 3rd place. A fantastic drive from Harper Das. Maximilian Abrahart closely behind in 4th. Austin Oman in 5th. Z Pashalasagi, I think that may be a personal best. Oh, not quite. He got a 5th place earlier in the season, but still a very good run to 6th. Jensen Sale in 7th. Harvey Bacon 8th. Cole Patterson in 9th. Marley Fisher. A difficult run in 10th place there. And then, of course, we had a couple of non-starters for that restart there. Grayson Wortley and Austin Newson hopefully will be back out later on for the final. And we will see that Bambino C50 profile later on this afternoon here on your Alpha Live stream. Another short break, and next out on circuit will be the 2nd heat of the day for the Bambino I-Army class. Let's have a look at the grid then for this 2nd heat in the Bambino I-Army category. Edward Haynes has pole position, George House alongside on that front row. Ethan Owen and Jarlath Sayer are on row 2, Jensen Short and Archie Rutter on row 3. Tax Farrer and Manav Diu will go from row number 4 of the grid. Charlie Clough and Aaron Southwood Jr. on row 5. Dean Singh Pahal completes the 11th kart entry in this race. Keep your comments coming in. As I say, Ian Fraser was wishing Jack Baker good luck in that last race, and it clearly served him well with that victory. Let us know who you're supporting here at Clay Pigeon today. Hope you're enjoying the coverage of round 4 of the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championships. So the grid coming round, the field coming round, I should say, to the starting grid. As we mentioned earlier, we have all of the Sunday rounds scheduled for streaming for for the rest of the year. That's some great circuits that we're going to for the remainder of the season. I'm just pulling up my calendar sheet so I can run through those dates. The start of this race may beat me to it, and in fact I think it will.
We're all set then for the Miami Bambinos and their second heat of the day. Oh, a couple of drivers I think have beaten the lights there, and away we do now go. Good start from pole position for the 101 there. Edward Haynes is going to have a good shot of leading down into the first corner, but George House's second phase of that start was very good indeed. So George House will lead us into the chicane for the first time. It looks like it's also been a good start for the number 49 of Jarlath Sayer there. He's up to third place. Archie Rutter, what a start from Archie. Fourth place as they go into the hairpin for the first time. Round through the horseshoe, Jensen Short is there in fifth place. And already it looks like this top two are trying to break away from the rest of the field. House leading ahead of Haynes as they come around the final corner. What was that gap going to be? It looks to be probably about half a second, maybe up to a second ahead of Jarlath Sayer in third. Jarlath Sayer on fantastic form so far this season. And he'll be a driver that they definitely want to break away from across the course of these early laps. Indeed, yeah, 0.8 of a second between second and third place at the moment. So that's a good start from House and Haynes. Good starts as well from Dian Singh Pahal. 2 positions gained, I think, from the grid spot of 11th. He's up to 9th place. He's got past Aaron Southwood Jr. and Charlie Clough. So that's a nice run from the driver in the number 23, classed as a rookie in this championship. There are your two leaders, and they are working together. That's good to see from House and Haynes. They've pulled out another 0.7 of a second over Jarlath Sayer on that second lap of the race. It's one of the reasons why I really enjoy the Bambinos and cadets. It teaches them a lot about racecraft. These karts aren't the most powerful machines in the world, which is understandable given the age of the drivers, so they have to rely on a bit of racing wit to get themselves around the circuits as quickly as possible. There is your second group of drivers at the moment. Jarlath Sayer ahead of Jensen Short and Archie Rutter. In fact, Jensen Short has got third place over the line, so a really good run out of the final corner for Jensen Short in the number 44, gained to position. But all the while, George House and Edward Haynes continue to pull out at the front of the field. They are the only two drivers out there at the moment in the 43s. 43.905 for House last time around, 43.891 for Haynes. Still need to keep working together though. 5 minutes plus 1 lap of this second heat of the day to go. Unfortunately, I think there's been a problem for Ethan Owen out there, because Ethan Owen is registered now running in 11th position. So Ethan Owen, who was, I think, in the top 5 early in this race, is now going to have a bit of a comeback drive. Sayer down the inside of Short. Big move. Really like that, but Short's going to fight back into the chicane, into the S's, and does so, holds on to third place. It's a good attempt from Jarlath Sayer into Billy's blind. Was brave on the brakes and on the turn-in, just had a little bit too much speed, ran wide, and that offered the opportunity for Jensen Short to get back underneath and retake third place. More good news though, and change for the lead. Edward Haynes has got ahead of George House then. So with 4.5 minutes to go, Edward Haynes has decided that he wants to be at the front of the field, but here comes George House back, trying to find a way through down into Billy's blind for the first time as the leader. Edward Haynes has not had a race win so far this season. He's had a few seconds and thirds. He's always been at the sharp end of the field. Looking back at the battle for third, looks like Sayer has got past Short and Rutter is still there as well. So Jarlath Sayer this time does hold on to third place. Side by side of the final corner. Here comes Jensen Short again. Can Jensen Short retake third place? Yes, he can. Ooh, I thought Archie Rutter was going to go for a move for fourth place then, and just elected against it. Sat back into fifth place. Ethan Owen, by the way, starting the recovery drive, has got back up to 8th place ahead of Aaron Southwood Jr. Edward Haynes, who took many race victories last season when he raced in the Bambino C50 Pro category. Can the run be broken? And a first race win of the year be put on the board. There go the leaders. They're still working together fairly well. They're pulling a good gap over the rest of the order. 4.3 seconds is now the gap between second and third place. Well, actually, to be accurate, more like 4.2.5. Just looking back at the results from race number 1, in case you missed it earlier. George House took the first heat victory. Jarlath Sayer was second. Edward Haynes in 4th. Ethan Owen Edward Haynes third, rather. Ethan Owen in 4th. Jensen Short in 5th. And here, House is going down the inside. Tries to retake the lead. Side by side through Billy's. And they're still going to be side by side as they approach the chicane. That's a very good move from George House. Retakes the lead. Very calmly done as well. Edward Haynes gave him the room on the inside. It's good racing between the pair of them. Now can Edward Haynes fight back? He's overtaken George House already once in this race, and he's going to have to do it again if he wants to take this heat victory. Over start finish they go again. You can see Haynes trying to break out of the toe there. No, just decides that he wants to sit on the rear bumper. Maybe he has the confidence of going for the move on the last lap and doesn't want to offer the opportunity for George House to do that. It's often something that you can see in cadet racing and Bambino racing. As Haynes is looking down the inside, going for the move. House holds it to the outside. We'll have the inside line for the next corner. Well defended that. That was very good to see from George House. Didn't panic, just kept a lane on the inside. Knew that there was going to be speed around the outside. It is a slightly cambered corner, the hairpin. You can carry a lot of speed by going a kart width wider than apex. Dealt with that very well. There's going to be 2 laps for these drivers in this second heat of the day. A little bit of loose bodywork on the... No, I think it's fine. It was just an optical illusion on Edward Haynes' kart there. He's having another look down the inside into the hairpin. He's going for it, and once again, is House going to be able to hold around the outside? No, not this time. Haynes positions his kart, the millimetre position, just a little bit wider, and forced House onto a less grippy part of the circuit, and has got the move done. But it's not got the race done. There's still going to be opportunities for House to get through. They're going to go around the final corner now, see the last lap board on the digiflag above them, and here comes... there's a little bit of contact between Haynes and House. And that may have just arrested House's momentum of being able to get down the inside into the first corner. That is where House gained the lead a few laps ago. They're going towards the hairpin now. This is the other big opportunity to overtake around this clay pigeon circuit. Haynes defensive to the inside, and that's well covered off. Surely Edward Haynes has got this one under control. Slightly defensive into the horseshoe as well. Has not taken a race victory so far in SuperOne this season. Took a lot of them last season when Edward raced in the Bambino C50 Pro category. May even be a bit of a drag race to the line because that number 5 is quick in a straight line. It is going to be a drag race to the line. Can George House get his nose ahead? No, not in this one. Edward Haynes takes it. A first victory of the season here in the SuperOne Karting Championship in the Bambino I-Army class. George House in second, Jarlath Sayer in third, Jensen Short in 4th, Archie Rutter in 5th, Dax Farrer, Marnav Diu in 6th and 7th places. Ethan Owen recovers to 8th, Charlie Clough in 9th, Aaron Southwood Jr. 10th, and then Dian Singh Pahal will come home in 11th. Well, a very entertaining race there from our Bambino I-Army category.
they'll be looking forward now to their final later on in the day. We're going to get ready, as I say, from race number 12 into race number 13, which will be the second heat of the day for two categories, our junior and senior rock classes. That's up next.
Junior and senior rock heading out on circuit in a few moments' time. Let's have a look at their grids for race number 2. Heat number 2, starting with the seniors on the front of the pack. Rob Ellis and Max Davies on the front row. Daniel Pepper and Esteban Rodriguez Blancas on row 2. Mateo Palmer on the third row of the grid. Ollie Stevens is your pole sitter in the juniors. Ollie Stilp and Alfie Briggs next up in the juniors. Joe Lawrence and Darren Marshall. Darren looking for a better result in this one after a tough first heat. Alfie Richards and Harry Ewell, yesterday's rookie winner, are next up. And then Isaac Lord and Kieran Pepper wrap out the 14 entries in this race. As we mentioned earlier, we are streaming every Sunday round of the rest of this SuperOne season. We'll be at Wilton Mill on the 1st of August, and then finishing the season at Shennington, just up the road from DDMM HQ, on the 29th of August. So get those dates in your diaries for those watching at home on the stream. And of course, entries are still open. Head across to the SuperOne website to gain all the information that you'd possibly need. Karts out on circuit then for heat number 2 in both junior and senior rock. And we mentioned it earlier, these categories competing for great prizes at the end of the season, where there will be places on offer on Team Great Britain for the Rock Cup Super Final, which I'll also get my calendar out, is due for the weekend of the 16th and 16th of October, held over 3 days of competition, due to be at Lonato in Italy for the 2021 edition. So here we go then, 5 seniors out on circuit once again in this race. Rob Ellis will take us from pole position. Away he goes alongside Max Davies and gets a good start, does Ellis. Davies looking around the outside there, trying to get through, but he's going to have to slot back into second place. Here go the juniors. Number 2 of Ollie Stevens will lead us from the front of the field. Ollie Stilp alongside Alfie Briggs, who won the first heat there as well. Briggs is down the inside of Stilp there, very nicely positioned. He's gone for the lead as well, as off goes, that's one of the Peppers, it's Kieran Pepper. So Kieran Pepper in the juniors has spun round, and it's unfortunate for him because he's going to lose a lot of time. And a lot of hard work is going to be needed to be done now to get back onto the juniors field. So Briggs leads in juniors ahead of Stevens. Stilp going with them. Rob Ellis has a 0.7 second lead over Max Davies, who's had a contact warning as well on that first lap. Daniel Pepper in the 33, can always tell the Peppers out there because they've got all the 3s on their cards. A little bit like the old Red Bull setup when they had Max Verstappen and Daniel Ricciardo. Contact warning for the number 5 of Isaac Lord. Still seems quite keen here in the number 43 to try and get past Ollie Stevens. He's concerned that Alfie Briggs is getting a little bit too far down the road for his liking. Rob Ellis looking in firm control. 1.4 seconds is now the gap. Down the inside goes Stilp. We thought he may do it, and he's gone for it, got it. Second place for Ollie Stilp. Now, can he break away from Ollie Stevens here in that number 2 kart? And I'm just hearing in my ear that there may be a little bit of rain. Very, very light rain hitting the circuit now. If that gets any heavier, this is going to be a real test of these drivers' abilities, because everybody at the moment is out on slick tyres. Does anyone in the upcoming races also take a gamble perhaps on fitting a set of wet tyres should the rain really start to come down. We'll see in due course. Change for 4th place in juniors, by the way. Harry Ewell has got ahead of David Marshall. And Joe Lawrence is in there as well. That's in 5th and 6th places. And Harry Ewell having a really good weekend so far. The green flag out through the horseshoe, which must mean there's a yellow flag out on the preceding corner, which would be the hairpin. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there, unless it's Joe Lorenz. I don't think, yeah, Joe Lorenz has had a very slow second sector, I think. No, I am completely mistaken. That is why there's a yellow flag, and it's unfortunately Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez again, who retired in the first race. Joe Lorenz's second sector was absolutely fine. A transponder caught me out there. And there he is, quite clearly running in the 14, the number 36 down the inside. Oh, he's not running well now. And was that on the yellow flag? Because there was still a cart being recovered there. David Marshall. I think the green flag was present on the exits. That may get looked at by the officials. Here's your battle for 2nd place in juniors. Ollie Stilp and Ollie Stevens. Stilp hasn't pulled away from, and yet there is a yellow flag out. So that is that little bit of contact that we saw involving Joe Lorenz and apologies, I can't remember what the other driver was. I think it was David Marshall. That may get looked at, because if that was spotted, there was not only an overtake under a yellow flag, but there was contact in doing so. 4 minutes to go. Rob Ellis in firm control of this race at the moment, 3.7 seconds ahead of Matteo Palmer. He had a disappointing start to the day, but getting some good points on the board now. Alfie Briggs in firm control of his category as well. There was Rob Ellis. Calmly moving this one through. Stevens is just okay to sit behind Stilp at the moment. He's still trying to get his head down, trying to get as much of an aerodynamic advantage as possible. Alfie Briggs really has come alive today. Results yesterday of 11th in Heat 1, 2nd in Heat 2, and then 9th in the final. It was not the sort of day that we come to expect from Alfie Briggs, having took a clean sweep of all races at Glannygores around a month ago. Lost the championship lead to Ollie Stilp last night. See encouragement from the pit wall to Alfie Briggs, just being told to keep pushing on. Where's the gap like? Especially as a little bit of time was lost last time around. The lead gap is down to 1.2 seconds as Rob Ellis sticks in the fastest lap of the race so far, 35.318. His lead is more than comfortable. It's over 3 seconds now over Matteo Palmer at the front of the seniors field. Still 4 of them running out there. Max Davies in 3rd. Daniel Pepper in 4th. Kieran Pepper, meanwhile, we saw him having the spin at the start of the race. He's got through. He's got past David Marshall. He'll hopefully be having a better result in the final later on. You see him passing through shot there. The leader is just coming up to the back of the juniors field now, so we'll need to navigate through these. He did so in the first heat very, very well. And that's really the key in terms of having that lead at this stage of the race. He can take his time with the back markers and working through them, because he's got 3.5 seconds to the next driver behind. If that was 3.5 tenths, it would be a very, very different story. And also changing story here at the front of juniors. The 2 Ollies, Stilp and Stevens, have very nicely closed up to the back of Alfie Briggs here. Apologies, we've lost all cameras at the moment, so I'm going to have to do this the old way. More encouragement going in to Alfie Briggs. This is getting very, very close between the 2 juniors at the front of the category in terms of this race and the points. Can Ollie Stilp try and get past? Rob Ellis continues to lap consistently. 4 seconds is now his lead over Ollie Parker. And through, and Stevens trying to fight through as well, through the horseshoe, 3 wide there through the horseshoe. Just got a quick sight of that. So Stevens has stuck his nose in there as Stilp was trying to get past, and he's got the position. Really good racing here in the juniors. Ollie Stevens back to the lead here at Clay Pigeon. They go out of my sight down towards Billy's Blind. There'll be 2 more laps, I think, for them. Depends where Rob Ellis is out on circuit. And when he crosses the start-finish through the horseshoe now, still Stevens ahead of Briggs. Still now down to 3rd place. And Ollie Stevens maybe held a little bit in reserve for the last few laps of this race, because he's pulling away from Alfie Briggs now. Down across start-finish. Time is up, but the last lap board is not out, so the juniors, again, they'll have 2 more laps. So 2 more laps, including the one that they are on at this moment. Down the back straight, I can see Briggs has had a good first sector here. He's just closed in a little bit on Stevens there. Rob Ellis is on to his last lap of the race in seniors. Looks like he's going to take another victory. What is going to happen here in the juniors? Round the final corner, they will see their last lap. Cameras are back with us. There is Ollie Stevens ahead of the number 47 of Alfie Briggs quite comfortably as well. That was a big 2nd and 3rd sectors from Ollie Stevens. But Rob Ellis is going to take another victory here in the number 88. He's having a very, very comfortable weekend. And he wins the race in seniors from Matteo Palmer. Lifted off a little bit at the end there, but what a pulsating race this has been in the juniors. 3 drivers who I think could all go to super finals at the end of the year and have that trip to Italy. They're fiercely competing over it, but it's going to be Ollie Stevens taking the victory in heat number 2, Alfie Briggs in 2nd, Ollie Stilp in 3rd. Harry Ewell will be in 4th place in the number 65. Another strong run for Harry. Alfie Richards in 5th, Isaac Lord 6th, Joe Lyons in 7th, Kieran Pepper and Darren Marshall wrap out the order. And just to go over your senior rock standings, Rob Ellis ahead of Matteo Palmer, Max Davies, Daniel Pepper, and a retirement in Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez. Apologies for the technical issues there. We'll hopefully have them fixed now. We're going to take another short break, move on from the rock categories. Next out on circuit will be race number 14 on your agenda. It's the 2nd heat for Honda Cadet. Easy grid for Honda Cadet heat number 2. Christian Stefanov and Jaden Sherwood will take us from the front row of the grid. Martin Wright and Cameron Nelson start on row 2. Oliver Majewski and Logan McAllister are on row number 3. Andrew Dixon and Riley Till are on row number 4. Charlie Warren and Archie Dyson start inside the top 10. Ethan Griffiths and Mayan Patel are on the 6th row of the grid. Brendan James and Emily Cooper start on row 7. Amy Peacock and Eva Morris row 8. Katie Donaldson and Jensen Walker on row 9. And then John Richardson, Victor Hansen and Jensen Hookey form out the 21 entries in this race. Eight minutes plus 1 lap away we go then for the start of the 2nd heat in Honda Cadet. Clean start from all of those drivers heading down into the first corner. Looks like Majewski's had a good one. Oh, there's a lot of spinners in the first corner. The number 11 of Archie Dyson was involved. The number 2, I think, of Martin Wright may have been involved as well. Oh, now is there a little bit of precipitation out there? A lot of drivers sliding through the S's. There's more drivers off at the back. The number 11's gone round again. And I think the 82 of Charlie Warren is round. Goes the number 22 of Jensen Walker there. And this light drizzle on cold tyres as well, because these Hondas don't get a warm-up lap. I think he's catching a couple of these drivers out. There's another spinner towards the back end of the field. This is going to be very, very tricky. It is the number 33 of Jensen Hookey. So Jensen Hookey's having a tough day so far here at Clay Pigeon. Christian Stefanov leads as, whoa, hopping across the grass there. That was Cameron Nelson. So Cameron Nelson went airborne for a second there, hopping across the runoff on the S's. Looking at the tyres, yeah, I think all of our drivers here are on slick tyres. We did have those reports of light drizzle last time out for the rock categories. And these drivers won't have had a chance to change tyres. They may have thought that the rain was just not hard enough for slick tyres. Down the inside, there goes the number 3 of Jaden Sherwood into the lead past Christian Stefanov. Poor Stefanov's been shuffled down to 4th, I think, because I think Charlie Warren and Oliver Majewski got through in that little battle there. So 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Martin Wright trying to recover. He's just got past Brendan, James, and I think Katie Donaldson as they went through the hairpin there. 5 minutes and 50 seconds to go. I think we had another change at the front of the field. Number 82 of Charlie Warren has come to the front of the order. And this could be taken by absolutely everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 carts. Covered by 1.4 seconds as they're squirming down into Billy's blind. They're nearly 3 wide off Billy's blind. Stefanov down the inside. What a manoeuvre by Christian Stefanov. Stuck it on the inside. Backed himself to have the grip into the S's and has retaken the lead. Charlie Warren in the orange cart, still there in 2nd place. Number 3 of Jaden Sherwood in 3rd. Oliver Majewski, who took the final victory yesterday, in 4th. Logan McAllister, Andrew Dixon and Emily Cooper all involved in this battle as well, which is really good to see. Can Stefanov pull away now? It's very, very hard to do in Honda Cadet, especially round here. Looks like Majewski's got through past Sherwood there for 3rd place as they go down the bottom end of the circuit. Yes, he has. So that's the number 40 up to 3rd place. Sherwood defending now from McAllister and Dixon and Cooper behind. And I think Cameron Nelson's coming back into this as well, because Cameron Nelson put in a good lap last time around and took nearly a second out of all of these drivers. So look out for the number 44 coming back into the picture. Five laps completed then by our Honda Cadets in their 2nd heat of the day in greasy conditions here at Clay Pigeon. Oh, a little bit of a touch there between Majewski and Warren, and Warren ran a little bit wide, has lost 2nd place. A lot of curb being taken by Jaden Sherwood. It's obviously something that the drivers do in these conditions, use the curbs. And down the inside goes Majewski, takes the lead away from Stefanov through the hairpin. Tap on the head to say, let's try and work together here. But Oliver Majewski is in really, really good form this weekend and is at the front of the field once more. So it'll be Majewski from Stefanov. Warren still there in 3rd. Jaden Sherwood in 4th. Logan McAllister holding well in 5th place there, looking for some good points. Andrew Dixon and Cameron Nelson hoping that the battles rage on and they can pick up some more positions across the course of this race. Brendan James, by the way, has just got past Ethan Griffiths for a position. As down the inside goes Sherwood, round goes Stefanov. Stefanov, too much speed into under them all. They're all piling in now as they're all caught out by the yellow flag. I think there were 3 or 4 carts off there at the hairpin, all in reaction to Christian Stefanov. And I think, is that Archie Dyson possibly in trouble? The number 11, or it's either the 11 or Riley Till, the number 41. But I say there were several carts off there down at the hairpin. It's so easy to miss your braking point or get caught out by a driver checking up if there's a yellow flag out there. Yeah, Emily Cooper, I think, was involved. Riley Till, Archie Dyson has got going again. Katie Donaldson was involved in the incident as well, has lost 5 positions on that last lap. That's a real shame for all of those drivers. 2 minutes and 15 to go. Oliver Majewski continues to lead and is pulling out ahead of Charlie Warren now. We're looking here at the number 95 of Logan McAllister. So this is your fight over second place. The conditions continue to be still very, very tricky here for all of these drivers. Jaden Sherwood did just about get through all of what happened there on the last lap. He's now down the inside of Andrew Dixon going for 4th place. Wide goes Warren, and McAllister's got underneath. So Logan McAllister, a great move there from Logan, through into second place. 1.9 seconds is the gap up the road to Oliver Majewski. Majewski just needs to keep this on the island, keep it on the black stuff, and it's going to be another race victory. Down the inside goes the number 99 of Andrew Dixon. Oh, contact with the number 3 of Jaden Sherwood, and wide as well goes Cameron Nelson in, avoiding action. Will both of those drivers be able to get out? They're not going to get out of there. That is a really, really bad bit of luck from Andrew Dixon. Racing incidents on my first view of it personally. Was fighting with Jaden Sherwood over 4th position. But Andrew Dixon is going to fall down the order now. Another driver succumbs to the conditions. Less than a minute to go. That's the number 3. And Martin Wright, who was in trouble on the first lap through the S's, has fought back brilliantly here. He's now in 5th position and challenging Jaden Sherwood for 4th. They'll have 2 more laps. Majewski, I was about to say is comfortable, but Logan McAllister, as the track starts to dry out, the lap times are coming down, is being closed down here. 0.6 of a second was the gap between Majewski and McAllister a few moments ago, and McAllister took some 5 or 6 tenths out of Majewski on that lap. Here he is. So Logan McAllister really pushing now as they're on lap 11 of this 12-lap heat. Can a move be thrown in to take a victory here away from the driver in really, really good form? I'm just looking at Logan's results so far this season. Had a disappointing run in the final yesterday, finished in 20th place. We're on the last lap now. Has not had a win so far this season in the SuperOne Honda Cadet category. You can see how tricky it is to get the karts to turn in these greasy conditions. We're on the last lap, as we say. Can Oliver Majewski hold on for the victory? He's responded well, a personal best last time around, a 42.959. But McAllister was quicker, 42.757. Is off there is the number 77 of Katie Donaldson. I think that was down at Billy's blind. But Oliver Majewski looks like he's going to hold on here. This is a really good victory. He's had to dig deep, pick his positions, pick his way through. Was challenged at the end by Logan McAllister, who's going to get a personal best result of the year so far. Oliver Majewski is going to take Heat 2 in Honda Cadet. He is P1. A great run from Logan McAllister, keeping a cool head in tricky conditions. Charlie Warren recovers to 3rd. Jaden Sherwood 4th. Martin Wright in 5th. Mayan Patel, great drive from Patel there, up to 6th. Ethan Griffiths 7th. Cameron Nelson 8th. Jensen Hookey, even with a spin, still in the top 10. All of these drivers, I'm reading out now, all had problems in that race. Christian Stefanov in 10th, John Richardson in 11th, Emily Cooper 12th, Amy Peacock 13th, Brendan James, Archie Dyson, Jensen Walker, Riley Till, Andrew Dixon did get going again, did stay on the lead lap, and then it'll be Katie Donaldson, the last of those running across the line. Eva Morris did not take the start. Well, we love a little bit of wet racing, wet condition racing here in British karting, and that was a great example of it there. We'll see the Honda Cadet racers back out again for their final later today. Next up on the agenda, it's Heat 2 for Mini Rock. A fully slick equipped grid heading out for Mini Rock Heat number 2. Let's have a look at it. Max Holloway has pole position. Joshua Turnbull joins him on that front row. Harry Bartle and Jake Woods are on the second row of the grid. Zach McDonald and Sam Woolley, row 3. Marlo Manderson and Charlie Benson are on row 4. Cooper Snedden and Jasmine Taylor on row 5. Marcel Popical, who had a great first heat, starts this one row 6 alongside Jack Paul Gifford. David Vischer and Joshua Mills start on row 7. Jensen Powers and Kasper Tomaszewski are on row 8. Cameron Edmonds and Archie Pitts-Jarek are on row 9. And then Isaac Barker and JJ Lowe start on row 10. Jensen Jones and Ethan Weldon on row 11. Keep your support coming in for the drivers. Hello to Sadik TV, who has been enjoying the racing today. Jan Echterman asks, what does delta mean on the live timing? So I'm guessing you have to look at live.alphatime.co.uk/SuperOne. Delta means the difference between two drivers on the previous lap time. So, for example, I'm just seeing here, Logan McAllister had an orange 0.108 delta to Oliver Majewski on the last lap. That meant that Majewski was 0.1 of a second quicker on the last lap than the driver behind. So I hope that explains things for you. And our Mini Rocks head out on circuit. Another one of our classes competing for the prize to represent Great Britain at the Rock Cup Super Final in Italy in October. And you can go and search and see the stream from that event. Go and have a look at it. It was a very, very good one. A very enjoyable event to be a part of last year. So the grid coming round. Max Holloway has pole position once again in this one, and I think we are about ready to go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Here go the Mini Rocks, and it's a very, very strung out start to that race as Josh Turnbull was trying to get through, and there's a lot of loading, and around goes Jake Woods. So Jake Woods goes round, and the number 34 of Sam Woolley was involved as well. There was a lot of loading, and one of the drivers is trying to get back across the circuit. It was Jack Paul Gifford. So a bit of a messy start there from the Mini Rock drivers, but Turnbull's got a good start and is leading through the hairpin for the first time. So Max Holloway went quite early, and I think it caught a lot of the other drivers behind out. And then they all piled into turn 1 and made a bit of a mess. A great start for Jasmine Taylor. Jasmine Taylor was running in 3rd position there in the number 84. Up 4 positions. Marcel Popical is up 5 positions as well, is running in 5th place. There Marcel is, as round goes the number 36 of Max Holloway from 2nd place. So 2nd place spins out there on lap 2, the start of lap 2. Conditions obviously still very, very treacherous for the drivers here on slick tyres. So the drivers already caught out then. Sam Woolley, Jake Woods, Jack Paul Gifford and Jensen Powers all had problems on that first lap of the race. We've lost Max Holloway on the 2nd lap of this race. This is looking pretty good then for Turnbull. He puts in the fastest lap of the race so far, 43.413. The lead is 1.6 seconds. Charlie Benson trying to find a way through past Jasmine Taylor there for 2nd place, just behind them Marcel Popical. Now up to 4th place. Cooper Snedden has had a good start in this race. Good to see Cooper had an incident in the first race, responding well here, running in the top 5. Down the horseshoe they go. Oh, Popical really pushing hard, running a touch wide out of the horseshoe, but recovered it, still running. It's got a feel for Max Holloway. That was such a disappointing moment, that spin. Dealt with the first lap really, really well and has lost 2nd place. Down the inside, ooh, for a moment there, thought Benson was going to get the move done on Taylor, but Taylor holds out well as round goes the number 66, again down at Billy's. It's a tricky corner in these conditions. It's Joshua Mills racing on the Jack Dex Racing entry. Benson, a bit of contact between Benson and Taylor there. Taylor will hold to the inside. And this time, Benson down the inside through the last corner, but it's surely going to run wide. They're going to be side by side as they come down the pit straight, over start finish to start lap number 5. This time, Charlie Benson has got through. Searching for the grip, just looking on that outside line. It's working for him. Recovery drives are underway by the way. Sam Woolley gained 4 positions on that last lap. As round goes the 98 of Ethan Weldon. Oh, Ethan Weldon was up in 11th place. He's now going to tumble down the order, and another driver has problems down in the first braking zone. It's a very short braking, well, the length of the braking zone is very, very short. It's a quick snatch of the brakes in normal dry conditions, and use your tyres through the corner. But a quick stamp on the brakes can be quite dangerous in these conditions. See how much Popical is sliding there. As is that Tomilevski? I think it is, the number 20. So last year's Honda Cadet champion has been caught out by these conditions. Popical coming through the field now, I think has got some more positions gained. He's got Harry Bartle just behind in the almost purple helmet there, number 27. It's going to have a very good weekend. Very impressive for the rookie. Top rookie in this race at the moment is Jasmine Taylor. There is David Vischer trying to get by Cooper Snedden. Snedden currently in 6th. Vischer there in 7th. You can see just how much the karts slide on corner exit. Through the first corner they go, and I just wonder, are conditions getting a little bit worse again? There goes Joshua Mills. That's this time at the hairpin. Nobody is going quicker. Yeah, we had 41s and 42s earlier as Popagill's gone round. Full spin out of the S's. Loses the back end and loses 4th place. The rain continuing to come down. It's really fine drizzle, but it's affecting the racing surface. And it looks like Charlie Benson has also closed in now on Joshua Turnbull. Remember, all of these drivers are on slick tyres. And you catch one painted line, one curb in the wrong way, and it is curtains for you in this race. Round the outside there goes Turnbull. There is a little bit of grip out there off the conventional racing line. Marcel Popical starts to fall down the order. There is the number 16 of Jensen Powers now in trouble. Yellow flag will be out down into the hairpin. Benson will not be able to overtake through there. Off is the 48. It's getting very, very treacherous out there. JJ Lowe, that was. This is a real test of drivers' skills. The best in the world are always talked about of how they've raced. You know, your Verstappens, your Hamiltons, they've all had to do this at some point. Race on a wet track, on slick tyres, and win the race. Yellow flags will be out there on the run into Billy's. Take the outside line again. That's brilliant driving from both of these. Fighting for a win. They've got traffic ahead of them as well. This is about as hard as it gets for Joshua Turnbull. It is Kasper Tomilevski, though, who is pretty quick as Benson tries to do a bit of a switch back there through the hairpin. Is he going to have the power out of the hairpin? Yes, he is. Wow, what a move by Charlie Benson. Gets through, takes the lead here with 1 minute and 30 to go on the clock. Jake Woods is recovering, by the way. He's now up into the top 10, gained 2 positions on that last lap, yesterday's winner in the final. Jasmine Taylor still top rookie in 3rd place in this race. He's actually quite comfortable in 3rd place. Some 5 or 6 seconds ahead of the next driver behind, which is Harry Bartle. Josh Turnbull coming back, though, at Charlie Benson. Looking to the inside. Manages it well. Benson now taking an extreme out. Whoa, really out wide. Out of the hairpin. Blue flag for the driver ahead, which is going to be Tomilevski. I think he's hopped out the way, which is good driving. 40 seconds to go. There'll be 2 more laps after this one. JJ Lowe, I think, may have pulled off the road because he's fallen down to 21st position. 30 seconds. 2 more laps for these drivers to keep circulating. The lap times still continue to go out. They're in the 48s and the 49s now. Well, I say that apart from Jasmine Taylor, and there goes the number 53 of Isaac Barker round. Once again, it's down at the hairpin. It's such a tricky corner in these conditions. Oh, it's Charlie Benson. He's just squirming around, trying to find any grip that he can out there at the moment. Jasmine Taylor is currently the quickest driver out there on circuit, a 47.706 last time around. In a way, Jasmine would have wanted another lap of this as we go on to the final lap, because Jasmine is really, really closing in. Back marker aware there of the leader. Charlie Benson will see the last lap board. There it is. Charlie Benson so far this season, well, had an awful day yesterday. Was outside the top 10 in all 3 races. But in these conditions has shown true talent, if you ask me. This is not easy to navigate your way through a crazy, crazy race such as this. You can see how much confidence he has in the middle of the slide. He's got the tyres up to temperature. He's made them work. The overtakes were clean. Charlie Benson is going to come around. There's chaos down at the final corner, but Charlie Benson is going to take his first victory of the season. It's a brilliant victory in the rain on dry tyres. Charlie Benson wins Heat 2. Joshua Turnbull will finish in 2nd place. There he is. Jasmine Taylor takes 3rd place. Harry Bartle in 4th, and then we're into a guessing game of who's still left out there, because I think I saw the likes of Milo Manderson involved in that incident on the last lap. Cooper Snedden makes it home in 5th. David Vischer in 6th. Jake Woods, after spinning on turn 1, finishes 7th. Archie Pitts-Drake in 8th. Zach McDonald 9th. Jack Paul Gifford, who was another driver off on lap 1, finishes in 10th. Marcel Popical finishes 11th in the end. Sam Woolley, Milo Manderson, Cameron Edmonds and Isaac Barker, I think, were all involved down at the last on the last lap at the hairpin. Max Hollor 12th. We're still waiting for some karts to come over the line. And I think that is going to be it, because Woolley, Manderson and Edmonds are all stuck, I assume, down at the hairpin. Well, what drama there in Mini Rock. We'll see their final later on. And we'll move on now to the next race. Yes, more karts are recovered. Manderson there in the 77. I think that's Woolley as well in the 34. And Edmonds in the number 10 will be down there as well. Well, don't go anywhere, because the next race out on circuit is Junior Max and Mini Max in their 2nd heat. And I'm hearing that they are all on slick tyres as well. This is going to be a lot of fun heading out on circuit for the next 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat. We'll be back very shortly here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So Junior Max and Mini Max heading out on circuit now in tricky conditions that are not like the ones on your screen at the moment. So let's have a look at their grid for this 2nd heat. Ollie Stevens has pole position. Finn Smith retired from the lead in the 1st heat, joins him on the front row of the grid. Cameron Crockett and Billy Edgecombe, winner of the 1st heat, on row 2. Ben Cordingley and Charlie Pritchard are on row 3. Jack Davies and Jack Cooper are on row 4. Donovan Dyer and Aidan Hassan on row 5. James Jackson and Jake Howarth are on row 6. Zaki Hussain and Ronnie Smith, row 7. Jake Rhodes and Millie Hart on row 8. Holly Woolley, raced in Minimax last year, is in juniors now. Starts this one on row 9 of the grid alongside Samuel Wyatt, Daniel Sabula and Archie Lyons are due on row 10. Ethan Bentley with a DQ from qualifying will start 21st of those in juniors, and then your 3 minis, George Barker, Harry Cottrell and Rowan Cartwright. Well, I'm going to have a little look out the window, do this the old style way, and confirm that yes, I'm seeing a lot of slick tyres on this next group of karts. So this is going to get rather exciting because the rain is getting heavier again. There will be a slight pause though because we have got a couple of karts being recovered back to pit lane. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties. If you want to give us a helping hand, at Double Dash MM on all the various media platforms. That's where to follow us. So through the course of what will be a very busy July and August for commentary related things and sim racing as well. So the rain continues to fall. I've just had in my ear the technical term that it is proper coming down. That's from our cameramen, our hard-working Alpha Live cameramen out there on circuit. There's an example of one of them. There's an Ian Williams. Give us a wave, Ian. I should say Ian is in preparations for a mammoth task later this year that you'll see on Alpha Live. He's training to do the world record attempt, 24 hours solo in a go-kart, the British 24-hour later in the summer. So yes, you did just hear me correctly, 24 hours solo, and he's going for the distance record. So out on circuit go the drivers, trying to get some heat into the tyres, and that's the risk. That is the risk of warming your tyres when it's properly wet out there on slicks. We've had some drivers fall off on the formation lap. One of them is the number 23, which will have been Billy Edgecombe. So Billy Edgecombe, our winner of the first heat, has gone off, and I think it was the might have been Jack Cooper. I think I saw a 7. No, Jack Cooper's fine. I can see him there in the number 17. But my goodness me, I did wonder when I saw drivers starting to weave their tyres that someone was going to come a cropper there. It might be Cameron Crockett, you know, because Cameron Crockett has not registered through sector number 1 yet. So the number 8 may be missing out there. Right, hold on to your hats, everybody. This is going to be 8 minutes plus 1 lap in wet conditions on slick tyres. Into the unknown go our junior maxes. Look at the level of understeer just through the kink on the run down to Billy's. Is everybody going to get round the first corner? That's actually pretty well done by the junior max drivers. We come to expect that here in SuperOne. Very good level of racer here. The number 4 of Jake Howarth in a bit of a sandwich there in the middle of the order, as off there is the O plate of James Jackson. So James Jackson is out of the race already. Cameron Crockett has come through, I think, in 23rd position, so he's behind the minis now and has got a lot of work to do, and that's going to affect him into the final, of course, as well. So Finn Smith will lead us over start finish, the number 19 repaired back out there. Charlie Pritchard's had a good start, last year's champion. Oh my goodness me, Finn had a very, very close moment with the grass there. Just about got it under control. Holly Woolley's had a fantastic start. He's up to 5th place. Now I wonder, is that a punt? Is that wet tyres? Is there wet tyres on that number 59? Because Holly Woolley's absolutely flying and is able to take corners with a lot more grip. As round goes the 55 and the 79. As that's Jack Davies off and Archie Lyons off. I think that was Archie outbraking himself into the hairpin. 59, this is an absolutely brilliant call. Holly Woolley raced in minis last year, has gone for it, put wet tyres on, and if Holly Woolley's the only driver on wets, surely this is going to be a victory. She's absolutely blazed past Finn Smith and Ollie Stevens, and there's going to be nothing they can do. Great pickup by the cameras there. That is a kart on wets. It can happen so often here at Clay Pigeon. It's one of the circuits, I'd say, in the country with the most changeable conditions. Just cannot predict them. There's a green flag out, so I presume that someone is... Oh, it's Pritchard! Pritchard's off. That's down at the hairpin. So that was from 5th place, and I think, is that Jack Cooper involved in there as well? I think it is, the number 17. So it's 4th and 5th place. Jack Cooper, who is the top rookie as well. Both of them off, and that really shows how tricky it is out there, that last year's champion has had a and off in a big, big way down at the hairpin, side by side between the 19. That's Finn Smith losing a position to Millie Hart, as Millie Hart's gone on to wets as well. I think Millie has gone on to wets. So this is all drivers who took a punt from the rear of the field. And that's what you do when you're at the back of the field for one of these heats and you think, well, the conditions may change. Let's stick a set of wets on it and see what we can do. An inspired call by both Woolley and Smith here at Clay Pigeon. To put it into context, Holly Woolley's just come across the line and done a 44.342. Millie Hart's going to come across the line 44.941. The rest of them are in the 50s. 50.632 for Finn Smith, 50.311 for Ollie Stevens. Simply can't do anything about the pace for Holly and Millie at the front of the field because they're on the wrong tyre. They've got the choice wrong. They've still got to keep it going though, because there'll be points to play for both in championship and for setting the grid in the final. Means we've got the potential for a very, very mixed up final grid. Great battle going on, by the way, in minis as well. George Barker, 0.7 of a second ahead of Rowan Cartwright, the 63 and the 26. And they're currently running in 15th and 16th places overall as well, so they're ahead of a number of the juniors. Archie Lyons is coming through now. I think Archie's on wets as well, because Archie Lyons was in the 40-somethings last time around as well. Oh, it's real problems there. Running through the kink. Ollie Stevens has got past Finn Smith now, so Ollie Stevens is first of those running on slick tyres. As off into the wall is that James Jackson. No, it's Jake Howarth. So Howarth is off, and hopefully Jake's okay. And there's a bit of a car park forming down there in the hairpin. I think I just caught sight of Charlie Pritchard's kart is still stranded in the wall. Yes, it is. That's not a good moment for the Haas team. 3 minutes of this crazy race to go, where Holly Woolley has called the tyre strategy absolutely spot on and has a 10-second lead over Millie Hart in second, Archie Lyons here in third. Then you find your slick tyre runners. There is Ollie Stevens in fourth place. Tiptoeing round. And it's got a mechanical flag, so something is wrong with Ollie Stevens' kart. We'll try and get a sight of what it is. But Ollie Stevens has been shown the black flag with the orange disc for newcomers to this level of racing. That means he has to pit. And it's effectively a black flag, but not for driving standards. That is because there's a safety issue with Ollie Stevens' kart, not just to himself, but other drivers and other personnel out there on circuit. So he will have to come into the pit lane and will lose fourth place. As a result, is off. There goes the number 64. That's Aiden Hassan, who was in sixth place. And it's, well, may have held on to sixth place, actually, because he had a 4-second lead over Ben Cordingley. No, Ben Cordingley's got through. Mechanical flag shown again to the number 2 of Ollie Stevens. And he have his hand up there. I'm just trying to catch a sight of what it possibly is that he's been flagged for here. There is Finn Smith, who will inherit the lead of those on dry tyres. Holly Woolley, by the way, continuing to lead out the front. And extend the lead. The number 63 of George Baker is now in second place in Minimax, because Rowan Cartwright has taken the lead in Minis and has disappeared up the road. Finn Smith is up to fourth, so I think Ollie Stevens has come into pit lane to serve the mechanical flag. There is your leader, Holly Woolley. He's now lapping, in fact has lapped everybody up to fourth place. That shows what happens when you're on the right tyre in these kind of conditions, because that's Ben Cordingley in fifth place, just behind. As Aiden Hassan is out, Aiden Hassan pulls off the road, is out of the race. Well, for the history books, this is going to look like a truly bizarre race finish. There's still time on the clock for more runners in this race to be lapped. 25 seconds of it to go. And in fact, there is Finn Smith. Finn Smith falls off the lead lap. Well, Holly Woolley will remember this race for a long, long time to come. Had a great final yesterday, got up into the top 10 after a couple of difficult heats. But this is quite some performance. Kept an eye on the weather, saw it coming in, went for the wet tyre and was paid in dividends. He's going to go on to the last lap now. Time has expired. And just has to bring this one home. Doesn't even need to push. 43.39. And that's good pace as well. Even on wet tyres against the field, of which only Millie Hart and Archie Lyons also got the call right. That in itself is really, really strong pace. 16 seconds is the lead now for the number 59. Sorry, make that 20.7 seconds. Holly is absolutely flying. This could be one of the biggest wins that Holly's had in her karting career. Just coming up to the number 63. Holly Woolley is going to win a truly bizarre second heat. A thumbs up to the team. They got the tyre choice right. Holly Woolley wins in Junior Max in heat number 2 with an inspired drive, an inspired teamwork. It's going to be one of the biggest victories here today as we wait for Millie Hart, who also got the strategy right. Finn Smith comes home a lap down in 4th place. All of those on the slick tyres are going to finish off the lead lap. As off there is the number 17 of Jack Cooper, who's had a really difficult race. Just got a little bit too hot down there into the hairpin. Millie Hart does come across the line in 2nd place. Archie Lyons in 3rd place. Well done to those drivers. They were brave, they went with the tyres, and they got rewarded for it. Finn Smith 4th. We're waiting for our winner in minis to come over. There is Rowan Cartwright, wins in minis. George Barker 2nd and Harry Cottrell 3rd. Well, what a race. And surely the next heat must be fitting the wet tyres if they've not done so already, because the wet runners there, of which there were 3 of them in that race, blew the rest of the competition out of the water. We'll be next up, race number 17 on your agenda. It'll be the second heat for senior road tax.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage here. It's a very wet Clay Pigeon for round 4 of the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championships. We're all set for the second heat in senior road tax. Joshua Valance takes us from pole position. Rob Ellis alongside him on the front row. They're all on wet tyres as they head into Billy's Blind for the first time. They're all looking like they've got a lot more grip than the juniors had, or most of the juniors had, in that previous race. Valance then leads into the hairpin for the first time. Took a great victory in the first heat of the day for the class. Down the inside there goes the number 90. That's Ben Page, looking to recover from a difficult first heat. As there's a spinner, I think, as off is the number 33, which I don't think ever made the start. So that's Ollie Chadwick in trouble there. Was due to start on 12th on the grid, and has obviously had some form of mechanical issue. Josh Valance then, running pretty well so far in this one. The number 40 there running wide, that was Joe Weaver. But round goes the number 37 and hopefully doesn't get clipped by anyone. Gets out of the way very well. That was great driving from all of our seniors there. It was Jack Maidment spinning from 4th place. Oh, I had my heart in my mouth at the moment there. That was your typical kind of scenario where someone could just clip a wheel and go over, but that was brilliantly done, not just by Jack to get out of the way, but also everybody else to avoid him. 6 minutes 40 of this 8 minute plus 1 lap heat to go. Joshua Valance and Rob Ellis working together at the front of the field. 1.2 seconds clear of the rest of them. Harry Barlow, the O-plate holder, has worked his way up to 3rd. There's been a move being put in there by Carl Dunford, the number 66, getting past Alex Holgate. There is Ben Page up into 4th place. Jordan Morris down the inside takes 4th place. Jordan Morris, who was fantastic yesterday, had a brilliant day. Didn't quite hit those same levels in the first race here today, but it's still got a lot of running to do, a lot of opportunities to get positions, points, and of course anything can happen in the final later on this afternoon. 5 minutes 50 to go. Still Valance and Ellis out front, trading tenths at the moment. Harry Barlow 3rd, but starting to drop back a little bit. Fastest driver out on circuit is Jordan Morris there in the number 17, the orange helmet with the black bands around it. Was half a second I should say, quicker than Page last time around. Has changed for the lead. Rob Ellis to the front then in the number 4, has got past Joshua Valance there. And now can Ellis get down the road, or can Valance fight back? Down into Billy's, nicely done there by Rob Ellis. There's a big couple of laps, especially if they're aware that Jordan Morris is on good pace. There he is, the only driver in the 41s at the moment. As Valance has a little look down the inside of Rob Ellis into the hairpin. He's actually going to lose out more there as a result of that
A bit of a 50-50 attempt at an overtake through there. Tom Taylor, by the way, has gained a position. He's got up to 11th place past Louis Ball at the end of that 4th lap. Carl Dunford's going very quickly as well. A 42.009 last time around for the driver of the number 66. So look out for that kart. It may start to come through the field. Now Ellis and Valance are responding. They're into the 41s as well. 41.792 for Ellis, 41.832 for Valance. But Morris continues to go quicker. 41.711 for yesterday's winner. No other changes in position on that last lap. But Rob Ellis digging deep here as we're having a look now at the battle between the number 40 of Joe Weaver, who's got past Ben Page there for 5th place. Ben Page in the number 19. Now Weaver's going to have a go at the next driver up the road, which is going to be Harry Barlow in the O-plate. O-plate positioned kart. I've got to think that Joe Weaver's going to find a way through here, and there's a little bit of contact, well held by Harry Barlow. So easy to go round there in the S's with that kind of contact, but Harry Barlow using all of that experience holds not just onto the kart but onto 4th place. Ben Page is down the inside. Great move down the inside by Ben Page through the horseshoe. Fights back, was in 6th a few moments ago, is now back up to 4th, and here comes Carl Dunford in the 66. Big times going in from the leaders as well. Ellis and Valance are now quicker than Jordan Morris. Alex Holgate's had a tough day so far, lost a wheel on the formation lap of heat number 1. He's now just lost 2 positions to Tom Taylor and Louis Ball. Yellow flag out down into the horseshoe. Someone has run off. It's the number 56 of Aidan Hammond. So Aidan Hammond is out of this race on lap 6. He completed 6 laps. We're now on lap 8 for the leaders. Rob Ellis is looking supreme here today, irrespective of what he drives in those Praga liveries. A new fastest lap of the race from Ellis, 41.565. 6.5 tenths is now the gap back to Joshua Valance, who's got similar pace to Jordan Morrison there in 3rd. Ben Page has also been unleashed, 41.583 from the 4th place entry. Rain does look to have at least subsided at the moment. And the clouds starting to part. It's ever-changing conditions here at Clay Pigeon. I don't think we mentioned as well there's been a contact warning for Tom Taylor in the number 77. Valance is coming nicely back into this. Another new fastest lap of the race, 41.431. 6 tenths is the gap. They've fended off the ventures of Jordan Morris. Jordan Morris isn't closing in anymore. In fact, he's starting to lose a bit of time. Joe Weaver, by the way, has got past Harry Barlow, is now up into 5th place out there on the circuit. This one is not over for Joshua Valance to try and fight back and retake this lead. Currently in the hands of Rob Ellis. There is your battle now involving Harry Barlow and Carl Dunford. This is over 6th place. Going into the final corner now. Dunford having a half little look down the inside. Can he get the run down the pit straight now? He's in the toe of Harry Barlow's O-plated kart. No, he's not going to be close enough alongside him, I think, to get the inside. He's going to look down the inside, trying to get a run into the S's, get the block pass done. A classic S's move. Carl Dunford is up to 6th. Joe Weaver just ahead. These two have worked well together through this heat, have moved up through the positions. 30 seconds on the clock. Rob Ellis still leading and has responded nicely. 0.7 of a second now the lead. In fact, make that 0.9. Rob Ellis has just put in 2 really big laps to just fend off Joshua Valance. This race has very much ebbed and flowed across the course of the last 8 minutes. It serves well for the final later on. And we can watch every single race here today from Clay Pigeon. Round 4 of the SuperOne Karting Championships for 2021. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from Alpha Live. We'll be back for round number 6 later in the summer, where we'll be at Wilton Mill, and then the season finale at Shennington. This 8-round championship for 2021.
Last lap then for Rob Ellis to take a victory here in Senior Rotax. Mentioned earlier that he was unsure about wet weather driving around this place because he'd not done it before, but pardon the pun, he has taken like a duck to water. This has been a very, very impressive race from Rob Ellis and Joshua Valence. In fact, all the drivers out there have been supreme in these running conditions, but Rob Ellis is going to come round the final corner and take another win. He takes the win in Heat 2 for Senior Rotax. Joshua Valence, a very good second place, continuing his strong day. Jordan Morris in third. Ben Page, good response from the difficulties of Heat 1. Fourth in Heat 2. Joe Weaver fifth. Carl Dunford sixth. Harry Barlow seventh. Sean Berry eighth. Lucas Ivaskevicius in ninth. Tom Taylor in 10th. Louis Ball, Alex Holgate, Jack Maidment, and those were your finishers. One retirement. Aidan Hammond wrapping up the 14 runners in that race. Well, there's one more heat to go here at Clay Pigeon for the heat racing. It'll be race 18 on your schedule. Rotax 177 Heat 2. There, Rob Ellis comes back into pit lane in a few moments' time. He'll be a very, very happy man. He's having a fantastic weekend so far here. And let's head over now to Rotax 177 and their second heat of the day. .177 and their second heat of the day. Let's have a look at the grid for this next race out of the circuit. Scott Clee has pole position. Sam Winter alongside on the front row. Oliver Appleby and Chris Thomas will go head-to-head once again from row number 2. Adam Sadler and Thomas Hinton start this race on row number 3. Robert Strachan and Sammy Marlam will go from row number 4. Ian Brown and Ben Johnson start inside the top 10. Dan Miller and Ben Cowley have work to do from row 6. We didn't see them earlier. Hopefully we'll see them in this heat. Callum Smith and Joe Hunt are due to start from the back of the grid. Tyres reports as we look out to dummy grid. I can see a lot of wet tyres still on karts, which I think is the order at this point of the day. Do hope you're enjoying the racing. Keep your comments coming in. It's a very, very intriguing day here at Clay Pigeon as we approach the halfway point of this 2021 SuperOne Karting Championship season. Hello to the Pages 98. Well done to Ben. Ben Page, fantastic drive, keep it up. Thank you for your support. Family of Ben Page at home, I imagine, watching intently. Still quite a stiff breeze blowing across the circuit. It may not look like it because some of the flags are so wet they're now clinging round the flagpoles, and there's a couple of them that aren't. There we go. That 25-mile-an-hour breeze wind across the circuit is reported. Good news in a way for drivers wanting dry conditions, because the track will dry out a little bit quicker as a result of that. Definitely still very, very treacherous. Yes, you're absolutely right, Mr. Wilden. That is awesome camera work. As the Rotax 177s head out on circuit now. This will be the final heat of any of our classes. After this, we're into the finals, where the races will be slightly longer and worth more points. We're running to a good schedule here today. We're just on 3:15 local time here at Clay Pigeon in the UK. So I should say, I know we've got some overseas viewers. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for tuning in. And just to remind myself of the results from heat number 1, Oliver Appleby
took it from Chris Thomas, Sam Winter, Adam Sadler, Scott Clee. That was your top 5. What are we going to see in the next 8 minutes for heat number 2 in Rotax 177? They're under starters' orders and away they go. Even start for those at the front of the field. It is going to be the number 77 of Sam Winter from grid 2 who gets the best start, leads through the S's for the first time. Scott Clee still there as well. Had a bit of a tough time in the first heat. We'll be looking to get some good points on the board. Appleby goes. It's very interesting to see how the different drivers in these conditions tackle the hairpin. Do you go inside early or the kind of wall of doom around the outside? There's probably a little bit more grip on the outside, but you do risk falling off the edge of. There's almost a bit of a burr on the edge of that hairpin on the outside, and you can fall over it, and then there's ground surface that you definitely wouldn't want to be running on, shall I say. But all of these very experienced drivers have taken, I was about to say taken it very well, but there's a problem there for Ben Cowley, off down at Billy's on lap number 2. So Sam Winter leads, Oliver Appleby in second, Scott Clee in third. And a good battle going on here involving Adam Sadler in the number 67. He's got Robert Strachan just behind him. Ben Johnson, I think, has got past Thomas Hinton there, as well as down the inside goes Johnson, trying to make a move on Strachan this time, and he's got it done. Very good stuff from Ben Johnson there in the Tony Kart. Gains 2 positions on that lap, is now running in 6th. Sam Winter enjoying these conditions. 2.3 seconds. Oh, round goes the number 18 of Thomas Hinton. That's a real shame. I don't know whether he had a little bit of encouragement there as he went round at the S's. He'll fall out of 8th place as a result of that one. 2.3 seconds is your leader's gap at the front of the field. It's a very good first 2 laps from Sam Winter, who's a second quicker than Oliver Appleby behind last time around. Just remind myself of Sam's best results so far. Well, he was 3rd in heat number 1 yesterday for round 3. And he got that same position again in heat number 1 early today. So at the moment he is on for a best result of the weekend so far if he can stay in the lead of this race. There is the number 61 of Ben Johnson, this time trying to get past Adam Sadler in the number 67. Sadler just covers off the move into the horseshoe. Number 36 of Robert Strachan behind as well. We'll be looking to pick up any pieces should these two come together. Contact warning, as we mentioned, has already been shown to the number 61, so it needs to make sure that any moves from now on in are super clean. Sam Winter continues to extend this lead. 3.5 seconds is now the gap for Winter over Appleby. Clee still holding there in 3rd place, frustrating Chris Thomas at the moment. I say that though, it's a 1.4 second gap between them as Johnson holds the inside line down the inside against Strachan. Where's Dan Miller in all this? Yeah, he's not too far behind. Racing in his number 30 kart. 4 minutes 30 of this one to go. These drivers might be glad for the slightly slower pace in the wet conditions. Very physical when you're going round at the, what we were seeing, 35 and 36s earlier on the slick tyres for these karts. They completed, I think it was 15 laps in their heat earlier. They're not going to do that in this one. They'll be back on it for the final later on. Adam Sadler putting in some very nice sector times at the moment. Running in 5th place. They're saying that he's not come through sector 1. Have I just cursed him? Is Adam Sadler in trouble out there? Oh no, he has. He's fine. Question in the comments, what is the 177 in reference to? Is it engine CC? It's actually in reference to weight. So weight of kart and driver. It's classed with a lot of more experienced drivers. So they don't want to get themselves down to the very low weights that we see in some of the junior and senior categories. That's me being kind. That's not me calling them overweight or anything. But no, that's what it's all about. And they produce some fantastic races. Their final in particular yesterday was very, very enjoyable. 3 minutes of this one to go. Sam Winter continuing to really, really push hard at the front of this field. 5 seconds is now his lead over the rest of the field. There's a dry line or a greasy line just starts to form here at Clay. Down the inside looking on Adam Sadler. So he is fine. It was another little transponder glitch through sector 1. So don't worry, Adam Sadler is there in the number 67, but being challenged by Ben Johnson in the number 61. New fastest lap of the race goes in from the leader, 46.036. And the intriguing thing with this set of conditions, will anyone do anything tyres-wise? There's a bit of a risk in the finals. If the rain holds off, that is. Probably won't see anyone from the Bambinos. They have to run on treaded tyres normally. Keeps the costs down. Quite a hard, durable compound. 1 minute 47 to go. Who else is looking like they could put some moves in late on in this one? live.alvatiming.co.uk/SuperOne for all your latest stats and facts as they come in. You see Chris Thomas there, holding in 4th position in his number 4. New personal best in this particular heat from Scott Clee last time around, 42.623. Still, Ben Johnson cannot find a way past Adam Sadler. Adam Sadler's good on the brakes there, down on that inside line into the hairpin. And this time, oh, Johnson switches back there. Brilliantly done. Very nicely done from Ben Johnson. And that's good for 5th place. 6.6 seconds now, the leaders' advantage out front, although I think it's going to go out again. Yeah, 7.4. And there'll be 3 more laps, including the new one that they have just started. Ben Johnson, can he improve from 5th place? Ooh, runs a little bit wide. Is that going to offer the opportunity for Sadler to get underneath? Yes, it is. So Sadler retakes the position. Ben Johnson just a little bit too much speed through Billy's, ran out wide and couldn't get the door shut to stop Sadler coming through it. Sadler may be wise now to the move that Johnson pulled into the horseshoe. It has looked like he's been trying to set that one up for the last few laps. You can see Robert Strachan still there in 7th place in his number 36 kart. He's running a GoPro just off the side pod off the radiator there. I'm sure that's getting some good shots. As Johnson runs a little bit deep again. Ben Cowley's just set a new personal best, 43.051 for the driver in 11th place. Time has expired. Sam Winter will be shown the last lap board next time around and has driven superbly in this race so far. There he is. Across the line, comfortably in the lead, and still running pretty quickly as well in the red speed kart. Through the chicane he goes. 9 seconds. He just needs to cruise this one home. Doesn't need to take any risks. Never really looked challenged. Got the run off the grid. Had the lead into turn 1 and did not look back. This is going to be a first win of the weekend. First win of the season in Rotax 177 for Sam Winter. Has mastered the conditions here at Clay Pigeon and takes the race win. Very well deserved for Sam Winter. Oliver Appleby is going to be second in this one, crucially ahead of Chris Thomas. Again for the second time today. There is Oliver, third for Scott Clee. Good points for Scott. Good recovery from the first heat. 4th place for Chris Thomas, yesterday's final winner. Adam Sadler does indeed finish in 5th place ahead of Ben Johnson. Robert Strachan, Dan Miller, Ian Brown, Sammy Marlin. The top 10, Ben Cowley and Thomas Hinton wrap out the order.
And so
concludes the heats. All the heat racing is completed for all 11 of our classes running here today at Clay Pigeon for round 4 of the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championships. We will move swiftly on then to the first of our finals, which will be our Bambino C50 New Eras taken to the track.
It's finals racing time here for round 4 of the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championship.
Let's have a look at the grid for the
Bambino C50 New Era class. On pole position for the round 4 final will be Mateo Garcia Patino. Led the championship at the start of the day. Good opportunity to gain some more points here. Sophie Morris won the final yesterday from second on the grid. Starts today's final also second on the grid. Dylan Glasgow and Drew Davidson start the final from row number 2. Otis Cleary and Connor Butler have been great today. They start the final on row 3. Ellis Wildchild and Cole Teal start the final on row 4. Mason Brooks could come through the field here at a very strong second heat and is on row 5 alongside Amelia Dale, Arthur Farrow and Bertie Cooper on row number 6. And then Alfie Mayer and Anthony Montesinos on row 7. Maximus Lewis and Ella Dixon on row 8. 16 karts in the field. So it'll be a gridded start, as ever in this category. Keep the comments coming in. D. Gill says, let's have it in the chat. Absolutely, we're on to the big races now. 60 points available for the winner of these races. And yesterday's final, which I watched from the sidelines, very, very impressive performance from Sophie Morris. Got to the front and didn't look back, similar to what we saw earlier in heat number 2. Away they go then for the start of the final. Good start for those at the front of the field. And Sophie Morris has got the lead down into the first corner. Oh, spin in the middle of the pack. It's Otis Cleary, number 22. And it looks like the 66 of Cole Teal has gone round as well. The rain has stopped, but it is very slippery out there. And look at Drew Davidson down the inside, looking for the lead into the hairpin. The number 13 going round the outside. Dylan Glasgow, what an overtake that was. Has gone round the outside and think has got the lead. Yes, as off is the number 17 of Bertie Cooper. That's a real shame for Bertie. I think Bertie is stuck in the S's there. And hopefully we can get that cleared in due course. But what a move round the outside by Dylan Glasgow to take the lead of this race. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Very long time for these young drivers to race. They'll be quite tired at the end of it, I imagine. It's a long time to keep concentrating as well. But there you go. Dylan Glasgow leads at the end of lap number 1. Drew Davidson second. Third place for yesterday's winner in this race, Sophie Morris. Mateo Garcia Patino in 4th. Best finals result of the year so far for Dylan Glasgow was yesterday. Has progressively improved across the course of the season so far. 9th in the first round, 4th in the second round, 2nd yesterday. Looking to go one step better. Mateo Garcia Patino, 4th place, ahead of Connor Butler, who's got through the initial laps. There's a bit of a gap now back to Anthony Montesinos. I'm saying that Anthony's had some good overtakes so far. Started a little bit lower down the order. He's already up to 6th place. Seems to be liking these conditions. 8 minutes of the race to go. 1/10 of a second between Glasgow and Davidson. They go into the S's on lap number 3. Hopefully they'll just keep working together at the moment. Guarantee 1st and 2nd place, but in fact Davidson looking to the outside, trying to get past Glasgow there. Not able to do so. They're going to be side by side off of the hairpin. Glasgow will have the inside line. Will Davidson be able to sweep round the outside? Yes! What a great overtake that is from Drew Davidson, the number 70 kart, to the lead of the race then. Looking to improve on a 4th place in round number 1. That's the best result so far in the finals for Drew Davidson this season. Big thanks to our sponsors once again here at Clay Pigeon today. CWG, long-time sponsors of the SuperOne Karting Championship, RI Helmets, and of course Will U Financial Group, who are giving the award out for Driver of the Day. Will be announced later this week, and you never know, could come from this very class. We are into the big races now, where Driver of the Day performances quite often can arise. Drew Davidson, this is a really, really strong run. He's pulling away from Dylan Glasgow here. Here we're looking at the number 62 of Sophie Morris in 5th place now, and Anthony Montesinos. So Anthony Montesinos is really going well in this race. Up to 6th place now, challenging for 5th with 6 minutes of it to go. Otis Cleary is recovered, by the way. We saw the spin early on, is now up to 7th place. Let's keep an eye on Otis, because that means surely that the 22 is running very, very quickly. If Otis has been able to overtake all of those drivers. Here comes the number 71 of Montesinos, though, down the inside into the hairpin. Can Anthony get the braking right? No, around the outside goes Sophie Morris. Holds the line well. Will hold the position into the horseshoe as well. So good battle this going on over 5th position. Cole Teal has got past Ella Dixon. So that is an overtake completed for 11th place. Otis Cleary continuing to do personal bests through the sectors as well. Here comes Montesinos again, trying to get past Sophie Morris. It's over 5th place. And in comes Otis Cleary as well. So Otis Cleary down to the outside, trying to go down, and through goes Montesinos. Slips down the inside. Great move by Anthony Montesinos in the 71. That's 5th place, but I think as well, did Otis Cleary get past Sophie Morris? Yes, indeed. So Otis Cleary is up to 6th place. Otis Cleary now going for 5th place. Past Anthony Montesinos, has got it done into the hairpin. Or has he? No, Montesinos comes back, retakes 5th place. Great racing here in the Bambino C50 New Eras. Number 88 of Ellis Wild Child has got through. So it's now to 7th place. Whoa, wheel-to-wheel racing here. Round the outside is looking Otis Cleary, and holds it in track limits as well. Great overtake from Otis Cleary. Gets past both Anthony Montesinos and Sophie Morris on that last lap. He's up 2 positions to 5th. Through the chicane they go. The next kart ahead is Connor Butler. Some 6 seconds up the road. Still a good amount of time in this race. Best part of 4 minutes plus the 1 lap. Drew Davidson continuing to lead this race really well. 1.835 seconds for Drew Davidson. 54.869. The fastest lap of the race so far last time around. Dylan Glasgow holding in 3rd. Matteo Garcia Patino in 3rd. And it's Wild Child trying to find a way past Montesinos now. Looking at 6th position. Otis Cleary has gone off down the road. Just looking at the times compared to the top 4. Not closing in on the top 4 at the moment. Still running pretty well. Garcia Patino now and Glasgow. This is them fighting over 2nd position. Glasgow a little bit wide out of the hairpin. Will that give Garcia Patino the opportunity to get underneath? No, just holds in 3rd place for now. Off the horseshoe they go. Alfie Mayer has got past Maximus Lewis for 13th place. They're currently ahead of Amelia Dial in 15th. Last of those running round at the moment. It's good battle for 2nd place. Similar position to what Dylan Glasgow was in yesterday's final.
held on to that second place. Mateo Garcia Patino was 4th in the final yesterday. It's been a bit mixed so far in the finals for Garcia. Patino was 14th at round 1, then came back to win the final the following day in round 2 at Clanigors. As we mentioned, the 4th yesterday. Looking good for a podium with 2 minutes to go, but is it going to be 3rd or 2nd place? Drew Davidson still leads this race, and this is going to be a huge bump up in the points for Drew Davidson. If the number 70 can just keep going round for another few laps and get this victory. Garcia Patino looking this way and that, trying to get past Glasgow's number 13. Mason Brooks, by the way, has got past Arthur Farrow, so that's 9th place now for Mason Brooks. More progress from Alfie Mayer and Maximus Lewis. They've both got past Ella Dixon for 12th and 13th places respectively. 1 minute 20 to go in the final here for round 4 of the Bambino C50 New Era category for the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championships. There is Mason Brooks, has in fact got past Anthony Montesinos now, so that's Brooks up to 7th place. And Ellis Wildchild just ahead now in 6th. Potentially going to be the next driver overtaken by the number 84. There is the 62 of Sophie Morris. He's having a tough final. There's a yellow flag out through the horseshoe. So as somebody had an incident, oh, it looks like the number 22 of Otis Cleary's had a spin. But is back going again now. Change for 2nd. Mateo Garcia Patino has got ahead of Dylan Glasgow. There they are. So 2 laps to go. Mateo Garcia Patino will extend this championship lead with this result. Connor Butler, 2nd in the championship at the start of the day, is in 4th place. Cole Teal, 11th. Saying that it's a very open class when I was doing the preparations for this one. Anyone on their day can win a race, win a heat, whether it be a heat or a final, and accumulate those points. And no truer example of that here today with Drew Davidson, who will go onto their final lap now here at Clay Pigeon for today. 4 seconds to the good over the rest of the field, and with the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.394. What a drive this has been from Drew Davidson, showing experience beyond his years. Hasn't been on the podium in a final so far this season, and he's going to shoot to the top step of one here at Clay Pigeon. Mason Brooks has got past Ellis Wildchild for 6th place out there. What a moment this is for this young driver. To win at a circuit so historic, so many big names in British motorsport have won SuperOne finals around this circuit in the past, and Drew Davidson joins them. Drew Davidson wins round 4 of the SuperOne Karting Championships for the Bambino C50 New Era category in confident fashion, 4.3 seconds clear of Mateo Garcia Patino. Dylan Glasgow finishes with another finals podium there in 3rd. 4th place to Connor Butler. 5th place, a fighting 5th place there for Otis Cleary across the line in a second or so. There is Otis Cleary in the number 22. Very close on the line there for 6th place. Ellis Wildchild got it ahead of Mason Brooks. Cole Teal 8th. Anthony Montesinos was a factor in that race with some great overtakes, finishes in 9th. Arthur Farrow is in the top 10. Sophie Morris, Alfie Mayer, Amelia Diel, Ella Dixon, and Maximus Lewis, the last of the runners there in the 12-lap final. Bertie Cooper, a retirement on the first lap of the race. But a really good win there for Drew Davidson. A first win of the season of any description, and in a final as well. A very, very good performance. We'll hopefully see Drew racing at Wilton Mill in a few weeks' time for rounds 5 and 6 of this Bambino C50 New Era Championship. We wave goodbye to the New Eras for today. As I say, we'll see them at Wilton Mill. Next out on circuit will be the final for the Bambino C50 Pro.
Final time for the Bambino C50 Pro class. Let's have a look at their grid. Jack Baker, 2 wins, equals pole position for this pro final. Morgan Weston alongside on that front row. Harper Das and Harvey Bacon are on row number 2. Cole Patterson and Maximilian Aberhart are on row 3. Z Pashalasagi has fought through from the back of the field in both of the heats so far and is rewarded with a row 4 start in the final. Marley Fisher is alongside on that 4th row of the grid. Jensen Sale and Austin Oman are on row 5. Austin Newstead and Grayson Wortley hopefully will be on the grid on the 6th row of the grid. 12 entries. They of course did not take the restart of the 2nd heat, which caused or had a red flag earlier on today. So these drivers 10 minutes ahead of them, plus 1 lap. The rain has stopped here. I think almost there's a chance when we get onto those classes that have the option of a slick tyre will run with a slick tyre. It's still drying out pretty quickly here at Clay Pigeon. There's a little bit of blue sky off to my left as well. So championship at the start of the day. Apologies, we've got the points updated on our tables here in the comments box. But for what it's worth, Austin Newstead was your championship leader at the end of racing last night on 372. Maximilian Aberhart on 355. Jack Baker 343. So this is a good opportunity considering Jack Baker's had 2 wins out of 2 so far today. Could Jack Baker lead the championship at the halfway point after today? The good news as well, I've just seen Morgan Weston heading out and Grayson Wortley. So Grayson Wortley is in for this one. The form up onto the grid. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think we've got a full field here of 12 drivers, and it is quite a mixed up grid as well with that 6th row at the back of the field, and that's a brave thing for Grayson Wortley to be back out on circuit, having had a roll earlier. We wish him the best of luck. Austin Newstead as well on the back of the grid, but we're ready now for the final in the Bambino C50 Pro class. 10 minutes plus 1 lap here at Clay Pigeon. Away they go. Very good start from Jack Baker from pole position. He's going to lead down into Billy's Blind and the braking zone for the first time. Morgan Weston on the inside trying to hold P2 there. Harper Das trying to get underneath and gain some positions out of all of that. Through into the S's for the first time. This is where we saw the incident in heat number 2. They are all through cleanly this time round. Baker leads into the hairpin. Weston in 2nd. Maximilian Aberhart's had a good start as well. He's up to 3rd place in the number 61. There is Grayson Wortley in the number 70, repaired from earlier, back out on circuit. The number 18 of Harvey Bacon's fighting in there alongside the number 40 of Jensen Sale. Jensen Sale's had a great start. I think he's gained at least 2 positions on this first lap. As they come round the final corner now, the number 44 of Pashalasagi is in there as well. Over start finish, Jack Baker leads. Morgan Weston 2nd, Maximilian Aberhart in 3rd, Harper Das 4th, and it's Patterson, Sale, Bacon, Pashalasagi, Owen, Newstead, Fisher, Wortley. So Austin Newstead has gained a position on that first lap as well, and now up the inside of Pashalasagi. Austin Newstead is on the move here, has won every single final so far this season, including yesterday. And splendid conditions now, a little bit of sun coming out here in Dorset. Austin Newstead had a little bit of overtaking to do yesterday as well. Was only 5th and 8th in his heats. He's had to pull through. He's got a lot more overtaking to do in this final with starting from the back, but it's not out of the question. Baker and Weston over start finish. Still 1st and 2nd. Again, trying to work together. Weston Oman is trying to fend off Jensen Sale there, the number 16. The number 40 is doing pretty well. Weston a little bit quicker last time around than Jack Baker. And in fact, is Weston looking for the move there? He's definitely looking urgent to get through. Austin Oman holds in 6th place. Austin Oman currently your top rookie. There's 2 rookies classified in this race. One of them is in 6th and the other is in 12th at the moment. Overstart finish, start of a new lap. Jack Baker still leads. Was, quicker, had the advantage over Morgan Weston last time around. Maximilian Aberhart still there in 3rd. Fastest driver out in the circuit at the moment is Austin Oman, so the 6th placed overall 1st place rookie. First of the drivers into the 52s, 52.975. In fact, just looking out there for the number 16, he's got past Patterson. So yes, Colin Patterson has dropped to 6th. Oman up to 5th place. Harper Das just a little bit ahead as well. Having a good fight at the moment for 3rd place with Maximilian Aberhart. So 6.5 minutes of this race to go. Still plenty of positions to be sorted out. And here goes Harper Das, side by side with Maximilian Aberhart, trying to get that position in the top 3 on the podium steps, and has got it done. And Oman's now at the inside, going for 4th place. It's a great drive from Austin Oman and takes 4th away from Maximilian Aberhart. More good news for Jack Baker in terms of the championship. There is the number 17. Still working with Morgan Weston. Those 2 are probably 4 to 5 tenths quicker than everybody else so far, because the others are content to fight over 3rd place at the moment. Jensen Sales coming through. So I think Sale up to 5th place now, or 6th place, past Patterson himself. Harvey Bacon still in there as well. Where's Austin Newstead in all of this? He's a few seconds behind. He missed heat number 2 due to the incidents we saw earlier. Everybody okay, of course. They wouldn't be out on circuit if they weren't okay. Ooh, down the inside goes Harvey Bacon, gets a position. And up to 7th place goes the number 18. He's getting past the number 61 of Aberhart. So Aberhart going backwards at the moment in this race. Contact warning for Harvey Bacon. Jack Baker and Morgan Weston continue to do great lap times at the front of this field. 52.5s for both of them. And still this group who all want 4th place at the moment. Very close together. Led by Austin Oman, the number 40. Oh, getting forced out wide there is poor Jensen Sale. So Jensen Sale goes down a number of positions on that lap. Harvey Bacon and Cole Patterson are both through. And Harper Das, I've been really impressed with today. He's driven very, very well. He's in 3rd place, 8 tenths clear of this group. Just needs to keep eyes forward now for the remaining 4 to 5 minutes of this race, if you include the added lap that we're of course going to have once time has expired. Sale having a look at Bacon, trying to get through. It's got good drivers, actually getting a bit of help from Maximilian Aberhart behind. So Jensen Sale's going to get up to 6th place there. Aberhart may follow through and take 7th, and does so. That's smart driving. Really, always very impressive to see such young drivers knowing that is a tactic that you can use in karting. Bit of bump drafting, gains a position, work with other drivers, and fight them later on. Sale trying to go around the outside now of Cole Patterson. This is all with Austin Oman and a switchback. Lovely move by Jensen Sale there. Through almost. He's going to have to know as fighting back comes Cole Patterson. Really good spirit from all of these drivers. Very entertaining to watch. So it looks like Sale had got Patterson's 5th place, but Patterson was like, no, I'm having that back. I want that position. Here we go once again. The push train coming through. They're going to go 3 wide almost. Patterson holds on. Very good driving from everyone in this group. Baker and Western into the 51s. They're well clear of the rest of the field. They will battle for the lead once we get down to the final minutes or so, the last 2 laps. The man continues to hold this 4th place, under such pressure. Sailed down the inside of Abrahart. Keeps on with 6th place. Cole Patterson in the white helmet just ahead now. You've got to feel that if one of these drivers get past Austin Oman, they're all going to be trying to send it through. Almost side by side once again between the 40, the 24 and the 16. And look, here comes Sale as well in the 40 in the blue, white and green kart, trying to look to the outside. Has got through past Patterson. Really good driving from Jensen Sale there into 5th place. Now, can Sale work away past and get through into 4th place? Austin Oman will have the inside line. And down the inside goes Patterson, retakes 5th. But is it going to be switched back as they come off of the hairpin? Yes, it is. So Sale back into 5th place. Maximilian Abrahart still there as well in the number 61. 7th place at the moment. Harvey Bacon in 8th. And Austin Newstead starting to close in on this group of drivers as well. Down the inside line takes Austin Oman, just trying to hold Jensen Sale out to the wetter part of the circuit. But this is where Jensen Sale is strong. Down the long run into Billy's blind. The man goes defensive. Needs to be careful that there's no line underneath. There is a line underneath, and through goes Jensen Sale. That was a very well worked overtake. Was just patient through all of that, and has now got 4th place. But back comes a man into the hairpin, diving down the inside. Did a man get the move done? A man did get the move done. So a man retakes 4th. This is a fantastic battle. But this time off the horseshoe. Positions being traded back and forth, and Jensen Sale is back into that 4th place, or is he? Because here comes Austin Oman back up the inside into the last corner. Retakes the position. They're going to be side by side again as they come off the corner. 15 seconds to go. Mere laps in it. The number 24s now coming up the inside. They're going to be potentially 3 wide down into Billy's blind. Oman holds the position, takes 4th place. Sale gets forced out wide. He's going to lose 1, 2, 3 positions. Abrahart's now involved down the inside. Takes Bacon. Overtakes everywhere here in the Bambino C50s. These are for trophy positions as well. Austin Oman holding the top rookie at the moment over Pashal Asagi. Down another move. This time Sale gets back into the middle of this group, gets ahead of Abrahart. Last lap board is out for the leader then. Jack Baker leads by 3.6 seconds over Morgan Weston, who's now got Harper Das to deal with. Less than a 10th behind. Austin Oman now trying to again hold on to this 4th place. Cole Patterson down the inside tries to take that 4th place. Here is the battle change for 2nd place. Harper Das has got through past Morgan Weston for 2nd place. A great run here. A great set of races from Harper Das in the 95. On for a podium in the final. But here is Jack Baker. Results so far in finals this year: 6th in round 1, 7th in round 2, 6th yesterday in round 3. But round 4 has been a very, very special day for Jack Baker, who wins round 4 of the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championship Bambino C50 Pro Class, a first win of the year. Harper Das is on the podium, a first podium of the year. 2nd place, 3rd place for Morgan Weston, and this great battle for 4th place is won out by Cole Patterson ahead of Austin Oman, Jensen Sale, Harvey Bacon, Maximilian Abrahart. Austin Newstead finishes in 9th. Grayson Wortley, brave drives from both Newstead and Wortley there in the top 10. Marley Fisher in 11th and Z Pashal Asagi in 12th. What a race from the Bambino C50 Pros. arguably one of the races of the day, and in the final as well. We'll see them next time out at Wilton Mill for round 6, the next stream round, which is on the 1st of August. We'll move on. We're rapidly going through this schedule today. Next out on circuit will be the final for the Bambino iArmy class. Let's have a look at the grid then for this iArmy Bambino final. For round 4 of the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championships, George House has pole position. Edward Haynes alongside on the front row. Jarlath Sayer, yesterday's winner in the final, starts on row 2 alongside Jensen Short. Archie Rutter and Ethan Owen are on row 3. Dax Farah and Marnav Diu are on row 4. Aaron Southwood Jr. and Charlie Clough on row 5. Dean Singh Pahal makes it 11 karts in this final. The drivers out on their formation lap. And the final victories so far this season, Jarlath Sayer, I'm just going to check. Yes, he's taken all 3 of them. So Jarlath Sayer starting on the 2nd row of the grid. Still kind of out of position in terms of championship due to a DQ that was put on the number 49 in the 2nd heat of round number 1. But George House is a great opportunity. 2 seconds so far this year. 3rd as well, has never been off the podium in the final. George House take a victory here in the final, a first final victory of the season. Stops there on his marks in the number 5. Edward Haynes, so far this season, has had a 2nd, a 3rd and a 4th in finals. Of course, took a number of final victories last season in the C50 Pro category. This could be a very, very tightly fought race there. There's number 49 of Jarlath Sayer, 3rd place on the grid. Jensen Short's done fantastically as well to be there, 4th on the grid. Engines fired then for the Bambino iArmy final. It will be 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And, a couple of issues there. Oh, now what's happened here to Jarlath Sayer? Is there a problem for Jarlath Sayer? Yes, there is. So away we go, and we already know that there will be a new winner for the first time in a final this season in iArmy Bambino. Edward Haynes has got a really good start, leads down into the first couple of corners, and will lead through the S's on lap number 1. But drama already in the iArmy Bambino final. Clearly some form of technical issue for the number 49, and Jarlath Sayer is out of this race. 10 remain. And Edward Haynes has got some very good pace at the start of this final, trying to break away from George House already, maybe leave the number 5 to the clutches of those behind. Looks like Archie Rutter's had a good start as well. It's up to the 3rd place. Jensen Short in 4th. Over start finish they go. The number 44, whoa, out on the wet stuff there. Jensen Short tried to get underneath Rutter, I think it was there. Side by side through the chicane. Oh, a little bit of a touch there, but just about they both got through. But I think this time Jensen Short has gained a position. Down the inside goes George House. Takes the lead away from Edward Haynes. A really good overtake through the hairpin. Had to get it absolutely spot on the brakes down into the hairpin. Otherwise he would have run on and collected Edward Haynes, and that was perfectly done. The number 5 is into the lead of the race. 8.5 minutes to go, end of lap number 2. George House is confirmed as your new leader of the race by less than 1/10 of a second ahead of Edward Haynes. Jensen Short is up to 3rd, Ethan Owen 4th, Archie Rutter down to 5th now, Dax Farah holding in 6th, Aaron Southwood Jr., Charlie Clough and Dean Singh Pahal have all gained positions on that last lap, unfortunately, because, well, not unfortunately for them, but unfortunately for Marnav Diu, who's fallen to 10th place. I'm just trying to work out what the problem was. I think there was a slow first sector, perhaps.
for Dew, but still not too far behind. The race not over for the number 82.
Leaders going around the final corner. We've seen them do this a number of times so far today, work together in the early stages of these races and then battle it out later on. And both times so far it's gone in favour of George House there in the number 5. So it's 2 by 2 at the front of the field. House and Haynes first and second, Short and Owen third and fourth, Rutter and Farah 5th and 6th. And a bit of a gap back to Aaron Southwood Jr. Dean Singh, Pahal and Manav Dew have both got past Charlie Clough on that last lap. So Pahal and Dew up to 8th and 9th places now. Which I would say, of course, already out of this race. Ethan Owens responding well here. Didn't have the best of second heats. Looking for 3rd place over Jensen Short. 46.2 last time around for Ethan Owen, 46.18 for Jensen Short. So they're very evenly matched. But being dropped by the top 2, 4 seconds now the gap between 2nd and 3rd places. So 6 minutes, or just over 6 minutes to go. As I say, these races for young drivers are quite long. If you step into go-karts with no experience, you quite often see much older people struggle with 10 minutes. Oh, now down the inside goes Haynes on House, retakes the lead. So Edward Haynes pulls off a similar manoeuvre to what George House did on lap number 2 and retakes the position at the front of the field. So is the truce already off? Are these two already going to start fighting for the race victory? A long, long way out. 5.5 minutes to go. George House looking for a run underneath. Needs to keep calm, stay patient. There will be further opportunities to get by. They are also still just about as quick as 3rd and 4th place. In fact, all of them are in the 45.9s at the moment, apart from House, who was in the 46.1s last time around. House trying to look round the outside into the hairpin. Be careful with that move. We've seen some drivers get that wrong so far today and have some not so good consequences when they do. Still as he were further down the order, Short and Owen fighting over 3rd place. Rutter and Farah very close over the line last time around for 5th place. Southwood Jr. pulling away from Dew and Pahal now for 7th place. But look at this, down into Billy's blind once again. George House just sitting there for the moment, having a think of what to do next, how to get past Edward Haynes and stay past Edward Haynes. Short and Owen at this stage, they know. As down the inside again goes George House into the hairpin. It's the same move again, he's got it done. Retakes the lead over Edward Haynes. And I don't think that's going to be the last time we see this lead battle change. We've still got 4 minutes plus 1 lap of this race to go. But George House from Scotland, a long, long journey down here to the south of England, to Dorset and Clay Pigeon. It's a circuit that I've seen many a Scottish driver run very, very well at in the past. Edward Haynes won't give this up either in the 101. Jensen Short still ahead of Ethan Owen, and they're working together very nicely because they know that if something were to happen between these two, they're on for a race victory here, being clear of the rest of the field in their own right. New personal best has just gone in from Charlie Clough, a 45.784 for the number 51 in 10th place at the moment. Round to complete another lap. That's 9 laps down for our Bambino I Army class in their final here at Clay Pigeon, round 4 of the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championships. New fastest lap from Edward Haynes, 45.4. You can see how hard he's pushing at the moment. 3 minutes to go. Still plenty of time for this situation to change. There's been some position changes further down the order. Dax Farah has got past Archie Rutter for 5th place. Manav Dew is also on a bit of a comeback drive here. He's got past Aaron Southwood Jr. and is up to 7th place as a result. This would be huge for George House. It was so close to taking the win yesterday. As we consoled at the end when finished in 2nd place, threw his all at trying to win the race. He's got 2 minutes and 15 seconds plus 1 lap to close this one out, but the pressure with Edward Haynes just behind. Edward Haynes has been in this position many times before in his young career, raced in the C50 Pro category last year, won that category, as Charlie Clough's just put, well, somehow popped in a 40.083, so I'm not quite sure that that is genuinely the fast lap of the race, because that's a very, very quick time for Bambino Ayales. We'll try and decipher what's happened there shortly. Here's the 6th place battle, I think it was, between Farah and Dew. So Dew really is coming back strongly through this race, which is good to see. 1 minute 40 to go. Still George House leads over Edward Haynes, as there was that the number 82 slipping through. It was the 35 going past the 20, so that was Dax Farah on Archie Rutter. So Archie Rutter just starting to slip back a little bit now, and Dew has got through as well, so Dew's up to 5th place. Back with the leaders. Oh, I thought we'd lost Edward Haynes for a second there. He was just being hidden by the graphic on my screen. Still there in 2nd place, but just looks like George House has broken away a bit. Now that could be crucial, because if Edward Haynes is not in striking range of George House's number 5 kart anymore, this could just ease the pressure a little bit. They're going to cross the line with 50 seconds to go. 3 laps then for George House to close out a first finals victory of the season. He's been brilliant so far today, including in the opening 12 laps of this final. 0.3 of a second is the lead over Edward Haynes, and is now starting to defend. Doesn't want to do that too much. That'll encourage the 101 to go for a move. Archie Rutter is back up to 6th place, by the way, back past Dax Farah. Charlie Clough as well is coming on strong in the latter stages of this race. Has got past both Southwood Jr. and Pahal, is up to 8th place. George House cannot let up here. It looks like Edward Haynes is pushing the number 5 along, and is definitely quicker at this stage of the race. Has closed back up to that rear bumper. 2 laps to go. Next time round they will see the last lap board, but there's still a number of corners of this penultimate lap to negotiate. This is such a close final. 2 drivers, both looking for their first finals victory of the season so far. George House goes defensive again. Doesn't go too deep through the hairpin. It's so easy to run on there. Counting down the corners now. Only 10 of them or so to go. George House will lead on to the penultimate lap of the race. Needs to keep things flowing. Needs to keep things not too defensive. We're on to the last lap. 1 and 2. They've been together throughout the whole day. Can Edward Haynes do anything about this lead for George House? Can George House close out a first victory of the season and take advantage of Jonathan Sayers' technical problems on the grid? Didn't even complete 1 corner of this final. Never mind, get to the front of it. Little bit of spray kicked up by George House there. Can he get the braking right? That's very good from George House. Defends through and out of the hairpin into the horseshoe now. It's still so tight. 1 wheel on 1 wet patch could absolutely throw it open for Edward Haynes to get down the inside. 1 more corner, 1 more sprint to the line. George House comes out of the final corner. Is Edward Haynes going to have a chance on the line? It's going to be side by side. No, it isn't. George House is going to win and take a first victory in the final of the season at the 4th attempt. It's been 2nd, 3rd and 2nd so far this season, but today it is first. It is P1 for George House in the Bambino iArmy final. Edward Haynes in P2. Ethan Owen is in the top 3 there. A great drive in the number 27. Jensen Shorts 4th. Manav Dew is in 5th place. Archie Rutter in 6th. Dax Farah 7th. Charlie Clough in 8th. Aaron Southwood Jr. 9th. and Dean Singh Pahal, the last of the finishers there in 10th. What a final. George House will be delighted with that. And it's a huge, huge victory, not just in terms of getting that winner's trophy, but in terms of the championship as well. With Jarlath Sayers' problems, we'll see how that shakes the points out. And we'll see the Bambino Armies back for rounds 5 and 6 of the championship on the 31st of July and the 1st of August. Well done to all of those drivers. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary provided by Double Dash Motorsport Media and be back very, very soon for the next final, which will be race number 22 on your schedules, the Senior Rock and Junior Rock final. So we switch away from the Bambinos to slightly larger people now, as we've got our Senior Rock and Junior Rock finals going out, competing, of course, for a place on Team Great Britain for the 2021 Rock Cup Super Final in Italy in October. Rob Ellis has pole position in the senior category. Matteo Palmer alongside him on the front row. Max Davies and Daniel Pepper, row 2. Esteban Rodriguez Blancas has had a lot of technical problems so far today, starts 5th. Ollie Stevens has pole position in the junior category. Alfie Briggs and Ollie Stilp, 2nd and 3rd. Harry Ewell and Isaac Lord, good opportunities for points for them, starting there on the 5th row of the overall grid. Joe Lorenz and Alfie Richards, solid throughout the day so far. Kieran Pepper and David Marshall wrap out the 14 entries in this field. This is, of course, the first final where I think tyre choice is going to be interesting as to whether anyone goes with a different choice of tyre. I would say a slick tyre is probably what most of them have gone for. And looking at that shot, yes, that is the case. Looks like we've got 5 seniors ready to go then. Rob Ellis has been great so far today in that number 88. Can he win out in this final? Away we go then for 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and that's another very good start from Rob Ellis. He will lead into the first few corners. Palmer, Davies, and here go the juniors as well. Briggs and Stevens very, very close together. Look how much understeer you get when you still get offline. Are they all going to get round the first braking zone and first major corner? Yes, they are, but Alfie Briggs has the lead as they head down to the hairpin for the first time. There's Rob Ellis with the attentions of Matteo Palmer and Max Davies behind them. And I know this field may look small, but it's not guaranteed that any of these... Oh, it's off there. Goes Daniel Pepper, and can he get the kart stopped? That's a very dangerous moment, and whoa! Just about gets things under control, and that was great driving from both Max Davies and Esteban Rodriguez Blancas to avoid an out-of-control Daniel Pepper, and Kieran Pepper's done exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing, running wide, getting on the grass on the run down to the first braking zone, and there's absolutely nothing you can do once you're on that, that grass. Scary moments for both of the Peppers and the rest of the field around them, side by side. Between the 43 and the 5 there, that's Ollie Stilp and Isaac Lord. So Ollie Stilp is quite a long way down this junior order from where you'd expect to see him. Alfie Briggs leads, Ollie Stevens 2nd. Ollie Stilp's actually fought his way now back up to 3rd through all of that. Isaac Lord 4th, Harry Ewell in 5th. And Joe Lorenz, Alfie Richards, David Marchand, and then the 2 Peppers, who is quite remarkable, both made the same error on the same corner on the same lap. I just caught a sight there of Matteo Palmer right on the rear bumper of Rob Ellis, and this is the thing with the final. It doesn't really matter what's happened in the heat so far. This is the big one. This is where the big points are on offer. And it does become a bit, well, it is a one-off race in that regard. There's the number 65 of Harry Ewell, and oh my, ladies and gentlemen, not at the circuit. The rain has just started again. We saw this earlier on in the day, midway through the second group of heats, and it's happened once again. We've got to a point where the whole field is on dry tyres, and now the rain starts to fall again. Rob Ellis has a 1.5 second lead. He's dug deep. He's got that gap out. We've seen him do this through the heats so far today. Get to 3 to 4 second lead. It means that just getting through that traffic later in the race is a little bit easier. But now the rain starts to fall, and it's proper drops of rain hitting the commentary box window here at Clay Pigeon. 7 minutes to go. What does this do to the next set of finals as well? What do you do now on tyres? Is this going to be a short shower? Is it going to douse the circuit like we saw earlier in the junior Rotax category? Or is it just going to be a short one? It means you don't have to change tyres. There's Harry Ewell having a snap of oversteer. He's just got Joe Lorenz behind him in the number 14. We've already seen two drivers run out wide and have very, very near misses through turn 2. Briggs and Stevens very close together once again. Ollie Stilp, though, is not having the best of finals. He's 4.5 seconds off the back of the two drivers he was fighting with in the second heat of the day earlier on today. The championship leader may be losing that position at the top of the table at the end of round 4 here today. Max Davis, oh, was off goes, that's Blanquez. That is Rodriguez Blanquez, who was in 3rd place, has spun off, and somebody else has had a big off as well, and has nearly taken out our camera race. Ollie Stevens! Ollie Stevens is out, and has crashed from 2nd place in this final, and there's more going in there, and this is quite desperate situation. Matteo Palmer's off as well. So Matteo Palmer is gone from the seniors, but one of our big runners in the juniors, Ollie Stevens, has been caught out by these worsening conditions as the rain starts to fall and is out of the race. There's a wave there from Isaac Lord, who's not particularly happy about something, I think, to do with Harry Ewell. Rodriguez Blanquez has got going again in the number 18. There he is. He's got the attentions of Alfie Richards now. Look at the rain. It really is bucketing down now. Surely upcoming races are going to be switching on to wet tyres, because this is getting pretty bad again. There is a disconsolate Ollie Stevens sat on the tyre wall. He's absolutely fine, which is the most important thing, but has crashed out of a key race here, which you would have expected to win. So in terms of who that leaves at the front, Rob Ellis leads in seniors, 3.2 seconds ahead of Max Davies. As the number 5 of Isaac Lord up the inside of Harry Ewell there. This is over, well now, 3rd place. This is 3rd place, a podium spot in juniors, and Isaac Lord has taken it. Alfie Briggs has a comfortable lead now. Some 9 seconds ahead of Ollie Stilp, who's 6 seconds clear of this group of karts that are on your screen at the moment. And having seen his title rival fall off the road, surely Alfie Briggs is just thinking, get the kart home now with 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Rain continues to fall at least steadily here at Clay Pigeon. And what more dramas are out there on circuit waiting for us, as off is the 75, Matteo Palmer. The bizarre thing is, if Matteo can get that out the barriers, he could still be on for a podium here in Senior Rock. Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez is closing in. I'm just having a look at Hondas. It looks like they are all going for wet tyres, but we've still got this race to get out through first. Matteo Palmer is now recovering that kart from the barriers, but I think has lost far more than 20 seconds. So Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez is going to be up to 3rd place, but given the reliability of the kart so far today, that's not guaranteed that he's going to be able to meet the end of the race. There is your leader in Senior Rock. 6.5 seconds to the good now is Max Davies.
Rob Ellis is 6.5 seconds to the good over Max Davies, I should say. 8.8 seconds now. Rob Ellis just needs to bring this home. Up the inside looks Joe Lorenz there on the 65 of Harry Ewell. So where has Alfie Richards gone in August? There he is, the number 83. Kieran Pepper's back on the scene as well in the number 3. We saw him go off on lap number 2 just as the rain started to intensify. Front of the field in juniors, 10 seconds still the gap between Briggs and Stilp. Ollie Stilp has been dealt a bit of a get out of jail card here, because he's looking at 3rd at best, a long way off, but has now inherited 2nd as a result of that crash for Ollie Stevens. Mateo Palmer has fallen down the order. It's now 2 laps down, so it is looking like Ellis, Davies and Rodriguez Blanquez, your top 3 in seniors. Still all to play for, though, in juniors. Isaac Lord holding on to the position of 3rd place. You can see him there just at the front of shot. Harry Ewell in 4th. Top rookie still going to Harry Ewell, as it did yesterday. Kieran Pepper has fought back brilliantly here. Made that mistake on lap 2. He's got back on the horse though, and has now got past Harry Ewell. So that's Pepper up to 4th in juniors. Just over a minute to go. There is your race leader, Rob Ellis. And what has happened to Max Davies? Because Max Davies has now fallen behind Alfie Briggs. He has crossed the line. I think maybe he's just taking it nice and steadily. Doesn't need to. I mean, in terms of points in the championship, it will still be no different, because it's the relative positions within your class. So he's still the 2nd highest senior runner out there. There's Alfie Briggs in the 47 coming out of the horseshoe now. He's driven brilliantly today. A lot of hard work on this kart over the weekend. And the Turtle Karting by Rob Smedley crew will be very happy with this performance. Two more laps for the drivers then. Rob Ellis has been in firm control of this seniors field today. We'll see him again out in the Rotax Max entry later on. Alfie Briggs, whilst not in full control of the juniors, has always been there at the front of the field, and when it's mattered, when the conditions have been thrown at this group of drivers, it is Alfie Briggs who's come to the fore once again. You see almost the smoke coming off the tyres. He's lighting them up that much. Leader goes over the start-finish line. We are on the last lap now. Alfie Briggs will see the same in a few seconds' time. Joe Lorenz, by the way, has got past Harry Ewell, so that's 7th place overall, 5th place in class now for Joe Lorenz, and crucially, the top rookie in this race now. So it looks like Joe Lorenz may be going for a trophy here at the end of the day and getting that top rookie pot. But Rob Ellis is going to come around the final couple of corners and take a round victory. It has not been easy for Rob Ellis today. He's had to deal with a lot of bad conditions, but he's going to do the same as he did yesterday and take a clean sweep here at Clay Pigeon. Rob Ellis wins in Senior Rock here at Clay Pigeon today in the final. Alfie Briggs is going to come round and take the honours in Junior Rock as well. A very, very keenly fought competition. He's back on form. He's back to the top of the podium for the first time since round number 2. It was a difficult day yesterday for Alfie Briggs, but he's responded brilliantly to take this 4th round of the championship for the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championships. Is Alfie Briggs going to Italy at the end of the year? He's definitely got the form to be a contender. Just to run through the rest of the order, Max Davies was 3rd overall, 2nd in senior. Ollie Stilp, 2nd in junior. As somebody's fallen off, and it's the number 5 of Isaac Lord, who's had in fact, I don't think that's Isaac's fault. I think he's had a mechanical failure right at the end of the race there. His wheel's fallen off, and it's rocketed him into the tyres.
Let's run through down the rest of the order. Kieran Pepper gets back to 3rd place in juniors right at the end there, just ahead of Isaac Lord. So, oh, look at that. By less than 1/10 of a second, Pepper got Lord on the line for 3rd place in juniors. Joe Lorenz will be top rookie ahead of Harry Ewell. Alfie Richards gets some good points as well. Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez, after an awful day in the heats, gets 3rd in seniors. David Marchal was the last of those to finish. Mateo Palmer, Ollie Stevens and Daniel Pepper were all retirements in that crazy senior rock and junior rock final. We're going to move swiftly on. It's Honda Cadet out for their final next. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. Honda Cadet final time here then at Clay Pigeon for round 4 of the SuperOne Karting Championships. Oliver Majewski, yesterday's final winner, is going for 2 out of 2 here at Clay Pigeon. Starts on pole position. Logan McAllister alongside on the front row. Jaden Sherwood and Cameron Nelson row 2. Martin Wright and Charlie Warren on row 3. Christian Stefanov and Jensen Hookey start on row number 4. Ethan Griffiths and Riley Till wrap out the top 10. Mayam Patel and Emily Cooper on row number 6. Archie Dyson and Amy Peacock on row 7. Andrew Dixon and John Richardson row 8. Brendan James and Eva Morris on row 9. And then Jensen Walker and Katie Donaldson on the 10th row of the grid. Victor Hansen, I don't think he's run today, but if he's around for the final, will be 21st on the grid. So a Honda Cadet final, always something to look forward to, wherever I commentate at, whether it be a national level or a club level. I'm having a little look at our tyre situation. I think pretty much everybody is on the wet tyre, which is the right one to be on. The rain came at the right time for them, gave them enough warning to make the switch. The rain had not been so kind to the rock runners in the junior and senior categories. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting in the chat. Hello to Alan Phillips, who's cheering on James Jackson. So we'll see James out later on. In fact, might be not too far away. I'm just going to remind myself of the order of when we're seeing James's class out. So of course, yeah, we've got Hondas, then Mini Rocks, then Junior Max and Mini Max. So yes, I'll be in that one, race number 25, this being race number 23 on the schedule of 27. Karts on the move then for this Honda Cadet final, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Out they come onto the grid. And this is going to be an interesting run down into turn 1, because once again, no formation lap for the Hondas. So a lot of them will not know how much grip there is down into that turn 1. We're ready on the lights here at Clay Pigeon. Away we go. Very good start from Majewski ahead of the number 95 of McAllister there. There was a bit of a bulk there for Cameron Nelson. Down into the first braking zone they go. Are they all going to get round? That's a pretty good start from the Honda Cadets. They're all running into the S's for the first time. Majewski leads them through and down into the hairpin. It's been a good start from those on the front row of the grid. McAllister, who we saw was very impressive in the slippery conditions earlier on in the day, still there in second place. Down the inside there goes Cameron Nelson in 44, gets 3rd place. So Majewski took the win yesterday, but not in conditions like this. It was dry and warm for that final. Or warmish, I should say. It wasn't particularly hot, but there we go. Majewski from McAllister, Nelson, Sherwood, Stefanov, that's your top 5. Warren, Griffiths, Patel, Cooper and Till in the top 10. Who's your biggest mover on that first lap? I think it may be Mayam Patel, up 4 positions into 8th place. Not a good start though for Martin Wright, down 12 positions. Number 2 is in 18th place. That's not where we would expect Martin Wright to be at the start of the day. Down the inside goes Cameron Nelson, takes 2nd place away from Logan McAllister. Good move through the horseshoe there. And oh, is there a problem for McAllister? He's a bit slow off through Buttons. Got Jaden Sherwood down the inside now with Christian Stefanov in the 5, not too far behind as well. And yeah, I think there may be a problem for Logan McAllister. He seems quite agitated there in the number 95. He's pressing on, he's carrying on, which is good to see. 0.4 of a second is the gap at the front of the field. Oliver Majewski ahead of Cameron Nelson. Cameron Nelson so far, in terms of finals results, 3rd at round 1, 20th at round 2, back on the podium yesterday for round number 3. So as things stands, this would be a best result of the year so far. Back down the inside goes McAllister, but I do think he's got a problem. Yeah, he's got his hand in the air. That is a real shame for Logan McAllister. He's been brilliant so far today, but there's some form of issue with his Honda Cadet kart, and he's going to fall down through the order now. Here are your leaders, Majewski and Nelson. Majewski undefeated so far this season in finals Honda Cadet races here for the SuperOne Championships. Can Cameron Nelson break that streak over the next 8 minutes or so? Logan McAllister has sadly pulled into the pit lane. That's a real shame, because especially his second heat was a joy to watch. I was looking forward to seeing what he could do in this final, but the machinery has let him down somewhat. Jaden Sherwood is pulling away from Christian Stefanov. You'd be hoping that these two start scrapping, because that could give Sherwood the opportunity to get involved and maybe take a race win here. At the moment though, Nelson quite happy to work with Majewski. Through the S as they go. 46.059 last time around for Majewski, 46.052 for Nelson, 46.175 for Sherwood. Stefanov also in the 46 ones. Ethan Griffiths having a very good race here. The number 91, top of a group of rookies from 5th downwards. Crucially, faster than the leaders last time around. So there is the number 91. In fact, that is Griffiths past Stefanov. So Griffiths now up to 4th and into the 45. So this could be an interesting one towards the latter stages of this race. Keep an eye on the number 91 there, currently 4th on the road. It's a finely poised final, this in Honda Cadet. This top 5 all evenly matched. The top 2 have a gap to 3rd, but it's not growing, as a bad day for the number 2 of Martin Wright. It's been a real test for last year's runner-up in this Honda Cadet Championship, the SuperOne Karting Championships. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be... Well, you'd hope for Martin that this ends up as a dropped score towards the end of the season. But unfortunate for Martin that it's just not worked out, and he's not able to play at the front of this order where we'd hope him to be. Majewski then still leads from Nelson. 1st and 2nd on the road. In the high 45s, the low 46.009 last time around for Majewski. Ethan Griffiths again is the fastest driver out on circuit. 45.844 last time around, has just gone purple through sector number 1, 2.5 seconds off the lead. Over start finish they go. Another new fastest lap of the race from the driver in the number 91, 45.707. The gap is down to 2.3. This is often the thing with Honda Cadet racing. If those top 2 start fighting amongst themselves, probably will give it a couple more laps. Being within 2 seconds, that is the kind of window that I would say you can win a race from, based on previous editions of these races. Good group of karts going down the back straight now, being led by Mayan Patel, the number 20, number 99 of Andrew Dixon just behind. This is all around 8th place. 8th, 9th, 10th. Emily Cooper in there as well, the number 30. Katie Donaldson having a strong final, is up to 11th. Round the final corner, can this group keep working together? Up the road from them is Riley Till in the number 41. Some 2.5 seconds up the road. the inside. Dixon looking for a move on Patel. Got it done. Really nicely done by Andrew Dixon into the S's there. Can Dixon race off the front of this group? Because Patel is a little bit under attack now. Emily Cooper trying to go through, and Emily Cooper's got the move and the overtake completed. Ooh, trying to go around the outside. Patel comes back through the horseshoe, side by side off the horseshoe. Very, very careful. Don't want to run each other off the road. And Emily Cooper fights through fantastically there in the number 30. Down the inside looks Katie Donaldson as well in the number 77. So that'll be Cooper up to 9th. Richardson still holding there in 11th place. Amy Peacock's in there as well in the number 17. Switching back and forth, Mayim Patel. Oh, side by side through and off the S's there. I think Brendan James was getting, trying to get through past Katie Donaldson. Down the inside goes Donaldson on Emily Cooper. This is great race. This is classic Honda Cadet racing. It's all about momentum, this class. And it's a good news actually for Andrew Dixon, because Andrew Dixon is racing off the front of this group now. It's just on a 46.530, which is a personal best. John Richardson, I can just see in the background there as well. Maybe John can pull through and gain some more positions here. 2 minutes of this final to go. Majewski and Nelson have consolidated their gap at the front. It's 2 seconds now back to Sherwood and Griffiths. Sherwood is falling into the clutches of Griffiths as the number 33 there of Jensen Hookies lapped as round goes Artie Dyson. Unfortunately, the 11 a lap down already. He's having a tough final out there. Back with our battle in 9th place. Mayim Patel there in 9th. What is happening there? That's Martin Wright being lapped by a couple of the drivers he'd normally be fighting for race wins with. This group starting to break apart now. Patel and Cooper over the start-finish line. Here comes Katie Donaldson, though. Katie Donaldson side by side with Emily Cooper, who's got through, takes 10th place. Great driving from Katie there. Just pick the way through. It's a hard corner to get right when you're side by side with another competitor, especially in these conditions. Amy Peacock also got through and gained a position. Brendan James has been demoted down to 14th place as a result of that. So the battle at the front, here it is. Majewski and Nelson, 2 laps for them to do. They should run out the time on this next tour of the circuit. Sherwood and Griffiths, 2.2 and 2.4 seconds respectively off the lead. There they are, they just see them in the back of shot. Sherwood in the yellow helmet. Griffiths tucked behind. They've got a decent gap over Christian Stefanov in 5th place. Charlie Warren in 6th. Charlie Warren having a fairly lonely race, but we should mention it. It's a strong run for Charlie Warren in the number 82. 5 seconds to go on the clock. That should tick over. Yes, it will. So the last lap board will come out this time over the line. Can Oliver Majewski make it 2 finals victories here at Clay Pigeon this weekend? Cameron Nelson has been brilliant in this final. It's looking up the inside, going for it into all the S's. They're still side by side. They're going to be side by side again, coming off it. There's a bit of contact. Nelson runs out wide. Majewski really under pressure, and look at this. Sherwood and Griffiths are coming into this now. We said look out for the 2-second window if these 2 drivers start fighting, and they're going to be right on the scene now. Majewski leads still, coming through the horseshoe. That was very well defended. He's got 2 more corners to deal with, and he's going to take this victory. But they're right there. Cameron Nelson gave it everything on this last lap, but Oliver Majewski is going to take another round victory in the Honda Cadet class here for the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championship. Round 4 is his by 0.2 of a second over Cameron Nelson. A best result in a final so far this year. A 3rd podium of the season so far. Jaden Sherwood finishes in 3rd place. Continues a very good set of results this weekend at Clay Pigeon for the driver with the number 3. 2 podiums in the finals. Ethan Griffiths was a really, really strong runner in that race. Finishes in 4th, which equals his finals results from rounds 1 and 2. Betters what he had yesterday in round number 3. Christian Stefanov finishes in the top 5. Charlie Warren 6th. Andrew Dixon 7th. Riley Till 8th. Marion Patel does hold on for 9th place there. Katie Donaldson in the top 10. Emily Cooper, Eva Morris, Amy Peacock, John Richardson and Brendan James are in the top 15. Jensen Walker, Jensen Hookey, Archie Dyson, Martin Wright and Logan McAllister wrapped out your runners in that one in the Honda Cadet final. And a great result for Majewski. Oliver Majewski extends that championship lead. We'll see the Hondas out again at Wilton Mill for rounds 5 and 6 on the July to August transition weekend. We're going to get ready though for our next final out on circuit, race number 24 on your schedules. It's the Mini Rock final. Let's have a look at the grid then ahead of this Mini Rock final. One of our biggest fields of the day, Charlie Benson alongside Harry Bartle. They share the front row of the grid. Josh Turnbull and David Vischer on row 2. Jake Woods and Jasmine Taylor on row number 3. Cameron Edmonds and Max Hollor on row 4. Cooper Snedden and Zach McDonald row 5. Marcel Popperkull and Kasper Tomilewski are on row 6. Archie Pitts, Drake and Sam Woolley, row 7. Milo Manderson and Jack Paul Gifford on row number 8. Joshua Mills and Isaac Barker on row 9. Jensen Powers and JJ Lowe, row 10. And then Ethan Wellham and Jensen Jones, row 12. So a slightly mixed up grid for the Mini Rock final. Again, these drivers competing for a place on Team GB for the Mini Rock Super Final in Italy in October. At the fantastic Lenato South Garda karting facility. And we'll just wait to see if this is a go, because I know there were a couple of drivers looking for a restart. No, we are good with a race. 10 minutes plus 1 lap then, so away they go for this final in Mini Rock. A couple of drivers already in trouble towards the back end of the field, but not in trouble at the front of the order. There is Harry Bartle. Harry Bartle and Charlie Benson have had good starts there at the front of the field. Milo Manderson a little bit off the back already. Unfortunately, the number 77 had a tough second heat earlier on in the day. So there is Bartle in the purple helmet. He's got a good lead at the end of this first lap. So they stream over the line. Is Bartle from Turnbull. Benson there is Charlie Benson. He was great in the wet conditions earlier on in the day. Kasper Tomilewski getting involved in the number 20 in the middle of all of that. The 36 of Max Hollor alongside. So big movers on that first lap. Not too many of them, to be honest. Cooper Snedden gained 2 positions up to 14th on that first lap. 1.2 seconds is the lead gap for Harry Bartle. Harry Bartle's results so far this year: second in the final, second and third at GYG, 6th yesterday. So another driver looking for a first finals victory of the season so far if the result was to stay this way. There is Cameron Edmonds in the number 10. He's got past Jasmine Taylor for 6th position. 2 minutes down, so we're now back to the length of race that a heat would normally be, 8 minutes. All these drivers on wet tyres as well. We've not got anyone trying anything a bit different out there. The next couple of finals, though, could be different in that regard. There's Jake Woods, who had problems in heat number 2. He's arguably been the fastest driver so far in this category this weekend, but he's got work to do. He's up to 3rd place now, though. He's got past Charlie Benson on that last lap. Taylor, Edmonds and Tomilewski. You'll see them going over 6th place at the moment. And Sam Woolley just behind as well. He's back out on circuit having had a a spin earlier in the day. And, oh, problem there for the number 55. That's Archie Pitts-Drake, who's spun down at the first corner. And, oh, is that Tomilewski? Tomilewski is off and out of the race. This is another kart off down at the hairpin. Well, Kasper Tomilewski is really, really disappointed. But take some solace there, Kasper. You're not the first driver to do that today, and I don't think you'll be the last. It's very, very easily done, but unfortunately, last year's Honda's champion is out of this Mini Rock final at Clay Pigeon today. Yellow flags will be out as they go down into the hairpin now. Harry Bartle still leads by 2 seconds ahead of Joshua Turnbull. Back to green flag racing into the horseshoe. Max Holloway trying to take a tighter line there through the horseshoe than Sam Woolley just ahead. Arlo Manderson, by the way, has got past Isaac Barker for 15th place on the last tour of the circuit. 6 minutes to go in the Mini Rock final here. Through goes to number 34. That's Sam Woolley getting past Jasmine Taylor. Ooh, running a little bit deep as they go through the latter part of Billy's blind. And that was very much using the outside line for a bit of grip. Made it work and has gained 6th place out of all of that. Jasmine Taylor is also, I think Max Holloway's got through, yes, Max Holloway's got through past Taylor. So that's Hollow up to 7th position on the road. Cameron Edmonds in there, trying to get up to 8th place now. Big thanks to our sponsors once again, CWG, RI Helmets and Will U Financial Group. Remember that Driver of the Day competition going on behind the scenes. Guys from Will U Financial Group will be keeping an eye keenly on which drivers they think are performing best, especially on the day where there's been so many things thrown at the drivers in terms of bad weather, tyre changes. He's a test of a strong driver getting through all these races. And what's been a long weekend as well, of course. They went around for the stream yesterday, but they did all of this programme yesterday as well for round number 3 of the championship. 4.5 minutes of this Mini Rock final to go then. Harry Bartle leads ahead of Josh Turnbull by 2 seconds. Jake Woods in 3rd place. Charlie Benson 4th. David Vischer quietly getting on with things at the moment in 5th place there. Sam Woolley in 6th. Cooper Snedden fighting back into the top 10 of the order now. There is Cooper in the Praga kart. Zach McDonald just behind. Ethan Weldon's gained 2 positions out there. Isaac Barker and Marcel Popical. Marcel's having a tough final. It's a shame. We saw him have a fantastic first heat. Was running well in the second heat and then had a spin, which took him out of contention. It's just not quite happened in this final. Three minutes and 40 seconds to go. There is Jasmine Taylor. Cameron Edmonds just behind. No space to make a move there into the S's. Well driven by Jasmine. Rain holding off now. There's not any more water coming out of the sky as far as I'm aware. But it's a bit colder now, of course. We're later in the day. We're approaching 5 o'clock, so the track will dry a little bit slower now. And I think the wind's died down a bit, which we said earlier was helping the track to dry. 3 minutes to go. We're still on this battle between Jasmine Taylor and Cameron Edmonds. That's a little bit dislodged on Cameron Edmonds' kart. He's looking down the inside now. Taylor sees it coming and defends it really well on the outside, just carries that speed and makes sure that there's no overlap going through the S's. That was good driving from both Jasmine Taylor and Cameron Edmonds. Cameron Edmonds now is looking down the inside into the hairpin. Can he get the block pass done? Yes, good move from Cameron Edmonds. It runs a little bit wide off the exit. And yes, Jasmine Taylor fights back to never giving in here over 8th position on the road. Joshua Turnbull is turning up the heat a little bit. New personal best from Turnbull, 46.021. 1.7 seconds is the gap, so it's not completely over yet for Harry Bartle to have this finals victory sewn up. David Vischer also going quicker than the 47 karts done before in this race, 46.639. 1.5 seconds is the gap up the road to Charlie Benson. I'm also trying to defend that position from Max Holloway. Still, Cameron Evans tries to find a way past Jasmine Taylor here for 8th place. Jasmine currently the 3rd place rookie out there. First place being your race leader, Harry Bartle, David Vischer in 2nd. Overstart finish for another lap then. Jasmine Taylor, new PB, 47.035, holding on to that 8th place. I'm liking that outside line, carrying more speed into the corner entry of the S's. Marcel Popical has gained a position past Isaac Barker. That's good for 18th place. Less than a minute to go now on the clock. Jake Woods still circulating out there. Had a good recovery. Missed the first couple of rounds of the series. It was brilliant yesterday. He's had a decent day today as well. Just looking at another podium. Here's what's going on between the number 52, the 77 and the 89. It's all around 11th place. So Gifford now ahead of Manderson and McDonald for that 11th place. Through the S as they go. Ooh, Gifford was a little bit away from the apex going into the S's. This may give Milo Manderson. Oh, nice move down the inside by Zach McDonald. Just can't quite make that stick. It was a good attempt though from Zach McDonald trying to nip down the inside of Milo Manderson. Last lap board out for Harry Bartle, who really has come on form in this final. 63 points accumulated across the 2 heats earlier on today. Had a great start, has been very consistent throughout the day, and then turned it up right when he needed to in this final. It's going to be a first finals victory of the season for Harry Bartle, a 3rd if you include the 2 heats from earlier in the season. Harry Bartle wins in Mini Rock. I'm not sure he knows how he's done that, but he's done it. Wins in Mini Rock, takes round 4 of this SuperOne Karting Championship Mini Rock series, and he's very, very happy about that indeed, and so he should be. 1.4 seconds the gap ahead of Joshua Turnbull. Jake Woods recovers from a difficult 2nd heat, takes 3rd in the final. 4th for Charlie Benson, 5th, a great result for David Vischer. 6th for Max Holloway, who's fought valiantly throughout the whole day. Sam Woolley 7th. Jasmine Taylor holds on to 8th place ahead of Cameron Edmonds. Cooper Snedden recovers to a top 10 in that final. Jack Paul Gifford 11th. Milo Manderson in 12th. Zach McDonald in 13th. Jensen Powers 14th. Joshua Mills, JJ Lowe, Marcel Popical, Isaac Barker, Ethan Weldon and Archie Pitts-Drake with 20 karts to finish that race, with 1 retirement from it. Was Kasper Tomilewski. Great racing from the Mini Rocks throughout the day. A very, very open championship, I feel, this one. And we'll see more action from them at the next couple of rounds. Rounds 5 and 6 at Wilton Mill. At the end of July and start of August, we'll obviously be there on the 1st of August for coverage of round number 6. Moving on then. That is all of our rock categories done for today. Next out on circuit, the first of our Rotax Max finals, and it'll be the juniors and the minis out at the same time. Grid time for the Junior Max and Mini Max finals, both running out on circuit at the same time. Ethan Bentley has pole position for the Junior Max final. Donovan Dyer alongside on the front row. Millie Hart and Ben Cordingley, row 2. Cameron Crockett and Jack Cooper are on row number 3. Ollie Stevens and Jacob Rhodes, row 4. Ronnie Smith and Holly Woolley on row number 5. Zaki Hussain and Jake Howarth on row 6. Finn Smith and Billy Edgecombe will be on row number 7 of this grid. Jack Davies and Aidan Hassan on row 8. Samuel Wyatt and last year's champion Charlie Pritchard are on row number 9. James Jackson and Archie Lyons on row number 10. Daniel Sabula hasn't run today, so it will be 20 karts in the field. And then just to go over through our 3 Minimax entries in this one. George Barker, not to be confused with George Russell, as a George in the number 63. Rowan Cartwright and Harry Cottrell on the second row. So a really, really mixed up order in the Junior Max category. This, of course, is the category that got hit earlier by tyre choice chaos. If you were with us for the second heat earlier on today, you'll have seen Holly Woolley take an amazing race victory, having got the tyre choice right, which in that heat was to be on a wet tyre. This, I am not sure. I really am not sure whether you want to go wet tyre or you want to risk it with a dry tyre if it starts to dry out towards the end of the race. That is Ollie Stevens in some form of mechanical trouble. So it's Ollie Stevens' finals woes continuing. He's meant to be starting 7th on the grid. And also in trouble is the number 8 of Cameron Crockett. So we are losing big runners already in the Junior Max category. Forget the tyres. We've not even got formed up yet, and we've already got big drama in this final. Away we go then for 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and we're going round again. Which is absolutely fine. It gives us a couple of moments just to take stock of what is happening here. That is Ollie Stevens. He's out. He was on the wet tyre, but something has not gone to plan with the DHR prepared machine, and that is a real shame. Ollie Stevens is looking down at the engine. I wonder, has he lost a spark or something of that nature? He's going to join Cameron Crockett there in a bit of a Rotax Max car park. It was the number 19 pulling off there. Was that Finn Smith retiring? That's another big name. It is. So Finn Smith is out of this race as well. I cannot believe this. And this is wide open now. That's 3 drivers that you would expect to be at the front of this Junior Max final, and they are all out of it before it's even begun. Away we go then for 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Donovan Dyer, great start, will lead into the first braking zone in the number 94. In this very mixed up grid where essentially if you've got 2 decent results across the 2 heats, you got yourself to the front of this grid. We've got both heat winners in the middle of the pack because they both had a heat win and pretty much a DNF in their other race, which they didn't win. James Jackson's making progress already in the O-plated kart. Does this open up an opportunity for the likes of last year's champion Charlie Pritchard, who's had an awful day so far, but it's all to play for here in the final. Bentley leads then from Millie Hart. Apologies, no, that's still the 94 out front, so Donovan Dyer's got some form of transponder issue that we'll need to keep an eye on. So Donovan Dyer leads from the number 67 of Ben Cordingley. In fact, there's 2 karts at the front with transponder issues. So Dyer from Cordingley, then Jack Cooper. Cross start finish. They just wondered their transponders not register at the start of the race. Is that what happened? Is that what's happened here? 8 minutes 40 to go. Down the inside goes Cordingley, trying to go for the lead of the race on Donovan Dyer there. Not quite able to do so. Yeah, I think their transponders are working. They're just a little bit out of sync at the moment. I'm sure race control will fix that in a few moments' time. James Jackson is therefore up to 7th place, and it's the fastest driver out on circuit. 43.577 as round goes to number 49 of Harry Cottrell, who is leading in Minimax. It's a real shame for him. Down the inside goes Cordingley, changed for the lead Ben Cordingley goes to the front of this field, takes the lead off Donovan Dyer there. The rain is falling again, so it's definitely wet tyre. Wet tyre was the opportune one to go with. Down the inside goes Ethan Bentley. So Ethan Bentley in the 38 up to second place. James Jackson not too far behind. Where is he in all of that? There he is in the yellow wetsuit. Jack Cooper's lost a few positions on that last lap. Now, just to mention in Minimax, Rowan Cartwright is your current leader ahead of George Barker, the number 26. 7 minutes 20 of this final to go. Ben Cordingley still leads it in terrible conditions here at Clay Pigeon. Not the first time that we've seen that this year in Alpha Live Productions. Ben Cordingley has got Ethan Bentley. What is the pace like between the two? Bentley's slightly quicker by a tenth or so. James Jackson now trying to get past the number 94 of Donovan Dyer. So what is the timing still a little bit askew? It is Ben Cordingley leading this race ahead of Ethan Bentley. And down the inside goes Bentley through the final corner. They're going to be side by side off of it. Cordingley will have better speed down the pit straight. Checks this way and that. He wasn't quite sure where Bentley had disappeared to there. He definitely knows he's there now. Here comes James Jackson trying to get past the number 94 of Donovan Dyer. No, apologies, no, it's actually the 96 of Ronnie Smith, just peering through the spray there. So where has Donovan Dyer gone in all of this? Was previously leading the race. Yesterday's results, remember, in fact, was Smith, Stevens and Billy Edgecombe on the podium as well. Where is the number 23 of Billy Edgecombe at the moment? And there's a mechanical flag from number 49 of Harry Cottrell. Edgecombe is currently scored in 7th place, but once it's all sorted out, I think that will be P9. Ronnie Smith continuing to soak up this pressure though from James Jackson, fighting over 3rd place out there in the spray. We just saw Zaki Hussain getting by another driver. This time Jackson down the inside of Smith into the hairpin. Surely he's got it done now. Yes, he has. So James Jackson, last year's O-Plate winner, is up into the podium positions now and will try to hunt down Bentley and Cordingley. Still Ben Cordingley out front here. Through the gloom, you might just be able to catch the sights of Rowan Cartwright out there, the number 26, still leading in Minimax. Great driving from all of these talents out there on circuits. If you've never driven a kart in the wet before, words don't do justice. It's just how difficult it is to tune your brain into it if you're a newcomer to it. None of these drivers are, of course. To be quite patient, quite soft on the car, the complete opposite to normal driving manners. So James Jackson, what are the pace looking like at the moment? 43.0 for Jackson last time around, 43.2 for Bentley. Cordingley also in the 43.2s, so Jackson is closing in here. Just try and pick his moments to get through if he can and take this victory. Result yesterday for James Jackson in the final was not what he would have wanted at all. Finished in 20th position. Only drivers behind him were Jack Davies and Cameron Crockett. So Cameron Crockett, that's a real shame. The 2 finals in a row have not gone his way. Ronnie Smith also didn't have a particularly enjoyable final yesterday as well. Jackson going hit now on Bentley, trying to get 2nd place. Went for the move through Billy's, but Bentley switch backed him. Is Jackson going to send it down the inside? This is where he got Smith earlier. Oh, a little bit of contact there between the 0 and the 38, and they're going to be fighting once more off of the corner. But Jackson is through, so Jackson up to second place now. .3 minutes on the clock, plus 1 lap for James Jackson to close down. Ben Cordingley still out there at the front of the field. He has been there from the start of the race. It's still that slight transponder issue. There's the number 63 you just saw. George Barker has now got back into the Minimax lead. .43.3 last time around for Jackson. 42.7. That was a good lap from Ben Cordingley to respond in the manner that he would have really wanted to, with James Jackson now 3 of those behind. Let's have a look at the lap times this time around and see what they're looking like. Ben Cordingley 42.9, James Jackson 42.7. Apologies, we've not got the exact leader gap at the moment, but you can see it visually on your screen there. Aiden Hassan having a better final. Another driver who's had difficulties through the heats, but he's up to 6th place, just done a 42.820, which is his fastest lap of the race so far. Timing has now been appropriately wrangled into shape, so you can see Ben Cordingley now at the top of your timing tower. 1.4 seconds was the gap last time around then. Less than 90 seconds on the clock. And Cordingley a little bit quicker than Jackson last time around. 2 teammates at the front, the 2 Haas carts. I've come into this final full of vigour and taking on these conditions very well. Just to look back to minis, 4 seconds the gap between Barker and Cartwright. Cartwright has just set a personal best, so still pressing on. Just trying to fight through and take that win. Less than 60 seconds now. Ben Cordingley is looking very comfortable here in conditions where I'm sure he won't be fully comfortable. It'll be cold, it'll be wet, and the pace is good. 2 laps then for Ben Cordingley to close out, but that was a big lap from James Jackson. 42.418 was some 0.4 of a second faster, and will also now start getting a little bit of a benefit in the toe as well. Is James Jackson giving it some at the end of the race to try and get this one on the last lap? 10 seconds to go. Time will run out through the next couple of corners. The last lap board is being prepared on the DigiFlag for Ben Cordingley. He's had a quiet day through the heats, but that's kind of what you needed to do in this class today. Such has been the chaotic nature of both races. But look at James Jackson, he's really pushing now. Almost hits the back of Ben Cordingley's kart there, and then Cordingley's aware. He's got to stay calm, he's got to stay focused. He's already fended off the challenge of Ethan Bentley in this race, but now James Jackson is right there. But surely there's just not enough corners for James Jackson to work a way through. Ben Cordingley in the final yesterday was 17th, didn't get a top 10 yesterday, but he's going to come round, has stayed calm, has taken advantage of the opportunity that's befallen him, and Ben Cordingley is going to win in Junior Max here at Clay Pigeon. He's taken the round victory. James Jackson with a great finals drive finishes P2. Ethan Bentley is 3rd. Ronnie Smith comes across the line in 4th, a big improvement on yesterday. Zaki Hussain 5th, Aiden Hassan 6th, Jack Davies in 7th, Billy Edgecombe in 8th. Millie Hart's been great today, finishes in the top 10. Jake Howarth wraps out that top 10. Charlie Pritchard, it's just not been his day. He overtook a good number of drivers there to finish in 11th. Jacob Rhodes in 12th, Holly Woolley in 13th, Archie Lyons 14th, George Barker in 15th, Rowan Cartwright in 16th, Sam Wyatt 17th, Donovan Dyer, Jack Cooper and Harry Cottrell wrap out your runners in that Junior Max and Mini Max final. Well, we move on to our seniors. 2 more races to go.
And we'll kick things off with the penultimate race of the day, which will be your senior Rotax Max final.
So here we go then for race number 26 on the schedule, which will be the senior Rotax Max final. Let's have a look at the grid then. So Joshua Valance and Rob Ellis on the front row of the grid. A winner piece for them today. Valance takes it on the count of fastest lap across the day so far. Jordan Morris, winner of the final yesterday, starts on row 2 alongside Harry Barlow. Sean Berry and Ben Page on row number 3. Louis Ball and Tom Taylor will be next up. Oh, sorry, Carl Dunford and Louis Ball will be next up. Tom Taylor and Joe Weaver on row 5. Jack Maidment and Lucas Ivaskavicius on row 6. Aidan Hammond and Ollie Chadwick on row 7. Alex Holgate, Alex Quinn. 16 runners due in this final. Two races to go, this one and then the Rotax 177 final. Hello to Alan Phillips again, who was very, very happy with that drive from Jackson in the last race. You can hear the carts going out the circuit. Still very wet here at Clay Pigeon. The drivers out onto their formation lap. Senior Rotax results yesterday. Jordan Morris took the final victory. Rob Ellis was second, Sean Berry third. Joe Weaver, Jack Maidment, Ben Page all in the top 6. We've got a driver already in trouble. Once again, someone has come to a stop on the back straight. I'll just try and see who that was in a moment's time. And it'll be 10 minutes plus 1 lap once again for this this field. It's just coming up to quarter past. Oh, is that Harry Barlow? It is Harry Barlow. That is a real shame. Another big runner out on the formation lap. Harry Barlow's O-plate kart has come to a stop. He would have been a big factor in this race, but he is out of it. Away we go then. Joshua Valance in the white kart on the left of your screen will take us from pole position. Rob Ellis alongside on the front row. Into the first corner they go. Carl Dunford trying to go around the outside there from the second row of the grid, and the number 40's taken to the grass. That's Joe Weaver. That's not the first time that Joe's been over there today. Joshua Valance leads though into the hairpin. The 3, maybe 4 wide going through the back of the shot. There you just see, what a shame for Harry Barlow that he was not able to take part in this final. Big thanks to our sponsors once again, RI Helmets, CWG, and of course W Financial Group. Lots of contenders for driver of the day coming out of these finals. Announcements of who those drivers of the day would be will be later in the week over on the Facebook page, so do make sure that you're following at SuperOne Series on Facebook. Joshua Valance though, this has been a very good start to this race from Valance. He's got a bit of a gap to Rob Ellis. Off there is Aidan Hammond in the number 56. Yeah, he's got a bit of a gap back to Rob Ellis, who's got a lot of attentions from Jordan Morris just behind. Ben Page is up to 4th place on this lap, has got past Carl Dunford there. End of lap number 2, 0.9 of a second is the gap. Front of the field for Joshua Valance over Rob Ellis. Joe Weaver is back past Tom Taylor for 7th place. Alex Holgate has gained a position as well, past Ollie Chadwick for 12th. It's Valance, Ellis, Morris, Page, Dunford. Sean Berry having a decent start to this race as well. He's up into 6th place. Down the inside goes Joe Weaver there on Sean Berry. So that's Weaver up to 6th. Two minutes ticked off, 3 laps completed. Jordan Morris is now your fastest driver out on circuit there in third place, 42.148 last time around. Weaver's gain of a position past Berry is confirmed there, up to 6th place. You've got to think at this point, Valence will just want Rob Ellis to try and hold Jordan Morris up as much as possible. Jordan Morris hasn't had things all his own way so far today in the heat, but I'd still say on one lap pace he is the fastest driver in this category out there on circuit. Can he do anything about Rob Ellis, who already has a finals victory to his name today? Took the win in Senior Rock. Holgate gains another position past Ball for 11th spot. 7 minutes to go. Joshua Valence not defending now. He's clearly found that going down the inside, he can brake a little bit later than going on the conventional line. There's a bit of grip to be had there. And he's using it very nicely. Ben Page coming into this race. Now, there he is, 4th place in the silver helmet. Will he be similar to how we've seen likes of Harry Bartle so far today? Have a quiet run through the heat, but get yourself in that position in the finals to take any opportunities that come your way. Jordan Morris still sitting there in 3rd place. Not much he can really do at the moment to get past Rob Ellis. Rob Ellis's pace is pretty good. It's quicker than Joshua Valence last time around. Maybe that's what they're, as a trio now, thinking, let's try and work together, try and close down that gap. Let's check it as they come over the line this time around. End of lap number 6. Oh, good response from Valence, has just popped in a 42.0. Extends his lead in the end, out to nearly 1.2 seconds. Problems for Jack Maidmans, has lost 2 positions to Alex Holgate and Louis Ball. Five minutes 20 of this race to go. Jordan Morris nearly being dropped now by Rob Ellis. Ben Page is right there. He definitely is up for this race. Top 3 get trophies in this class. Joshua Valence is your top rookie at the moment. He's getting 2 trophies for his troubles so through this race at the moment. Still very evenly matched. This top 4 breaking away from Carl Dunford there in 5th place. Joe Weaver in 6th. His process seems to have been arrested at the moment. A great job after, oh, bit of contact between the 17 and 90, a bing bang, more contact there between Ben Page and Jordan Morris, and Page is through. He's on the inside, off the corner, but Ben Page up to 3rd, but look at the gap now to Rob Ellis. Rob Ellis will have been a fan of that, because it means he's got a second's gap at, well, over 3rd place now. Maybe try and set about chasing down Joshua Valence. Very close again on the times, both in the 42.1s, 1st and 2nd places at the moment. Obviously 3rd and 4th weren't on that pace last time around, as they were having a little bit of a do-si-do around the exit of the horseshoe where they're going through now. But maybe the conditions for Jordan Morris just not playing into his hands. He'll try running through all of the racing activities yesterday. The practice sessions and qualifying were somewhat affected by the classic clay pigeon weather, which still can't make its mind up as to what it wants to do. If I look to my left, I see very dark clouds. If I look to my right, I see a patch of blue sky. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go then. Can Rob Ellis turn the heat up and close down this 1.5 second gap over Joshua Valence? Or can Joshua Valence, who yesterday was 11th in the final, we've seen a lot of this so far today, drivers who didn't have good finals yesterday, maybe geeing themselves up overnight to come back stronger for the 2nd day of competition. Page's pace continues to be encouraging though. 41.971, a new fastest lap of the final. The only driver into the 41s at the moment. There is your leader, Joshua Valance. Very experienced in this kart. Saw him race through the junior ranks at Wilton Mill Kart Club. Wilton Mill, our next venue, our next stream for the SuperOne Karting Championships, the 1st of August. Do make sure you've subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and click the notification bell oh, big off! And that's the number 56 of Aidan Hammond. Was about to be lapped and is buried deep in the tyres there. Well, that would have been a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment for the leader because they were right behind that. Weren't involved in it, but I'm glad to say Aidan's okay. My, oh my, that shows you still how tricky the conditions are. Even on wet tyres, you make one mistake and you're having quite sizable incidents. 1 minute 40 to go then. Joshua Valance still just keeps putting these laps in and there's nothing the rest of the field can do about them. 1.7 seconds was the gap last time around. It's now 1.6. That's okay. That's okay. That's maintaining over a second and a half's lead over the rest of the field. And they can't really do anything from that far back. Ollie Chadwick's had issues as well. I think the number 33 has pulled off the circuit. There is the number 70 of Louis Ball with a loose front bumper, it looked like there. So I think Louis Ball might have had an off down in Billy's blind. Here comes your leader then. 3 more laps for the leader. 50 seconds on the clock as he went over the line. Using a little bit of curb on the inside there to hook the number 28 into the corner. Through the S's, 1.77 seconds. It just keeps going back and forth. A 10th here, a 10th there. The key thing for Valance though is that over the course of this race, he hasn't looked in too much danger. There's Jordan Morris, the number 17, trying to get back up onto the podium. He's 5/10, 6/10 behind Ben Page at the moment, the number 90 kart. Over start finish, there goes Valance. Another purple lap time, best lap time of the final so far, 41.931. The gap is now above 2 seconds. Got to keep pushing, can't take his foot off the gas. Joe Weaver, we just saw there in 6th place. It's a frustrating race for Joe. I thought I was going to see him come flying through the order. But he's just stuck there in 6th place. Not got that kind of overspeed to catch up to Carl Dunford there. Rob Ellis has, oh poor Aidan Hammond has had another spin down at the first corner. Last lap board about to go out then for Joshua Valance. Can he take this victory at SuperOne? The visit to Clay Pigeon, 42-1, 42-1, both of the 2 leaders. 2 seconds is the gap. He can afford to take things a little bit more calmly through these braking zones. Rob Ellis hasn't got time on his side to make this up. And Joshua Valance, who's been leading so many laps today, has held something in his pocket for the final. This has been one of the most impressive drives I've seen from Joshua Valance across his years of Rotax Max Racing, and it's a win in SuperOne at Clay Pigeon for Joshua Valance. 2nd for Rob Ellis. A great final drive from Ben Page gets him a podium in 3rd. 4th for Jordan Morris, who gets more good points for his championship bid. Carl Dunford in 5th. Joe Weaver 6th. Sean Berry, Tom Taylor, Lucas Iviskavicius and Alex Holgate was your top 10. Jack Maidment, Louis Ball, Aidan Hammond and Ollie Chadwick, the 14 runners in that final. Well, a really good drive there from Joshua Valance. He'll be very, very pleased with that. And we're heading back to his home circuit next as well. He'll take a lot of confidence from this victory here today. One more race on the schedule then to go here at Clay Pigeon for round 4 of the SuperOne Karting Championships 2021. It will be your Rotax 177 final.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Final race of the day then here at Clay Pigeon for round 4 of the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championships. It's our Rotax 177 final. Oliver Appleby and Sam Winter on the front row, Chris Thomas and Scott Clee on row 2. Adam Sadler, Ben Johnson, Sammy Marlam, Ian Brown take us down to 8th. Away we go then for 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Very good start for Sam Winter. Shoots into the lead on the run down into Billy's Blind for the first time. The number 30 of Dan Miller trying to go round the outside and gain some positions off Ben Cowley and Ian Brown. But it's a clean start in Rotax 177 as they head down to the hairpin for the first time. Filing through there. Winter holds on to the lead. Appleby was having a look down the inside into the hairpin. Chris Thomas in there as well. He won this final yesterday for round number 3. I should say round number 3. It's the first appearance. They weren't at GYG, so this is the second final of the season so far for this class. Very good start there from Sam Winter. Leads by over a second over Oliver Appleby. Into the hairpin the field goes. Then you can see Rob Strachan there on the inside. Sammy Marlam's had problems on that first lap. Unfortunately fell down to 12th place, but he's still got time to work his way back up through. Eight and a half minutes to go then. 2 seconds now the lead for Sam Winter over Oliver Appleby. Is this race already completed in terms of race honours? Sam Winter was very quick in the wet conditions that hit heat number 2 for this group of drivers. Has anyone got any response? Ben Cowley's got past Dan Miller last time around. It's up to 8th place now. Field heading round the crown of the circuit now. And on to lap number 4. Oliver Appleby leading the charge, trying to chase down Sam Winter, but they just seem to not be able to get on his pace at the moment. Another 42 from Winter. Everybody else in the 43s, 2.8 seconds now the lead there for the number 77. Sammy Marlam starting to come back through the order. It's up to 11th place there, the number 16 of Scott Clee. All contact with Chris Thomas, and more contact as they approach the horseshoe. That's going to lose them a good chunk of time to Oliver Appleby. And different lines, it's always one of the tricky things in these conditions. Different drivers take different approaches, and sometimes they can meet in the middle. That's a classic example of that on the exit of the hairpin.
7 minutes of this final to go. 3 of them gone. Be a lap on the end once time has expired. If you've enjoyed the racing today, enjoyed the coverage, do make sure you've subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We'll be back on the 1st of August for the next streamed round, which will be round 6 at Wilton Mill. Probably starting to get on the pace now. It was a 42.9 went in from him last time around. 42.8 this time. Still not as quick as Winter though. Extending this lead, 3.6 seconds now out front is the number 77. There is Chris Thomas. I think got a bit of a wake-up call maybe with that contact a few laps ago with Scott Clee, because he's getting a bit of a gap going now. The top 6 breaking away from the rest of the field. There's Ian Brown in the 23 kart in 7th. Strachan down the inside of Miller, trying to get 9th place through the hairpin, but doesn't quite make that one work. See the rain visors on quite a few of the drivers, especially as we've got later in the day here. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Winter now 4 seconds clear of the rest of them. There is Sammy Milan. He was making progress earlier, but I think he's stalled a bit in 11th place. Adam Sadler looking for a top 5. As, oh, side by side and a collision there, and nearly spinning out was the number 36 and the 17. And they just about managed to get things going again. That was, I think Dan Miller was involved in the middle of that as well. Yeah, it was Dan Miller who apologies, running 17 and 30 at the same time. But yeah, Dan Miller held on to that slide pretty well. And Sammy Marlon work his way through.
So this group from 3rd down to 6th have been dropped by Oliver Appleby, it would seem.
nearly 2 seconds up the road to Appleby. So they are fighting now over the last podium spot. Top 3 get trophies in this field. Past the halfway point of the race. 8 laps completed. Should be at least another 7 to go. All wide goes the number 16 of Clee there. He just caught up to the back of Thomas a little bit too quickly. Caught himself out. Sadler looked for the move at the inside but couldn't get it done. Ben Johnson's still there as well. Ben Johnson's been very racy across the course of today's action. 4 minutes to go. Still Sam Winter piles in these laps. 42.4 last time around. 4.9 seconds is now his lead. Over start finish then to start another lap. Chris Thomas won the final yesterday. He's holding on to this 3rd place. Round off a pretty good weekend for him. Had some good heat results as well. And Johnson looking down the inside of Adam Sadler, but the move isn't on that time around to try and get 5th place. New fastest or personal best lap has just gone in from Oliver Appleby, 42.8, also going quicker than they have done so far in this race. Ben Cowley in 8th place and Robert Strachan in 9th place. Conditions stable, I would say, out there. A little bit of precipitation, I think, coming out of the sky or being pulled onto the circuit. The drivers run wide. Oh, was that a move being done by Ben Cowley there? I think he was looking down the inside of Ian Brown for 7th place into the S's. The number 10 on the 23. .6 seconds now. The gap out front for Sam Winter over Oliver Appleby. We'll have it confirmed whether Cowley did get past Brown on that last lap. And he did indeed. In fact, Brown lost a position to
to Strachan as well. Oh, a bit of an error there from, I think that was Ben Johnson. Yes, it was Ben Johnson. Just about hooked it all back up and is starting to get himself back onto the rear of this train of 4. Still 3rd down through 6th. Thomas, Klee, Sadler and Johnson. Time is starting to run out. I don't think any of these drivers will be harbouring ambitions or thoughts really that they can get anywhere higher than 3rd place, but you never know. Could be a bit of drama in the latter stages of this one. Another good lap's just gone in there from Oliver Appleby. 42.653. 6 seconds though is the deficit up the road to Sam Winter. Into the hairpin go the group fighting over 3rd place. Still Chris Thomas ahead of this, but down the inside here comes Scott Klee. Good move. Can he get it done? He's going to try and squeeze Thomas off of the corner. Thomas fights back through. Sadler's trying to go around the outside. Has gone round the outside. Great driving from Adam Sadler there. Takes 4th place. And the gloves are off now for the remaining 2 laps. Sadler up to 4th. Can he get even better? Can he get past Thomas now and take 3rd? Through the S's. Johnson's still there as well in 6th place. Don't forget about him in the number 61, looking to the outside. Sam Winter probably has space and time here to back off and not go on to a 15th lap. Time is just ticking on by. It's completed 14, so yeah, it will be 15 laps, so he doesn't need to go on to 16 laps. But did he? No, he just crossed the line. He did cross the line. He's having fun out there. He wants to do as many laps as possible. So Sam Winter, 6.8 seconds clear of Appleby now. Thomas still there in 3rd. Has a what, 2 kart length lead? More like 1.5 through the braking zones over Sadler. But has managed this race very, very well. Driver's been trying to overtake him from pretty much lap number 1. Last lap board is now out. It will be a 16-lap final. And Thomas tries to defend now. Oh, goes a little bit slow off of the last corner. Will defend down into Billy's. Is there going to be a run down the inside for the number 67? Yes, there is. Adam Sadler's got through this. Contact with Scott Klee as well. And contact with Ben Johnson, who goes in with a bit of a rude shove there on Chris Thomas. But through goes Adam Sadler on the last lap of the race to get 3rd place. As contact, I think Thomas is off in the background, having made contact with Ben Johnson. But Sam Winter is going to come round the final corner to take victory here in the number 77. A dominant victory from the front row of the grid. A fantastic win. As in fact, no, where has Winter gone? Has Winter had a problem on the last lap? Because Appleby's come over the line as the race winner. Where is the number 77 gone? What has happened to Sam Winter here? It's unseen by us in the commentary box. Has Sam Winter broken down on the last lap of the race, or is it some form of timing error? I'm trying to find him somewhere out there on circuit. But Winter pulled into the pits. Now, either that's been a problem or has something quite bizarre happened here, because it was very tight on time. Has Sam Winter potentially thought that this race finished 1 lap too early? I don't know. I honestly don't know. That is a bizarre way to finish. But Oliver Appleby is scored as the winner there after 16 laps, 5.1 seconds ahead of Adam Sadler. Scott Klee 3rd, Ben Johnson 4th, Ben Cowley 5th, Robert Strachan 6th, Chris Thomas 7th, Dan Miller 8th, Sammy Marlam 9th, Ian Brown 10th, Thomas Hinton 11th, and Sam Winter in 12th didn't actually complete the last lap. Now, surely, if you had a nailing technical problem, you'd just try and roll it over the line. But, well, that is a very, very bizarre way to finish things here at Clay Pigeon today. I do hope you've enjoyed the coverage for round 4 of the 2021 SuperOne Karting Championships. Big thanks to our sponsors once again here on the Alpha Live stream, CWG, RI Helmets and Will You Financial Group. Remember, the Driver of the Day competition will be announced over on the Facebook page for SuperOne Series later in the week. Big thanks to Will W Financial Group for providing the prizes for that one. But as I say, that concludes our racing here today at Clay Pigeon. We will be back on Sunday the 1st of August at Wilton Mill for round 6 of the SuperOne Karting Championships. I do hope to see you in the chat there. I do hope to see you at the circuit as well, competing. Big thanks to all of our marshals, our staff here at Clay Pigeon Kart Raceway. And thank you to all of you at home. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for tuning in. My name's been Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Big thanks to Alpha Live and all their efforts. This has been an Alpha Live production for the SuperOne Karting Championship. We'll see you very, very soon for more racing here in SuperOne.